Book 1, Chapter 1, The Value of a Serf. There were 211 ways to skin a gorehound, and Idris had learned every one of them the way you learn anything you're not paid for, badly, at first, and then out of spite. He worked the blade under the hide at the shoulder, where the black blood pooled thickest, and peeled. The gorehound had been a C-grade, which meant that some lucky hunter with a proper class had killed it 3 ridges over, dragged it down to the skinning yards, and would now stand in the shade drinking someone else's ale, while Idris turned its corpse into coin. The hide alone was worth 4 silver marks, 400 copper bits, most of what a free labourer earned in a year for 1 dead dog. Idris would see none of it. He would see, if he was very fortunate, and Overseer Cranach was in a generous mood, a bowl of barley that had met a chicken once, and never forgotten it. That was the arithmetic of Solemn, and it was worth understanding, because the whole town grew out of it the way a stain grows out of a spill. North of the last fence, the land went wrong. Nobody argued about this. You could see it from any rooftop. The good grey mountains gave up. The hills beyond them came out in holes the way a sick man comes out in sores, and out of the holes came monsters. Dungeons, the holes were called, and the wide world had long ago stopped asking why the ground made monsters and started asking what monsters were worth. The answer was a great deal. A dead monster was a purse nobody had opened yet. Hide, bone, teeth, glands, and the little dull crystal core that sat where a heart should be and sold for more than the rest of the animal put together. So hunters came to Solemn from kingdoms Idris would never see, because Solemn's hills had more holes than anywhere in the known world and no king to tax them, and they went north with sharp things and came back, most of them dragging money that still needed butchering. The butchering happened here. In the yards, killing a monster was only half its price. The other half had to be cut out of it, carefully, by people who knew a gland from a poison sac, and those people were cheaper than the animals they cut. That was the part visitors never quite worked out, that the fortune of 3 great houses rested on rows of bent backs in a stinking yard. House Barisad taxed the hunters going north. House Octus bought what they brought back south, and House Calamal owned the hands that did everything in between. House Calamal owned Idris. There was paperwork. "You're doing the thing," said Decimus. "I'm doing my job." "You're doing the thing where you skin like the hound owes you money." Decimus was working the carcass beside him, unhurried, his cuts clean as a scribe's letters. He was built like a door, and moved like he had all the time in the world, which, being a bond-serf of House Calamal, he technically did not. "Cranach's going to see the hides shredded, and then he'll dock us, and then I'll have to hear about the docking for a week, which is the true cost. Think of me. The hide is perfect." "The hide looks like it lost an argument." Idris looked down. The hide had, in fact, lost an argument. He blew a strand of silver hair out of his eyes. It had gone silver when he was 9, which the other children had found endlessly amusing until he'd grown a foot taller than all of them, and the jokes had quietly relocated to behind his back, and started again, slower. "My mother says anger's like a coal," Decimus went on, to no one, in the direction of the sky. "Grand in the stove, death in the pocket. Your mother's never met Cranach." "My mother docked pay for meeting Cranach." He tilted his head at Idris's hands. "Better. See? You can cut like a person when you stop arguing with the dog." It was the slowness that galled him. Idris was strong. Not strong for a serf, which was a compliment people handed out the way you'd praise a mule for being clever. Strong in a way that should have meant something. He could carry a full monster quarter up the ridge road without setting it down. And he'd done it in front of graded hunters who'd needed 2 men and a sledge. And it meant nothing. Because in Solemn, in the whole world, as far as the world had bothered to tell him, strength without a class was just a body waiting for the system to decide what it was worth. Tomorrow, the system would decide. You've gone quiet, Decimus said. You only go quiet when you're planning something stupid or feeling something honest. I can never tell which is worse. Tomorrow, Idris said. Decimus's knife paused, just for a breath. Tomorrow, he agreed, in the voice of a man agreeing that winter was coming, nothing to be done about it. Best get the roof fixed. They were both 17 this season. Decimus by a month, Idris by a hair. Solemn proved its young in cohorts, once a season, marching everyone who'd come of age since the last one down into the tame dungeon together to let the system have a look at them. It was cheaper that way, and Solemn did everything the cheaper way. Decimus had turned 17 a month past, and had spent the wait pretending he wasn't counting the days. Idris scraped into the cohort by the width of a single sunrise. His birthday fell tomorrow, the very morning of the proving, which made him the youngest soul who'd go underground by a matter of hours. He had checked this. He had checked it several times, with several people, one of whom had asked him to please stop. Everyone got a class. That was the promise. The one bright coin at the bottom of a life that otherwise offered very few of them. You went into the proving. You did something, anything, while the system watched, and then it reached into the middle of you and named you. Farmer, porter, hearthkeeper, occasionally, thrillingly, something with a sword in it. And whatever it named you, it graded. F at the bottom, then E, D, C, B, A, and S, for the ones the songs were about. And the grade, so everyone said, was set by nothing in the world, except how much of yourself you showed it in that first hour underground. For most of Solemn, that hour was the single most important of their lives, and they spent it terrified. Idris had spent 3 years preparing for his. I've got it worked out, he said. Oh, good, said Decimus. Here it is. The grade's the whole thing. Class barely matters. A C-grade porter out-earns an F-grade swordsman. Ask anyone who's hired both. It's the grade that decides what you're paid, what you're offered, what doors know your name. And the grade is just... He gestured with the skinning knife, which made the point more menacing than he'd intended. How hard you push, in 1 hour, in front of the only judge in the world that doesn't care whose son you are. So I push harder than anyone has ever pushed. I go down there, and I fight like the whole yard's watching. I come up with a B, maybe an A. Serfs don't get A's, Idris. The serfs never tried. That at least was true, and they both knew why. It wasn't that bond serfs lacked the strength or the nerve. It was that the system, the same vast, patient, invisible thing that named children and graded souls, also kept the contracts. That was the fact at the bottom of everything. The stone the 3 houses had built their whole comfortable world upon. The system enforced what was sworn. A bond was sworn. Signed in desperation or inherited at a graveside, it made no difference. Once the system recognized the debt, it held both ends. A serf could awaken with the heart of a hero and the class of a king, and the moment they raised a hand against their house, or set 1 foot past the boundary stones without leave, the same power that granted their strength would quietly fold it up and put it away. You could feel it happen, people said, like reaching for a cup and finding your arm had gone to sleep. The finest cage ever built, and it fit each prisoner exactly, because it was made out of the thing that made them strong. Nobody thought the system was cruel. That was the worst of it. The system was fair, the way a scale is fair. It was men who'd worked out what to put on the scale. So the smart serf did not dream of A grades. The smart serf hoped for something useful, kept their head down, and saved, copper by copper, across a whole life, toward the only number that ever set anyone free. Buy the bond back, have it formally discharged, and the system let you go, clean as a signature. Idris knew the figure, the way other boys knew their prayers. 5 gold crowns, 50,000 copper bits, a skinner's life, twice over, if the skinner never ate. He knew a second figure, too, One nobody else in the world knew, because it lived under a hearthstone in a dead part of town. 214, that was the count. Idris counted things, had counted things since he was 9. Hides and days and insults and coppers, because a count was a thing nobody could take off you, and because the space in his head where the counting happened was the only room he'd ever had to himself. 214 of 50,000. 3 years of palmed tips and found coins, and one memorable wager about whether he could lift a cart. He could. At that pace, he would buy his freedom in roughly 700 years, a figure he had also worked out on a bad night, and then made himself stop, which was why everything came down to tomorrow's grade. A graded serf could be hired out, and a hired serf saw a sliver of his own price. A high grade turned the sliver into a wedge. The plan wasn't complicated. Get graded, get hired, get free, then buy Decimus's bond and burn the paperwork and stand in the yard one last time as a customer. He had never once said any of that out loud, not the crowns, not the count, not Decimus's name at the end of it, because saying things out loud was how the world found out what to take from you. "You're doing the honest feeling thing now," Decimus observed. "Shut up and skin." Overseer Cranach went by on his rounds, a small man with a big ledger, reading the yard the way misers read wills. He paused at their station, looked at the mended hide, looked at Idris, and visibly weighed the joy of a docking against the paperwork it would generate. "Torn corner," he said at last. "That's a copper off." "Off what?" said Decimus pleasantly. "You don't pay us, Overseer." Cranach thought about it. "Then it's a copper on," he said with dignity, and made a note and moved along. Decimus watched him go with the expression of a scholar observing a rare bird. "One day," he said, "that man will die, and the system will look inside him, and it'll find a little ledger where his soul should be, and the ledger will show the whole world owing him 1 copper. He'll haunt us for it. He haunts us now. Imagine the range once he's dead." The bell rang at mid-morning. 2 strikes. A pause. 2 strikes. And the whole yard turned north, because 2 and 2 meant big carcass, and big carcasses were how the yard marked its holidays. It came in through the north gate on a groaning sledge behind 6 oxen, a Rhineback tusker, a boar the size of a haywain, its shoulders mailed in overlapping plates of grey horn that shimmered faintly, like frost at dusk. Even dead, even 3 days dead and reeking, it made the yard go quiet. Idris heard the grade run down the rows in a whisper before the sledge had stopped moving. "That's a B. Gods and little ledgers. They landed a B. Grades climbed like coin stacks, and everyone in the yard could recite the ladder even if they'd never hold the top of it. An F-grade monster's leavings bought you an evening's ale. An E bought the week's bread. A D was a month's rent. A C, like the gorehound, was a season of a working man's life. And a B was a winter. A B fed a hunting party and their families and their debts, and the hide plates alone, cut whole and clean, would go south with House Octus's caravans and come back as somebody's gold. Cut whole and clean. There was the catch. And Idris watched it arrive on Cranach's face like weather. Rhineback plate turned knives. It turned good knives. The plates lapped like roof slates and fused at the seams, and the seams were where the money lived. Split them wrong, and you didn't have armor-grade plate worth a crown. You had 200 weight of expensive gravel. The yard had knives and saws and wedges, and against a Rhineback all of it was, to a rounding error, useless. What the yard had, that worked, was Idris. "Breaker!" Cranach's voice cracked on it, which spoiled the authority somewhat. "Where, there, you, come here, carefully." The maul lived on 2 iron pegs in the tool shed, because it was too heavy to hang from one. It was a knacker's maul, a squat brute of a thing, an iron head the size of a bread loaf on a hickory haft gone smooth and dark as old honey from 4 years of Idris's hands. There was no art in the look of it. Blades were for the fine work, the parting of hide from meat, skin from fortune. But the breaking work, the splitting of a carcass down through joint and bone and plate, the work that turned a monster from a corpse into cargo, that was done with weight, brought down exactly, again and again, by somebody built for it. Idris had been the yard's breaker since he was 13, when the old breaker's back gave out, and Cranach, in a moment of accidental vision, handed the smallest maul to the angriest boy. He was not the smallest anything any more. The hunters had gathered by the fence to watch. 5 of them, road-worn, still stinking of the north, the kind of crowd that watched everything with money in its eyes. Their leader was a woman of maybe 50 with a grey braid, a crossbow that had been mended more often than a marriage, and the deep, unhurried calm of someone who had been nearly eaten too many times to be impressed by anything on this side of the fence. Idris didn't know her. He knew of her. The way the yard knew of everyone, Sorrel. Free hunter. No house. 20 years working the northern holes, which in hunter years made her approximately 800. Idris walked around the tusker once, slowly, the maul over his shoulder, reading it. That was the part nobody ever understood was the job. Any strong back could swing a hammer. The work was in the reading, in seeing, under the frost-grey plate, where the animal had been put together, and therefore where it agreed to come apart. Every carcass was a ledger, if you could read it. This seam load-bearing, this one cosmetic, this plate anchored to the spine, that one just riding on fat, here at the collar. One seam that held the whole shoulder vault in compression, so that struck just there, at just the right angle. The entire architecture would let go at once, like a debt forgiven. 8, Idris said. Cranach's ledger paused. 8 what? Strikes. 9, if the frost got under the collar plate. He rolled his shoulder. It didn't. 8. One of the younger hunters laughed and said something about yard boys and arithmetic, and put actual money on 20. Sorrel, Idris noticed, did not laugh and did not bet. The first strike went into the collar seam, full body, hips, and back and shoulders arriving in one motion with the iron a formality at the end of it, and the crack rolled around the yard like the tusker had woken up offended. Strikes 2 through 5 walked down the spine seam, each one a hand's breadth from the last, each one landing in the same coin-sized world of space, which was the whole trick and the whole trade. Not power. Anyone had power, but the same power in the same place. 40 times if it took 40, without hurry and without mercy. 6 and 7 opened the hip vaults. Between strikes, he was already moving, unhurried, reading, the maul swinging up as part of the walking, and the yard was dead silent in the way it only went for him, and some traitor part of Idris, the part he'd be taking underground tomorrow, drank it like water. The 8th strike hit the keystone seam above the tail, and the whole plate vault sighed and settled and opened, the armour of a B-grade monster peeling back off the meat in 2 entire, perfect, unbroken wings, like a book falling open to a page worth a crown. Silence. Then the young hunter said a word his mother wouldn't have liked, and paid up. 8, Idris agreed to nobody, and set them all down. Sorrel came off the fence, while the yard crews swarmed in with hooks and barrows. Up close, she had the weathered agelessness of a fence post and eyes that priced things, not unkindly, just constantly, the way other people breathed. "You counted it before you touched it," she said. No greeting. Hunters didn't spend words on the way in. Words on the way in were free, and they distrusted anything free. "The seams are where the money is." Mum. And the collar shot? Who taught you the collar shot? The last 4 rhymebacks. That got a short sound that might have been a laugh being considered for later. She glanced at the plate wings coming off the carcass, did sums behind her eyes, and looked mildly pleased, which on that face was probably a festival. "That plate goes to Octa's hole, They'll cry, they'll plead poverty, and they'll pay £1.06 for it. Would have paid 9 if it were cracked. You just made me half a season, yard boy, and this crew a fatter winter. She looked him over with a horse trader's frankness. You go north with a maul like that instead of a skinning knife, you'd make more than that, and somebody would write a stupid song about you within the year. What's your class? Tomorrow, ma'am. Proving's tomorrow. Said Sorrel again, and something shifted in her pricing eyes. She'd caught sight of his collar, the plain iron ring of a calomel bond, and Idris watched the sum change. Watched a hunter, watched a crew, watched a fat share and a stupid song, all get quietly crossed out, and a smaller number written under them. She didn't pretend otherwise. He found he respected that more than the pretending. Shame, she said simply, not cruel. A woman noting hail on someone else's field. Yes, ma'am. Word of use, then, since you saved me my plate. Whatever your uncles told you about the proving, it's half wrong. Everyone will say push hard, and they're right, but hard's not the half of it. She tapped her own breastbone, that thing that watches. It pays for what it sees, not what you spend. I've watched strong men burn themselves to a stub down a hole and come up an E because all they showed it was fuel. You go down there tomorrow. You show it what you are, all of it, whatever that is. She turned to go. Then, with the smooth economy of a woman who had palmed things past better guards than Cranach, took his hand in a brief, hard shake. When she was gone, there was a copper bit in his palm. 215, said the counting room in his head, and the room was warm. You're smiling, Decimus said, materializing with a barrow. It's upsetting people. 2 of the new lads think you're planning to eat them. A hunter tipped me. A hunter touched you. I saw. By dusk the story'll be, she's your aunt. He heaved a plate wing onto the barrow, effortless, and squinted at Idris sideways. What did she say? Idris thought about it. The mole went back on its 2 pegs. She said, push hard's only half of it. My mother says the same about pigs. About what? You had to be there, said Decimus serenely, and wheeled the winter away. The trouble arrived an hour before quitting bell, and it arrived the way trouble in Solemn usually did, wearing good boots. Idris heard it before he saw it. The particular hush that fell over the yards when someone with a name walked in. The way graded hunters straightened, and serfs found urgent business with their own feet. He kept his eyes on his work. That was Rule 1. Learned before he could read, you did not look at a barasat. This is the yard. Gods, it reeks. However do you people stand it? No, don't tell me it's the not having a choice, isn't it? That's the secret ingredient. His name was Perrin Barasad. He was 16, and he was the 3rd son of the house that owned the garrison, the toll roads, and the comfortable arrangement whereby every hunter who went north to get rich paid the Barasads first for the privilege of trying. He had awakened the previous spring, a B-grade duellist, which he had mentioned to Idris on 4 separate occasions, despite Idris never once having asked, and he moved through the world with the bright, roving hunger of a boy looking for an audience, any audience, in a town where his family had already bought all the applause worth having. He brought 2 friends and a wineskin. The friends laughed at something. The friends were for laughing. You, a good boot, nudged the stacked hides at Idris's station. The morning's work. Folded and tallied. These are calomels? Cranach's short on the toll again. I'll be taking a few against it. It was a lie, so lazy, it was almost courteous. There was no toll on cured hides. Everyone in earshot knew there was no toll on cured hides, including the 2 friends, including probably the wineskin. And Cranach was short on nothing, except joy. But Perrin had a B-grade and a surname. Idris had a knife and a bond. And everyone present could do that arithmetic without moving their lips. Of course, young master, Idris said. He said it beautifully. He'd had years of practice. He said it with his eyes down, and his shoulders soft, and every ounce of the fury banked behind his teeth where it lived. and he watched Perrin Barisad lift 4 silver marks worth of another man's work off the top of the pile, unhurried, humming, purely because he could. Purely because it was Tuesday. It should have ended there. On any other day, it would have ended there. But one of the friends, bored, had heard something. "This is the one," the friend said, waving a lazy hand at Idris. "From this morning. The Hammerocks. Rennick's boys are saying he cracked a rhyme back in 8. This?" Perrin turned back with delight, and Idris understood, with the leaden clarity of a man watching a cartwheel come loose uphill of him, that the afternoon had just gotten longer. "The famous breaker is a Calomel barn ox." "Oh, that's no. This is wonderful. Go on, then." He snapped his fingers at the tool shed, at the mall on its 2 pegs, at the yard in general. "Show us. Do the trick." The yard had gone very quiet. Down the rows, serfs kept their heads down and their ears wide. By the north fence, a few graded hunters had paused, wearing carefully vacant expressions, watching a house sun the way you watch weather you can't afford. "There's no carcass on the block, young master," Idris said to the ground. "Then hit something else. Improvise. That post." Perrin's grin widened to include his friends, the yard, the whole delicious theatre of it. "One swing, hard as you like. Let's see what the houses are feeding down here." The post was a hitching post, oak, a foot thick, older than everyone present, sunk in 4 feet of rammed earth. Idris looked at it and then, briefly, 1 heartbeat, no more, because Rule 1 existed for excellent reasons, at Perrin Barisad. At the jewelled guard of the duellist's blade, he wore like jewellery. At 16 years of never once having been anything but obliged. Some men you defied by refusing. Idris took down the maul and rolled his shoulder once and obliged him. He did it exactly the way he'd broken the tusker. No flourish, no wind-up for show, just the full committed fall of everything he was, arriving in a coin-sized world of space, and the ancient post did not crack. It left. It sheared off flush at the earth, and went end over end into the hydrax with a sound like a church door slamming. And the crack of it came back off the house walls, twice, and somewhere down the rows, a serf made a small, involuntary sound of joy, and turned it into a cough. Silence, of a new and interesting kind. "One swing," Idris said to the ground, in his beautiful serf's voice. "Hard as you like, young master," and the yard laughed. Not out loud. Nothing so mortal. It was quieter than that, and worse than that. A shifting, a warmth, a small tide of held breath going out of 40 people at once, and every grain of it flowing toward the wrong boy, toward the collar and the barley bowl, while Perrin Barisad stood next to a hole in the ground where his joke had been, hearing it. His friends were grinning at the wrecked post, at Idris, the way people grin at a strong man's tent. One of the hunters by the fence murmured a number to another, appraising, and it wasn't Perrin they were pricing. Perrin's smile stayed up the whole time. That was the thing Idris would remember later. The smile never moved. Only something behind it did. A flicker, there and gone, too fast to name, of a boy discovering in public that there existed a currency in which he was poor. "Well," Perrin said lightly. He came closer. He looked up at Idris. He had to look up, and Idris watched him feel that too, and file it with the rest, and what was in his face now was worse than temper. It was interest. "You're the birthday one, aren't you? The Skinner boy who thinks he's owed something. Provings tomorrow." He let it hang, pleasant as a noose. "I'll come watch. I do love a proving. All that hope." The words sat there, rotting gently in the heat. "Do push hard, Ox. Push just as hard as you did right now. I want everyone watching when the system tells you what you are." He flicked 2 fingers at the hides his friends were carrying, at the yard, at the whole of it, mine, 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 and strolled out the way he'd come in, trailing laughter that was for hire. The yard exhaled. Decimus arrived at Idris's shoulder before Idris had finished deciding what to do with his hands. "Not him," Decimus said quietly. "Not today, not the day before. I didn't do anything. You did exactly something. I watched you weigh it out like Cranach. One swing's worth, no more. Decimus blew out a slow breath through his nose, looking at the sheared post, and being Decimus, said the true thing instead of the safe one. It was beautiful, and it was stupid. And I'd give a month's barley to see it again. And now that little duellist is going to be at the wards tomorrow with his friends and his wineskin, looking at you. My mother says, never teach a rich boy a new word. You just taught that 1-3. He took the hides anyway. He was always taking the hides. Hides are Tuesday. Decimus put one heavy hand on Idris's shoulder and turned him, gently, the way you'd turn a plough. Tomorrow isn't. Idris looked down at the gap on the pile, where 4 silver marks used to be. At his own hands, big, scarred, capable, worth a bowl of insulted barley and 1 copper tip. Tomorrow, he said, a 3rd time that day. And this time it wasn't grief, and it wasn't a plan. It was a promise. And he made it to the whole rotten town at once. Tomorrow the system looks at me, Des. Not at the collar. At me. First time in my life. And I'm going to give it something it's never seen. Decimus didn't laugh. That was the thing about Decimus. He never laughed at the parts you actually meant. I know you will, he said. And then, because one of them always had to be the sensible one. Now help me plant a new post before Cranach prices the old one. The summons came at dusk, with the yard emptying and the light going the colour of old brass. The master will see the birthday bond. The Calomel counting house sat at the yard's south end, and it was the plainest building any great house owned in Solemn. No banners, no carved lintel, 1 lamp, which told you more about its owner than banners would have. Bastian Calomel sat behind a desk with a ledger on it, and the ledger was closed, which in that room was a kind of thunderclap. He was a neat, grey, foldable-looking man on the far side of 50, dressed like his own clerk, with ink on his right cuff and the stillness of someone who had never in his life needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. The head of House Calomel, owner of some 900 souls. Idris is among them. He had a wife in the ground, no children anywhere, and a reputation. Idris had heard it argued in the barracks, both ways, at length, for being either the least cruel slaver in Solemn or the most patient one, depending on who was talking and what had been done to them. Idris. Bastian didn't look up from the middle distance, where he kept whatever he actually looked at. The post will be 4 coppers against your keep. Cranach wished it to be 40. I have explained to him the difference between a post and a lesson. A pause. It was 1 swing. Yes, master. Barasad's boy will remember it longer than 40 coppers would. It was said without heat. A man reading a figure off a page. Sit. Serfs did not sit in the counting house. Idris sat. Bastian opened the drawer of his desk, took out a single sheet of heavy paper, and laid it on the wood between them, turned so Idris could read it, which was itself remarkable. First, because most owners assumed no serf could read, and second, because Bastian knew this one could, because Bastian had had him taught. Numbers first, then letters, 3 winters of them, from the same droning clerk who taught the house pages. Idris had never worked out why, and had learned not to ask, because Bastian answered questions the way dungeons gave up treasure, rarely, and never the one you went in for. The sheet was a writ of leave. The bond Idris, property of House Calomel, is granted passage beyond his set bounds, from dawn bell to dusk bell, for the purpose of the seasonal proving, by order, and then the signature, already dry. You have never crossed the boundary stones, Bastian said. Not a question. The man knew his ledgers, and Idris was a line in one. You will feel it when you do. They all say the same thing, that it is like a rope going slack that you had stopped noticing was pulled tight. Take a moment when it happens. Compose yourself. Do not let the Barasad boy see your face while it does. He slid the writ across. Touch your thumb to the mark. Idris pressed his thumb to the signature and felt it. A change of state, small and total, somewhere behind his breastbone. As if in a house he'd lived in all his life, a door he had never seen had been unlocked. Not opened. Unlocked. For one day, by another man's hand, with the key going straight back into another man's pocket. The system kept the contracts. It kept them like this, silently, perfectly, in everyone's chest at once. "There," Bastian said, watching him with mild, bottomless attention. "Now you have felt the size of it. Good. Most of my people spend their lives pretending the bond is Kranich, or the collar, or me. It is none of those things. It is sworn into the world. And the thing that watches the world holds both ends. Hate me all you like. You do. That's sensible. But understand what you're hating, or you'll waste your strength on collars." "Why show me?" It was out before Rule 1 could catch it. Bastian looked at him properly then. For the first time, the grey eyes neither warm nor cold, appraising. The whole town priced everything, but where Sorrel had priced him like a horse, this was different. This was a man pricing a field he already owned, wondering what it might grow. "Because tomorrow you'll be graded, and graded stock can be hired out, and hired men see a share. From tomorrow you and I are, in a small way, in business." He tapped the closed ledger once. "Your bond stands at 5 crowns. I did not set that figure to torment you. I set it because that is what your father's debt cost this house, plus 17 years of your bread. I have never in my life freed a man, Idris. I have watched 11 men free themselves, and I have signed 11 discharges with genuine pleasure. And every one of those men earned it inside my books, on grades and higher shares. There is a 12th line waiting. I am telling you, the night before the system looks at you, that the line exists." He drew the ledger an inch toward himself, and the audience was over. "People call what I do slaving. It is coordination. The leaderless are everywhere, and they starve. Mine eat. The ones with iron in them by the door. Whatever the system gives you tomorrow." And here, for a moment, something almost went through the grey composure. Some old private arithmetic, there and gone. "It gives to House Calomel first. Remember that, and forgive me for it, or don't. Dawn bellboy. Sleep." Idris stood in the doorway with the writ in his hand, and because he was 17, and because the door behind his breastbone was unlocked, he spent his whole night's luck at once. The 11. What were their grades? Bastian did not look up, but he answered, which was its own event. "C," he said. "All 11. C's, hired out 20 years each." A page turned. "No serf of mine has ever come up higher. Go and be the first, if you're going to. It would be worth money to us both." The walk back to the barracks ran along the bottom of the town, and Idris took the long way, the way he always took when he had thinking to do, through the quarter called Hope. Hope had been built 40 years ago, in a hurry, by optimists, 3 streets of good stone cottages, a well, a little market square, even a shrine, all thrown up in a single roaring summer, when a new dungeon opened in the near hills and started coughing out all beasts with copper in their bones. A vein of walking money, 20-minute stroll from town. Fortunes were made. The district got a name to match the mood. Then the dungeon did the thing dungeons sometimes did. The thing that nobody, not the adjuncts, not the houses, not the grey scholars in the far-off capital who were paid to know, had ever adequately explained. A crew of hunters went down one day and cleared it to the bottom. And instead of filling back up with monsters the way most holes did, it simply ended, went out like a lamp. Some dungeons died when you beat them, and stayed dead. Some replenished forever, and nobody knew what sorted the one kind from the other. The ore beasts stopped coming. The money stopped walking. Hope emptied in 3 winters. Now it stood at the bottom of town with grass in its market square, and 40 years of other people's jokes on it. Empty as hope. Gone to hope. That was what Solemn said of anything finished, failed, not worth walking to. The houses didn't even bother owning it, which in Solemn made it the only honest ground for a mile. Idris liked it there. He'd never told anyone that either, but it was quiet, and it was his, by the only law he had access to, the law of nobody else wanting it, and it was the one place in the world where the buildings didn't rank him, because the buildings had troubles of their own. Third cottage, on the 2nd Street, the one with the fallen roof tree, and the rowan growing up through the kitchen. Under its cold hearthstone, wrapped in waxed cloth, lived a dented tin box, and in the box lived his count. He knelt in the dark he knew by heart, lifted the stone, and added Sorrel's copper to it. Then, because it was the night before everything, he counted the whole hoard through, slowly, by touch, 1 coin at a time, the way a priest counts a rosary. 215, he said out loud, to nobody. The rowan moved in the wind. Down the street, the empty shrine held its empty bowl up to the sky, still asking. 215 of 50,000. His mother was under a marker somewhere on the north slope, dead of the morning he was born. The debt for the healer who'd failed to save her was the seed of the bond he wore. His father had carried that bond 8 years, gone strange, gone silent, and finally gone entirely, walked north into the wrong hills one night, mad with grief, leaving House Calomel a dead man's debt, and a 9-year-old with silver coming in at the temples to pay it. Idris had inherited exactly 3 things in his life: the debt, the count, and whatever it was that lived behind his teeth and would not lie down. Tomorrow morning, 1 hour underground. The only fair judge in the world was going to look at all 3. He put the stone back. He stood in the grass-grown street of the town joke. In the dark, a big scarred boy with a writ in his pocket and a door unlocked in his chest, and he looked back up the hill at Solemn, at the house lamps burning above the shacks, at the whole stacked weight of it, and the promise came up out of him one last time, quiet now, and certain, the way the mall comes down. Tomorrow. Hope had been promised things before. It had learned not to answer. That was all right. He wasn't asking it to believe him yet. Chapter 2. The Proving. Idris turned 17 at some point during the night, without ceremony, in his sleep. No trumpet, no falling star, no cool hand of the system resting on his brow to say at last. He simply woke on the straw a year older than he'd gone to bed, discovered that he felt precisely the same, and lay there a while in the dark of the Calomel barracks, being quietly furious about it. Around him, 90 sleeping serfs breathed in the long communal rhythm he'd been hearing his whole life, a sound like the sea he'd never seen. Somewhere down the row, Decimus was snoring the way he did everything, thoroughly, without apology. Idris lay still and took inventory, because that was what he did with fear. He counted it. 1 writ of leave, folded against his chest, worn soft already from being checked. 1 copper tip. 1 count under a hearthstone. 1 promise, made to a whole town at once. 1 hour, somewhere below the ground north of the wards, waiting for him with his name on it. And as of some unmarked moment in the night just gone, 1 boy of exactly 17 years, which was the only entry on the whole list the system cared about. He got up, because there was a dungeon to conquer and a life to steal back, and both of those things began at dawn. Solemn at first light was a town built out of other people's leavings, and it wore the look honestly. It clung to the lower slopes of the Toothridge, where the good grey mountains gave way to bad brown foothills, a sprawl of tar-roofed shacks and mud lanes, and 3 grand stone houses that turned their backs on all of it. Everything in Solemn faced away from something. The shacks faced away from the houses faced away from the shacks, and the whole town, all of it together, faced away from the north, where the land went wrong, as if 40 years of living off the holes in the hills had taught everyone that it was wisest not to look directly at the thing that fed you. Idris walked up through the waking lanes with Decimus beside him, and his heart going like a hammer on hot iron, and at the top of the rise, where the last lane gave out into scrubland, he met the boundary stones. He had seen them 10,000 times. Squat grey markers, waist-high, spaced along the town's northern edge like teeth in an old jaw, each one cut with the Calomel brand, and beneath it, a line of the close, crawling script that belonged to no house at all. He had leaned on them, sat on them, stacked hides against them. He had never once passed between them, because for a bond of House Calomel there was no between. 17 years, and the whole north side of his world had ended at a row of knee-high rocks he could have hopped over on one leg. He put his hand on the nearest stone, the way you'd steady a ladder. Then he stepped past it. The rope went slack. That was the only way he could have said it. And he understood, in the first heartbeat, why every freed serf and every hired-out bond described it with the same words, and why Bastian, who had never worn a bond in his life, and had signed the writ that loosened this one, had known them anyway. Something he had carried so long, he had stopped calling it weight, simply eased, everywhere at once, a harness going loose across a chest that had been fitted for it at birth. The morning air arrived in his lungs, as if it had been waiting on the far side of the stones the whole time. His eyes stung, savagely, and without permission. "Take a moment when it happens," the old man had said. "Compose yourself. Do not let the Barasad boy see your face while it does." Idris stood very still with one hand on the boundary stone of the house that owned him, and breathed, and counted, 4 in, 4 out, twice, and put his face away where he kept it. Then he walked on, north, out of bounds, into the first morning of his 17th year. "Well?" Decimus asked quietly. He'd crossed a moment ahead, on his own writ. He'd had a month of walking to the wall and back to get used to it, and had refused every time to describe it. "It's nothing," Idris said. "Bit of air." "Hmm?" said Decimus, who had also cried at his stones and also composed his face, and they walked the rest of the way up the hill in the companionable silence of two liars who loved each other. The proving gate did not look safe, which was a strange quality in the safest dungeon in Solemn. It looked like a wound. A low arch of black basalt broke out of the hillside, no taller than a barn door, its edges fused smooth and glassy, as though something had melted the stone open from the inside a very long time ago, and the hill had never stopped flinching. Around it, driven deep into the earth, stood a ring of 9 wardstones, squat pillars carved with that same close, crawling script, each one humming a single low note that you felt in your teeth more than heard in your ears. Between the wards and the arch, garrison men in Barasad colours stood at their ease, bored in the way of soldiers assigned to guard something that had behaved itself for generations. 31 of Solemn's newly 17 were gathered in the frost-grey light, scrubbed and shivering. The freeborn had brought weapons, real ones, some of them, oiled swords, good ash spears, gifts from families who could afford to hope out loud. The bond serfs had brought their hands. Idris counted 9 of those, himself among them, standing a little apart the way oil stands apart from water, and told himself for the 9th time that it did not matter. Between the two groups, belonging to neither, stood a tall girl he half knew. Anna, the dyer's daughter, free-born and poor as any serf, her long brown hair braided back with string, and her hands stained to the wrist in blue. She was clutching a kitchen knife, the way you'd hold a live eel, and she was shaking so hard that the blade made a small, steady whisper against her belt buckle, and she kept apologizing to the people near her for things, for her elbow, for the noise, for existing at volume. "You'll want to breathe at some point," Idris told her. It came out grimmer than he'd meant. Everything did. "Sorry," Anna whispered, and then, I don't fight. I've never fought anything." "You've done laundry?" She blinked at him. Yes." "Rasps are paper." He nodded at the arch. "You've killed tougher stains. Go down. Do the washing. Come up named." It was possibly the least comforting comfort ever assembled, and Decimus winced at it visibly, But Anna, the dyer's daughter, stopped shaking for one entire breath, and something crossed her face that on a better morning might have been a laugh. "Killed tougher stains," she repeated to her knife. "You're a healer of souls," Decimus murmured to Idris in wonder. A poet of the yards. Never speak to a frightened person again. The man who ran the proving arrived with the sun, and the muttering died. His name was Vel. He was a system adjunct, one of the thin, grey, ledger-minded men whom the Temple of the Weighing, away in the capital, trained from boyhood, and posted out to preside over dungeons and record what the system made of people. Solemn had exactly one, and had had exactly one for 30 years, and it was this one. And he liked it here, it was said, because Solemn produced a great many entries and very little conversation. He wore the adjunct's slate-coloured robe, and the expression of a clerk counting money that wasn't his, and when he raised one ink-stained hand, the whole cohort leaned toward him like grass toward light. "You're frightened," Vel said. "Good. Frightened means you understand there's something here to be frightened of. Let me tell you exactly what it is, because half of you have heard nonsense from your uncles, and the other half have heard worse from your priests." He walked the line as he spoke, unhurried, hands folded behind him, examining them the way he'd examine a delivery of paper. "A dungeon is a door. That is all a dungeon is. In places the world runs thin. No scholar alive will tell you why, though several will tell you at length, and where it runs thin, things come through. Monsters, mostly, born in the dark on the far side of the thinness, sent up to kill and breed and take ground. A dungeon left alone vomits monsters into the world until somebody goes down and stops it. And that is what hunters. That is why this ugly little town eats better than towns 3 times its size in kinder places." He paused, and permitted himself the thin ghost of a shrug. "What sends them? No one living knows. The temple has 9 opinions. I have catalogued all 9. They are word for word the opinions of men describing the far side of a door through the keyhole." He stopped at the arch and laid one hand flat against the black stone. And here his dry voice changed, very slightly, the way a miser's voice changes at the door of the vault. "This dungeon does not vomit anything. This dungeon was bound, ward-stoned, tamed, its door held to the width of a crack, 4 generations ago at cost, so that it might serve one purpose only. Yours." He turned to face them. "You know the system's common name. The temple gives it another, the temper, because that is what it does. It tempers. It takes the raw iron of a person and finds out what the iron is for. From the moment you pass beneath this arch, it will be looking at you, not your family, not your bond, not the coin in your pocket, or the lack of it. You. It has watched every soul on this earth since before there were words for watching. It holds every oath, and it keeps every ledger. And once in your life it looks at you with its full attention and asks the only fair question you will ever be asked, which is, what are you?" The cohort had stopped breathing, more or less as one. "Inside, you will find rasps, nothing else. A rasp is the smallest, meanest thing a dungeon makes, F grade, the bottom rung of a ladder that climbs higher than any of you will ever see. It cannot open a door or lay a plan. It exists to die in front of you, and that is the proving." He rolled on, flat again. The vault door closed. "You will do something down there. Fight, run, cower, weep, dig. The temper has named diggers before and been right, and when it has seen enough, it will reach into the middle of you and give you your class, the shape of your life. And it will grade what it gives you, F at the bottom, then E, D, C, B, A, and S for the ones the songs are about. Class is what you are. Grade is how much of it you've got. And hear me, because this is the only sermon I know." He stopped walking. "The grade is set by nothing in this world except what you show it in that 1 hour. A boy who hides in a corner, while the rasps tire themselves out, will come up an F-grade something, and be an F-grade something, until they bury him. A boy who goes down and shows it the very edge of what he's got comes up more. It is the fairest hour of your life, for some of you standing here. And his grey glance crossed the 9 collars, without pity and without apology. A clerk noting a column, "It is the only fair hour you will ever get. Do not waste it hiding." He produced his list. "You'll go in 3s. You'll know when you've been named. It speaks into the middle of you, in words only you will ever hear. Come up, report your class and grade, and go home changed. No soul may watch another's proving. The measure is taken alone. That is temple law, and I have buried the career of a baron's man who tested it, and I dine on the memory still." He consulted the list with the enthusiasm of a man finding a stain on it. "House children first, of course." Idris watched 11 of them go in and come up changed, and he studied every one like a man memorizing a map to a country he meant to invade. It went like this. 3 at a time went down into the black throat, and for a few minutes there rose muffled scuffling and a dry, papery shrieking, and the occasional undignified yelp. And then they climbed back into the daylight wearing a particular dazed expression, as if someone had leaned close and whispered a secret directly into the center of them. Because someone had. You couldn't see another soul's hour, but you could read the after on their faces, and Idris read each one and entered it in the counting room. The plump baker's son who came up beaming and cried, "Needer D-grade," to his weeping mother, as though bread were the finest thing in the world, and in that moment in his face it truly was. The Octa's cousin who came up with a C in something clerkly, and announced it like an A, to applause that had been arranged in advance. The garrison sergeant's daughter, shield maid, C, and her father's whole row of teeth. Then the dyer's daughter went down, still apologizing, and came up different, not dazed. The others had all come up dazed. Anna came up pale, pale the way the frost was pale, with her blue-stained hands held slightly away from her body, as if they belonged to somebody else, and she was minding them for her. And she walked to Vel's little table and said her result so quietly that the adjunct, for the first time all morning, had to ask her to repeat it. She did. Idris was too far to hear, but he was not too far to see Vel's pen stop. It was nothing. It was half a heartbeat of stillness in a grey man's hand, and then the pen moved again, and Vel wrote her entry in his careful hand, and said something short that might have been next, and Anna walked away through the crowd, with her arms wrapped around herself, not toward her family, and the watchers read her face and her silence and drew the obvious conclusion, and the word went round the cohort with the kindness such words travel with, "wash out," or near it. Poor thing. Well, Dyer's girl, what was she going to be? Idris watched her go, and in the counting room, without quite knowing why, he opened a page and wrote. Vel's pen stopped. "Don't," Decimus said. "Don't what?" "Whatever you're filing. I know that face. It's the face that files." But he was watching her too, frowning slightly, the way he frowned at a hide that had been cut by someone who didn't know what was under it. Then Vel's voice. "The Calomel bonds. Big one first." And it was Decimus's turn. And Idris stopped breathing on purpose so he wouldn't do it by accident. Decimus went down the way he did everything, without hurry, a door walking calmly into a wall to see which of them gave first. For a while there was scuffling. There was the papery shriek of rasps, a great deal of it, cut suddenly and entirely short. There was a silence that stretched one beat too long. When Decimus came back up into the light, he was frowning at his own broad hands as though they belonged to a stranger he'd just decided he liked. "Well?" Idris demanded. "Rules be damned." He was through the crowd before it parted. "Ironbreaker," Decimus said quietly, like a man trying the word for fit. "B-grade." For 1 whole second, the yard side of the crowd did not understand it, because it was not a sentence that had ever been said on that hillside before. Then somebody's mother gasped, and somebody else said, "A bond." in a tone poised exactly between wonder and offence. And a garrison man repeated B to another garrison man. And down the slope the news went with its hair on fire, because everyone within 3 streets of the yards knew the shape of Bastion Calamel's ledger, even if they'd never seen it. 11 lines, 11 C's, 20 years of hire apiece. And no serf of that house, no serf of any house, said the older heads, had ever come up higher. Decimus had just written a 12th line clean over the top of them. For one clean, uncomplicated moment, Idris felt a joy so total it embarrassed him. Of course it was day. If the system had eyes at all, it would have seen him coming a mile off. He got his friend by the back of the neck and pressed their foreheads together, hard. "That's the record," he said. "Rough. You just took the record off the whole house, you enormous, quiet bastard. That's half the plan done, and you never even listened to the plan." "There's a plan?" Decimus's laugh came out unsteady. He was still looking at his hands between them. "Bastion's going to smile when he hears. I've never seen it. I'm afraid of what it'll do to his face. He'll wave the post. He'll frame the post." Then the laugh drained off him, and what was under it was the true thing. Low, for Idris alone. B grade higher share. You know what the share is on a B. I did the sums walking up. First time in my life the sums came out with anything left over. His hand closed on Idris's shoulder. Door heavy. "It's a road, Idris. It's an actual road with an end. Now you go down there and get on it with me, because I am not." And the word caught. And he was, after everything, 17. "I am not walking it alone. Hear me? Watch me," Idris said. "Idris, watch me." Vel consulted his list. "Bon Serf Calamel's the birthday one," he said to the paper. "In you go. You two behind him." And Idris stepped toward the Black Arch, which was when Perin Barrisad arrived to keep his promise. He came up the hill with his 2 friends and a wineskin, laughing at something none of the serfs had said, and he arrived the way his house arrived everywhere, as though the ground had been holding his place. He was bright-eyed and honey-haired and dressed for an outing, and on his hip rode the duelist's slender blade with its jewelled guard, and the easy weight of it said B-grade louder than he ever could, though he found ways to say it too. "Don't stop on my account," he called, draping himself along the ward fence. "I only came for the Skinner. He's owed something, remember?" His grin found Idris across the cohort, white and wide and hungry. "Go on, Ox, show us. Push hard." Vel did not look up from his ledger. "Clear the wards, young master. The proving is watched alone." "Is it?" Perin's voice was all sunlight. "Only my father holds the warrant for these wards. Adjunct House Barrisad keeps this hill and everything on it safe. And I heard the most worrying talk of tremors down there, some provings back. Shaking, dust." He was already swinging his legs over the fence, and his friends after him, and the wineskin after them. "So House Barrisad will attend the last descent. Below, for everyone's safety." He laid his hand on his jewelled hilt and smiled at the row of garrison men. His father's men, every one. And the garrison men studied the horizon with the professional intensity of soldiers being paid not to have opinions. Vel's pen stopped. The whole hillside had time to notice it. The second stopped pen of the morning, and this one, deliberate, held up like a small grey banner. "Temple law," Vel said without heat, "holds that observers taint the measure. The temper sees you regardless, of course. It sees everything. But the record, young master, is mine, and I will enter your attendance in it, in my best hand with its reasons. And copies of my record go south to the temple twice a year, and the temple's memory is long, and its patience is famous, and its reach, when it finally stirs, is not. He let that sit precisely as long as it wanted to. Attend, then. Mind the steps. Record away," said Perin Barrisad, who had never in his life met a consequence that couldn't be reasoned with by his father, and he vanished, laughing, into the black throat of the arch with his friends behind him. Decimus's hand landed on Idris's arm. His face said everything. It said he is 17, and drunk and armed, and behind you in the dark, and I have watched you weigh him twice in 2 days. 1 hour, Decimus said. Just that. 1 hour, Idris agreed, and went down into the dark after his audience. As he passed the table, low, without looking up, dry as dust in a ledger's spine, Vel said, "It pays for what it sees, boy. Give it something worth the ink." The tame dungeon swallowed the daylight in 3 steps. The passage sloped down and narrowed, its walls not rough stone, but something slicker, sweating a thin, cold damp that smelled of old copper and older rot. There was light down here, though no torch made it. A dim, sourceless red glow leaking from veins of dull crystal threaded through the rock, so that everything wore the colour of a banked fire or a held-back wound. Behind him came the 2 others of his 3. Bran, a ropemaker's boy with a hatchet and a good honest terror, and Mim, a shepherd's girl who'd gone down twice already in her dreams. And both times it had gone fine, she said, to nobody. Behind them came laughter and the slosh of a wineskin. The passage opened into a low, round chamber, its ceiling close enough that Idris had to stoop, its floor and walls pocked with hundreds of finger-wide cracks. At the chamber's rear, half lost in the red gloom, the wall was different. One whole span of it fused smooth and glassy, floor to ceiling, the same melted shut. Look as the arch above, as if this room had once had another door, and something, generations back, had gone to considerable trouble to make sure it didn't. Perrin arranged himself and his friends against the passage mouth, comfortable, spectating. "Snug," he pronounced. "Rustic. Go on then, Ox, the famous pushing." The rasps came out of the cracks. He had seen dead ones in the yards. A live rasp was a worse thing. The size of a farm cat, flat and segmented, its pale translucent chitin dry and papery as a wasp's nest, so that you could see the dark clockwork of it pulsing faintly inside. Too many legs, thin as needles, ticking on the stone like sleet on a window. No eyes anywhere, just a front end that split open wetly into a ring of small hooked teeth, and a dry rattling hiss that came from everywhere at once as more and more of them poured up out of the walls, drawn to warmth. Bran and Mim spread along the walls as they'd been told, jabbing, shrieking a little, keeping their distance. That was the sensible way. Chip at the edges. Earn your E. Go home whole. Idris had not come here to be sensible, and he had never once in his life fought by chipping at edges. He had no maul. He fought as if he did. The first rasp leapt for his face, and he caught it out of the air. Not a slash. A grab, one scarred hand closing around the papery body, and slammed it down against the stone with everything 4 years of the breaking block had built into his shoulders, and the thing burst like a lantern. 1. He was already turning. The turn had weight in it. The back of his fist went through the next, like a man driving a fence stake. 2. One up his leg, torn loose, thrown, a wet smear on the wall. 3. They swarmed him. And he did not give ground, because giving ground was for people who fought with the point of a thing, and Idris fought with the fall of it. He stooped, wrenched a loose slab of stone the size of a cartwheel up out of the broken floor, and brought it down two-handed into the thickest knot of them. The same committed, unhurried, whole-body arrival he'd put through a Rhineback's collar seam the day before. The sound of the yards, the wet, final crunch of the breaking work. Lifted it. Brought it down again. 7, 8. Not fast. Committed. Every swing, all of him. Nothing held back, nothing saved for the walk home, the way you can only fight when you have finally been given something it is not a crime to destroy. Dimly at the edge of things, he could hear Perrin's commentary running. Look at it go. Do you feed it raw meat, Ox? Careful, you'll strain something you rent. And the friends' laughter getting thinner and further between, because there is a kind of thing to watch that dries laughter up, and a big man in a killing rhythm is chief among them. And then it came. It came the way frost comes to a window from nowhere, all over at once, somewhere below the red-lit chamber, but above the hill, above the morning, a great cool attention turned its face toward him at last, a weight settling over. The middle of him, patient, vast, and interested, the pressure of being read by something that had read every soul since souls began, and was not bored yet. His skin rose on his arms. The counting room in his head went silent, every page of it. For the first time he could remember. There you are, thought Idris, bared his teeth at the low ceiling and the enormity beyond it, and swung again, harder, showing it, spending everything, exactly as every uncle in Solemn advised. Look at me. Look at what I can. 2 things happened then. And afterward, no 2 people who had been in that chamber would ever agree on their order. A rasp broke from the knot at his feet and skittered for the rear of the chamber, and Idris went after it. 3 long strides, fully committed, deep into the red gloom where the fused wall stood, and Perin Barisad, who had watched a serf be magnificent for as long as he could bear it, which was not very long, detached himself from the passage-mouth, drawled, "Careful, Ox," and, with the neat economy of a duellist and the invisible deniability of a boy whose father owned the witnesses, put his boot into the back of Idris's knee and the heel of one hand between his shoulders, and something underneath the world screamed. It came from below, from deep, from far under the tame little chamber, from somewhere the bound dungeon had no business touching, a sound like a mountain grinding its teeth in its sleep. So low, it arrived through the soles of Idris's boots before it ever reached his ears, and it swallowed the shove, and the stumble, and everything else. Every rasp in the chamber froze. Then, as one, they fled, a papery tide pouring away into the cracks, up the passage, over Bran and Mim, who were already scrambling and shrieking toward the light. The great cool attention tore away from Idris all at once, startled, gone, a candle pinched out mid-sentence. He was falling forward, through the space where it had been. He got one hand against the fused glassy wall, and the wall was hot, blood-hot, hot as a flank, and the whole dungeon shuddered, and the ancient melted seam under his palm did not crack so much as sigh, tired stone remembering how old it truly was, a black seam yawning open at the floor where solid ground had been a heartbeat before. Dust hissed off the ceiling in long grey ribbons. Far above, thinned by rock, he heard Vel's ledger voice climb into something almost human, heard garrison men bellowing about a breach, about sealing the ward, heard, clearest of all, cutting through everything, Decimus roar his name. Idris's boot went into the yawning seam to the shin. He threw his weight backward, and the ground he threw it onto had stopped being ground. The last thing he saw of the world above was the passage-mouth, red-lit, and Perin Barisad in it, stopped, half-turned in flight, looking back. Their eyes met across the shaking chamber, and Idris watched the arithmetic behind that handsome face, watched it weigh a shout, a hand, a rope, a word, and watched it, with the smooth relief of a boy finding the sums come out in his favour after all, choose the stairs. Then the dark took his leg, his hip, all of him, and he went down into the underside of the world with a curse still warm in his mouth, and the red light wheeling away overhead. He fell far, much, much too far. Longer than a tame dungeon had any right to be deep. The walls rushing past unseen, long enough to think this is going to. And then stone came up to meet him, and knocked the world white. When the world came back, it came back slowly, and it came back wrong. He was lying on his back on a floor that was smooth, not the honest broken rock of the proving. Smooth, flat, cut, laid by hands, and laid with care, and laid a very, very long time ago. His fingers, spread against it, found the joint between 2 dressed blocks, and the joint was fine enough to hide a hair. Idris lay still, and got his breath back one furious lungful at a time, and used the getting of it to take stock of where the breath was going. Ribs? Bad. Not broken. Probably. He'd been broken before, and knew the difference by heart. Left palm, torn open, wet. Everything else present, and voting, above him, impossibly high now. A single thread of dim red light marked the hole he'd fallen through, and even as he watched, it thinned and shrank, and closed, rubble and dust sighing back into the wound overhead, sealing the tame world and the daylight and Decimus's voice away behind a mile of mountain. The dark that remained had no red in it. It had no light at all. And yet he could feel the size of it, the way you feel a cathedral in the black, a vastness pressing on the ears, walls and a ceiling somewhere far, far out at the edges of an enormous made space. Cold air moved over his face, slow and even, in and out, like breathing, and it tasted of nothing at all. Not copper, not rot, not the living reek of the dungeon above. The flat, clean nothing of a breath held longer than kingdoms last, in a lung that had forgotten why. Out in that nothing, something shifted its weight, settled, and went still again. Not the stillness of sleep, the stillness of a thing that had heard him arrive, and was in no hurry, and was waiting, with the patience of the very large, to see what he would do. Idris rolled onto his knees. His whole left side sang, and he made himself feel every note of it, because pain was honest, and this place was not. He found the wall, smooth, cold cut, put his back against it, got his feet under him, and lifted his aching hands, and knew, the way a breaker's hands always know, that they were empty, and that he was going to need something heavy very soon. In the counting room, which had come back before he had, a new page was already open. One shove, it said, in the neat hand he kept for debts. One boot, one hand, one look back, one set of stairs. Perim Barasad carried forward. "All right," he said, out loud, into the dark, to the town over his head, to the boy on the stairs, to the vast cool attention that had leaned in close and lost him, to every single thing that had ever weighed him, and named him, and never once bothered to ask. His voice did not shake. He was distantly, savagely proud of that. "All right. You wanted to see me push hard." Chapter 3. What named him? The dark had a floor, and the floor had a direction, and for a long time that was all Idris let himself know. He kept his torn palm flat against the cut wall, and he walked, because standing still in a place like this was a way of inviting it to happen to you. And Idris had spent 17 years being a thing that happened to. He would do the happening now, even if all he was happening to was a wall. His eyes learned the dark by degrees. There was light here, after all. Not the sullen red of the tame dungeon above, but something colder and far fainter, a bluish grey, seeping from nowhere and everywhere. The colour of moonlight remembered by a man who has been underground too long. By it, slowly, the size of the place resolved around him. And the size of the place was wrong. It was a hall, a made hall, on a scale nothing living builds. The wall under his hand ran straight and true into the murk on either side, dressed in blocks each larger than Bastion's counting-house, their hairline joints marching away into distance. And Idris, who had spent the day before yesterday pricing a rhineback by its seams, ran his thumb along one of those joints out of pure yard habit, and felt his stomach drop. Because he could not price this. There was no number. The masons who cut this stone had not been paid in anything he had a word for. Columns rose out of the gloom, vast fluted pillars of black stone, so tall their tops were simply gone, spaced down the hall like the trunks of a petrified forest. And between the columns, half seen, stood figures, statues, 3 times the height of a man, armoured kings or gods, their faces worn to blank ovals, each holding a weapon reversed, point down before it, in the pose of a sentinel who had been told to stand watch, and had never, in all the ages since, been told to stop. And everything, the floor, The columns, the blank-faced kings, everything bore the marks of a battle. Not a skirmish, a cataclysm. The stone was scorched in long black rivers, as though fire had run down it like water. Columns lay shattered clean across the hall, snapped like green twigs by something that could snap columns. The floor was strewn with a fine grey grit that Idris did not at first understand, until he crouched and let it run through his fingers, and found the small curved shapes in it. The joint of a knuckle, the cap of a tooth, bone. The grit was bone, an entire field of it, ground so fine by so many years it had become a kind of soil. He was walking on an army. The counting room in his head, which counted everything, which had counted through beatings and hunger, and the morning his father didn't come back, tried to count the dead by the depth of the grit and the width of the hall, reached a number, and quietly declined to show it to him. Whatever had happened here had happened a very long time ago, and whoever had won it had not stayed to enjoy the winning. Out in the dark, something took another step. He heard it properly this time. The scrape and set of a great weight moving, unhurried, off to his left, keeping pace with him among the columns. Not sneaking. It did not need to sneak. It was simply walking him, the way a drover walks a sheep toward the pen, letting him tire, letting him feel the size of the trap before it closed. Idris stopped pretending he hadn't noticed. He put his back to the nearest fallen column, wrenched a jagged fist of masonry off the floor into his good hand, and made himself breathe. 4 in, 4 out. Twice. Come on, then, he said. His voice went out into the hall and came back changed, older, wrapped in echo, wearing the room's cold. I've had a long day. It came out of the black between 2 columns, and it was pale. That was the first and worst thing, that a creature bred in this lightless deep should be the colour of something drowned. It stood taller than a plough ox at the shoulder, built like a hunting hound crossed with a battering ram. Its hide, a slick grave-white stretched drum-tight over slabs of muscle, its spine ridged with a hedge of black barbs. It had too many joints in its legs, and it folded them wrongly, so that it did not run across the bone grit so much as paw. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, pale dome. Below that, a jaw split not up and down, but in 4 hinged pieces, opening outward like a hand, lined all the way down the throat with teeth the colour of old iron. The yard part of him, the part that priced, read it the way he read every carcass, in one long practised look, hunting the seams, and found none. Plate into muscle into barb, joinless, gapless, a carcass with no invoice, and a body with no argument in it anywhere. In the yards, they said every animal agrees to come apart somewhere. This one had never agreed to anything. It made no sound at all. That was the second worst thing. It came at him in total silence, and only when it was nearly on him did Idris understand that the deep, grinding scream he'd heard beneath the world had never come from its throat. It had come from the stone, from the floor itself, buckling under a weight that should not be able to move that fast. He threw the masonry. He threw it with a breaker's arm, dead into the centre of that opening 4-part jaw. And it was a good throw, a killing throw against anything that lived up in the honest world. And the pale thing tilted its blind dome a hand's width aside, took the stone shattering across its barbed shoulder without slowing at all, and hit him. The world came apart. He was in the air. Then he was through a standing column, black stone bursting around him like a wave. And then he was skidding through bone grit with his ribs screaming, and his mouth full of the ancient dead. He got a knee under himself out of sheer animal refusal, and the thing was already there, folding its wrong legs down, that terrible hand of a jaw yawning open. Above him, and Idris did the only thing 17 years had taught him to do, which was to be too stubborn and too angry to die on someone else's schedule. He rolled inside the bite. Iron teeth closed on empty stone where his skull had been. He came up under the pale throat with nothing in his hands, and both hands grieving for a maul, and he struck it, heel of the palm, whole ruined body behind it, the breaking block swing with no iron at the end of it, only his own bone. It was like punching a wall that punched back. Something in his right hand gave with a wet click. The thing did not so much as flinch, but it drew its head back to bite again. And in the half-second that bought him, Idris saw where the cold blue light gathered thickest, and saw what stood at the heart of the hall, and ran for it, because it was the only direction left in the world. There was a dais at the centre of the hall, a great raised circle of black stone, climbed by 9 broad steps, and on the dais there was a throne, and on the throne there was a king. He had been dead so long, he had become part of the chair. Armour of black metal, dark in a way that drank the blue light rather than throwing it back, had fused with the bones inside it, and the stone beneath it, into a single seated shape, a man-sized darkness, with a worn crown grown into its brow. The head had fallen to one side, almost gently, the way a man's does when he finally stops fighting sleep. Whatever face he'd had was ages gone. His posture had outlived his name, and across the ruin of his lap, held loose in gauntlets that had forgotten they were gripping, lay a war hammer. Idris did not think. There was no thinking left in him. There was a pale, silent death folding its legs to spring at his back, and there was, on a dead king's knees, a weight, a 2-handed warhammer of the same light-drinking black metal as the armour, its head a brutal, square-faced block, made by someone who had understood, as Idris understood in his marrow, as the yards had beaten into him swing by swing since he was 13, that the point of a weapon is a coward's promise, and the fall of one is the only honest thing in the world. He took the 9 steps in 3 strides. He closed both hands, the broken one and the whole one, around the ancient haft, and he pulled it free of the dead king's grip. The hall changed. It was not light, though for a moment he took it for light. It was a tension, the same vast cool weight that had leaned toward him in the tame dungeon above, that had turned its face to him and been torn away mid-sentence, except that here, in this deep and sealed and waiting place, there was nothing to tear it away. It arrived. It arrived through the black haft and up his arms and into the centre of his chest, and it filled him the way water fills a cellar, from the bottom, all at once, without asking. Idris went to his knees on the dais with the hammer across them, and heard, at last, the thing every child in Solemn spends their 17th year aching to hear. He heard the voice that names. "There you are," it said, and it was not cold at all. It was warm. It poured into him warm and steady and glad, a voice like a hand laid on a fevered brow, like a mother finding a child she had feared was lost for good. And it wrapped around the frightened, furious core of him, and held on. "Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you for such a long time. And here you are at the very bottom of the world, still on your feet, still swinging. Of course you are. Of course you are. Be still now. Be still. And let me look at you. And let me tell you what you are." And a second voice said, "No." It slid in underneath the first, like cold water under a door, and it was every bit as beautiful, and every bit as pleased to have found him. And that was the horror of it, that they arrived together, twins, rivals, each certain, each glad. "No," the cold voice said again, and it was smiling. He could hear it smiling, a smooth, cultured, enormously patient smile. "Do not let her tell you what you are, little breaker. She will make you small and safe and good, and you will die grateful, the way that army out there on your floor died grateful. Listen to me instead. I have watched you swallow your own fury for 17 years to keep other men's peace. I know precisely how much of it is down there. I have measured. Let me show you what you could become if you ever, once, let it out." "He is not yours," said the warm voice. And for the first time there was steel under the warmth, old steel, drawn without hurry. "He is not yours either," purred the cold one. "Look at him. He hasn't decided. That's what makes him so." A delighted pause. Interesting. The two vast presences closed on the small, stubborn point of Idris, at the center of everything, and each reached out to take him and to name him. And they met, and they locked. Warmth against cold, mother against tempter. 2 words for what he was arriving in the same instant, neither able to land, and something happened then that had not happened in all the long history of the voice that names. Nothing landed at all. The pressure of it drove the breath out of him. Behind his own eyes, in the place where the system writes a person's truth, where the baker's boy had read Nida, where Decimus had read Ironbreaker, where Anna the dyer's daughter had read whatever had stopped an adjunct's pen. A shape tried to form, and failed, and tried and failed, the 2 names grinding against each other like millstones with a boy between them. And when the grinding stopped, what stood written in the middle of him, stark and silent and refusing every word the 2 great powers threw at it, was this: unknown. For exactly 1 heartbeat, the whole world was still. Then, quietly, in the manner of a clerk resuming work after an earthquake, because the ledger will not keep itself, something unfolded across the darkness of his vision, thin lines of pale light, drawing themselves with terrible calm, assembling a shape no one had ever taught him, and every soul in the world would have recognized. Idris, class, unknown, grade, none recorded level, 1. The Temper has no record of this class. The Temper keeps all records. Please stand by. Please stand by, the cold voice read aloud with relish. 8,000 years of perfect bookkeeping. I want you to know, little breaker, that I have never seen it apologize before. I will treasure this. Hush, said the warm voice, to the other one, not to him, and then, to him, gentler, and quickly, child. Listen, I know it is much, and I know your side hurts, and I will explain everything, I promise you, but first. The pale thing hit him from behind. It should have been the end. He was on his knees, hollowed out and rung like a bell, a boy with a stolen hammer and a blank sheet and a monster's teeth already arriving. And Idris, with the last air in him and the vast doubled attention still roaring through his chest, did the thing his whole nature had been built around since before it had a name. He did not reach for safety. He did not reach for either voice. He reached for help, the way a drowning man reaches, blind and total, in every direction at once, and something in the new-lit furnace at the center of him understood and answered. The bone grit on the dais steps moved. It ran together like iron filings to a lodestone, and it was not the grey dust of the dead that rose, but something darker coming up through it, up out of the floor and the ages, the black metal of this place, of the armor, of the hammer, welling, gathering, pouring itself into a shape in the space of a single held breath. And the shape it took was the shape a body is underneath everything else, a skeleton, tall as Idris, black, not the black of soot or shadow, but the deep drinking black of the dead king's armor, every bone of it cast whole in that strange metal, seamless, gleaming, cold. It had no eyes, it made no sound, and the instant it was, it moved. Faster than the pale thing, faster than anything that Heavy had a right to move, and caught the descending 4-part jaw in both black hands, and held it. Held that grave white nightmare off Idris by main force. Silent, unbothered, immovable as a closed door. It did not look at the monster. It turned its smooth black skull, and it looked at Idris, waiting. Summon raised. 1 of 1. Designation: none. Class: none. It is waiting for you and Idris. Ribs cracked, hand broken, hollowed and remade, and named nothing at all by the 2 great powers still ringing in his blood. Idris got his feet under him on the steps of a dead king's throne, and lifted the black warhammer level in both hands, and felt its brutal, honest weight settle into hands that had been built for exactly this, since he was 13 years old. For the first time in his life, nothing and no one was telling him what he was worth. He would just have to show them. Hold it still, he told the silent thing at his side, and did not stop to wonder why it obeyed. Then the yard's breaker walked down the 9 steps of the dais, into the pale thing's straining, pinned, thrashing bulk, and brought the fall of the hammer down. The first blow landed where its shoulder plates met its neck, the seam that wasn't there, so he made one, and the whole hall rang like a struck bell, and something under that drowned white hide audibly changed its mind about being whole. Might +1. The words flicked across the bottom of his vision, small and tidy, and were gone. Idris did not know what they were. He knew exactly what they were. Every child in Solemn knew, from the songs, from the boasting of graded men. The system paid for what it saw, and it paid in you. And it was paying him mid-swing, the way no one in his life had ever paid him for anything. He lifted the hammer and brought it down again. The thing fought. Gods, it fought. It was C-grade at the least, the ceiling of anything he'd ever seen dead in the yards, and it was not pinned so much as delayed. Wrenched and hammered the black skeleton across the dais steps, tore furrows in stone that had outlived kingdoms, whipped its barbed spine around like a flail. The skeleton took all of it. Barbs that had shattered a column raked shrieking across black metal and left nothing, not a scratch, not a mark. And the skeleton simply reset its grip, silent, patient, adjusting, its stance with the small, unhurried economy of a good workman. And Idris realized through the red of the fighting that it was learning. Every hold it took was better than the last one. Might +1. Vigor +1. Do you see? The warm voice said, low, urgent, running beside him now like a second heartbeat. Breathe with the swing, not against it. You have fought alone your whole life, child. You are not alone. Move it. It is yours. It is you. Left, Idris gasped, and the skeleton hauled the pale thing's head left, opening the throat line, and the hammer arrived into the gap with everything the yards had ever built into him. And this time, the sound was not a bell. It was the breaking block. It was the 8th strike on a Rhineback's keystone. It was the most familiar sound in his whole hard life, arriving at last on the other side of the ledger. The pale thing's 4-part jaw opened all the way. No sound came out. Its wrong-jointed legs folded, not the pouncing fold, the other one, the one every creature does only once, and it went down into the bone grit of the older dead. And the hall was, for the first time since he'd fallen into it, entirely still. Idris stood over it, chest heaving, hammer head resting on the ground because his arms had finished voting, and watched the light assemble its calm, pale lines across the dark. Slain, Pale Warden, Grade C, Level 3, up from Level 1, Might +4, Vigor +3, Agility +2, Wit +1, Will +3. The level-ups arrived as warmth, a slow flood of it, up from the soles of his feet, and where it passed, the ledger of his injuries was quietly amended. Shriek of his ribs stepped down to a growl. The wet gravel grind of his broken hand faded to a deep hot ache. The torn palm closed to a red line and a memory. Not healed. Adjusted. Even his exhaustion had been somehow renegotiated. "Ha!" said Idris, to no one, and sat down quite suddenly on the bottom step of a dead king's dais, and laughed, a short, cracked, disbelieving sound that ricocheted off the columns and came back to him from 6 directions, so that for a moment the whole hall full of blank-faced statues seemed to be laughing with him. It was possible he was slightly hysterical. He felt he'd earned it. "Sit a moment," said the warm voice, satisfied, wrapping around him like a blanket that had opinions. "You did well. You did beautifully. And I have watched everyone who ever swung anything. Breathe. We have much to speak of, you and I. We," said the cold voice, "have much to speak of. 2 of us." She keeps saying, "I." I've noticed it too. You were not invited. Neither were you. That, the cold voice said silkily, is rather the marvelous point. Shall we tell him? Look at him. He's counting. He counts when he's frightened. It's charming. Little breaker. In all the ages of the world, no soul has ever hosted us both. Every heart is hers. or in time, mine. One or the other, always. And then there is you, standing in the one doorway in creation, with a foot on each side, holding a dead king's hammer, unpriced. A pause, rich with pleasure. I'm going to enjoy you enormously. What are you? Idris said, out loud. His voice had rust in it. Everything gentle that ever grew, said the warm voice. Everything hungry that ever won, said the cold one, at the same instant, and then both of them stopped, and the silence had the exact texture of two ancient enemies glaring at one another across a boy's aching head. Right, said Idris. Helpful. He looked at the dead king on the throne above him, the black shape, the worn crown, the gauntlets lying open where the hammer had been, almost as though they had handed it down, and asked the better question, the one the counting room had been holding up insistently for some time. Whose hall is this? Who was he? The silence changed. It went careful. That is not mine to tell, said the warm voice, at last, and there was something underneath the warmth, old and complicated, that Idris had no name for yet, though he had heard something like it once. In Bastion's grey composure, for one flicker, on the far side of a closed ledger. Nor mine, said the cold voice. Yet? And it said that single word the way Sorrel had palmed the copper, so smoothly that the transaction was over before you knew one had occurred. Idris looked at the throne a moment longer. In the counting room, on the page that held Vel's stopped pen, he made a second entry, 2 voices. Both went quiet at the king. Then he did what the yards had taught him to do with any mystery too big to lift. He set it down and turned to the carcass, because the carcass was money. The pale thing lay half across the lowest step, already cooling, and up in the world above, 3 days ago. In another life, Idris had skinned enough C-grades to price one in his sleep. Hide. Heavy, strange, probably valuable. Definitely too much to carry. Barbs. Some alchemist would weep over them. But the core, the little dull crystal that sat where a heart should sit, the stone every monster carried and no scholar could explain, the piece worth more than all the rest of the animal together, the core he could carry. The core was the Count. He had no knife. He had never needed one less. Idris read the pale chest, the way he read every carcass on the block, chose his spot, said, hold the shoulder to the skeleton, which did, instantly, precisely, and he felt something in him, flex with the ease of it, the way an arm feels when it finds out it's stronger than the jar, and brought the hammer down once, exactly, the breaker's blow, opening the seam that wasn't there. Inside, where a heart should have been, sat the core. It was the size of a hen's egg, and it was not dull at all. The cores that came down to the yards were spent things, cloudy, the grey of old ice. This one burned, a slow banked light turning over inside it, the blue-white of the hall's own glow, as if the creature had been carrying a coal of the place's cold fire. Loot, Warden Core, Grade C, pristine. The temper appraises exceptional. Now that, said the cold voice, leaning in, Idris could feel it lean, a pressure at his shoulder like a merchant at an auction, is worth having. Listen to me, little breaker. A core taken fresh, from a worthy kill, by the hand that made the kill. That is not a trinket. That is strength, waiting. Crack it. Take it in. Now, while it's hot, I will show you how. One core like that, and you will feel what a real class feels like on the first day, instead of limping up the ladder rung by rung like the deserving poor. The voice curled, satisfied with its own reasonableness. She won't forbid it. She'll only say it isn't wise. Ask her why. Make her say it plainly. She never says anything plainly. A mother of caution. It is his, the warm voice said, evenly. He won it. He may do as he likes with it. A pause. And he has already decided, and you have wasted a lovely speech. She had him exactly right. And Idris grinned in the dark, and it was his first grin as whatever he now was, because he had done the sums before the cold voice finished its second sentence. A pristine C-core, better than anything the yards had ever handled. 10 silver marks at the meanest. 12, 15, if Octus's buyers bid against a southern caravan. 1,500 coppers. In the counting room, reverently, he moved the beads. 215 became 1,715, and the road that had been 700 years long shortened, in one hammer blow, to something with an end on it. Power now, or the Count. It wasn't even a fight. Power was a thing they could always find a way to take from you. He had watched them fold Decimus's strength into a bond, watched the system itself hold the ends. But the Count was freedom, and freedom was the only power that came with paperwork. "I'm selling it," he said out loud, to the offended silence at his shoulder. "It's 10 marks. 12 if I clean it." "You would sell a miracle," said the cold voice, genuinely fascinated. "I'd sell you if you had a handle." He wrapped the core in the cleanest corner of his ruined shirt and knotted it, and the knot was the knot every yard serf used, and his hands were steady. "And I'd know your grade before I priced you," he thought, "and I don't. Either of you." He kept that page to himself. The skeleton stood by the broken carcass, motionless, patient, its blind black skull turned toward him. Waiting again, always waiting. The pale lines wrote themselves small and courteous at the edge of his sight. "Designate a class for your summon?" "Not yet," Idris told it. The skeleton, the system, the hall, all of them. He didn't have the word yet. He had a feeling the word was going to matter more than any single swing he'd ever take, and he had learned pricing from Bastion Calamal's town. You did not name a figure until you'd seen the whole ledger. "Wise," said the warm voice, with a mother's unbearable pride. "Boring," said the cold one. "Wise and boring. Oh, he's going to be one of those. 10,000 years of waiting, and we've landed a shopkeeper." "Show me the rest of it, then," Idris said. "The sheet. All of it, whatever the ones with the songs get to see." He climbed back to his feet, hammer in one hand. 10 silver marks knotted against his hip, an indestructible impossibility standing at his shoulder like a black door that had decided to follow him. And the system, which keeps every ledger, and had just opened a brand new one with a blank where the grade should be, laid it all out across the ancient dark. Idris. Class, unknown, grade, none recorded level. 3. Might 21, Vigor 19, Agility 14, Wit 14, Will 22. Class bonuses, none. Class, unresolved. Growth, unbound. Abilities, raise summon, 1 of 1. Designate class, unused. Warhammer, black metal. Material, unregistered. Grade, none recorded. The Temper has no record of this class. He read it twice, top to bottom, the way Bastion read a contract. He was 17, and a serf, and a mile under the world. And there were exactly 3 things on the whole sheet he understood. The first was class bonuses, none. And he understood it because he'd spent one afternoon watching house children come up out of a hole wearing their new classes like fur cloaks. The system dressed you the moment it named you. An ironbreaker's arms, a duelist's wrists, a shield-maid's stance, granted whole, the down payment on everything you'd be. His said none. Naked. Whatever he was going to be, he'd arrive at it carrying every stone himself. The second was growth, unbound, and he understood that one because both voices had gone very quiet when the sheet unfurled, the particular quiet of 2 rich buyers seeing the same lot at the same instant, and each pretending not to want it. And the third was the blank. Grade, none recorded. The little empty line where his whole plan used to live. Up there in the morning light, a grade was a wage, a higher share, a road with an end, Bastion's 12th line, waiting for a letter to fill it. The system graded everyone, the one fair hour, the one fair judge, and the one fair judge had looked at Idris of the Yards, weighed him against every soul it had ever named, and declined to price him. He waited for that to feel like the end of everything. It didn't. He stood there in the ringing dark and turned it over, the way he'd turn a strange hide on the block. And what it felt like. Cracked ribs, blank sheet, dead king, 10 silver marks, and all was the boundary stones going slack. Every price in his life someone else had set. The barley, the hides, the 4 coppers for a post, 5 crowns for the whole of him, entered in another man's book. And now the only judge in the world with the authority to do it had looked all the way down into Idris and put down the pen and said, "No number." "Unpriced," he said, trying it. "Unpriced," the cold voice agreed. "Delighted." "Priceless," the warm one said, at the same moment, and meant it differently, and meant it more. Idris looked up, past the pale lines of the sheet, into the dark, where the hall went on and on toward whatever end it had. Doors, stairs, a way up, a way out. There was always a way out. This place had had an army in it once. And armies do not climb down holes. And he rolled his shoulder, and the black hammer rode up onto it like it had been cast there, and the skeleton fell in beside him without being told, its footfalls making no sound at all on the bones of the world. The count stood at 1,715. The debt stood at 50,000. The dark stood in every direction, and somewhere overhead, sealed behind a mile of mountain, a town was already telling itself whatever story it liked best about the serf who broke his proving. Let it. Solemn had been pricing him for 17 years. They'd had their turn. "All right," said the first unpriced man in the history of the world, to his army of one. "Let's go find out what I'm worth." Chapter 4:1. The first problem with owning an indestructible metal skeleton, Idris discovered within the hour, was that it walked in perfect silence, and he did not. And so every footstep in the dead hall was his echoing, announcing him to the dark, like a town crier with one drum. The second problem was that it kept looking at him, not constantly. That would have been easier. It walked at his left shoulder. It had chosen the left, unprompted, and corrected back to it whenever the ground forced them apart, and it faced ahead the way a good sentry faces ahead. But whenever he spoke, whenever he stopped, whenever he so much as shifted the hammer from one shoulder to the other, the smooth black skull came around with a small precise turn and attended to him, patient and eyeless, awaiting instruction with an intensity that made him feel absurdly like Overseer Cranach. "Stop that," Idris said. It did not stop that, because that was not an instruction it could pass. And after a moment he worked this out for himself, because the rules were becoming visible, the way seams became visible on a carcass. It did precisely what he said, instantly, and forever, and everything he didn't say fell through it like water through a net. "Walk," he tried. It walked. "Stop." It stopped, mid-stride, one black foot raised, and stood balanced on the other with the perfect indifference of a fence post. "Put your foot down." "Foot down." "Wave." The skeleton raised one black hand and waved, a slow, courteous, horribly lifelike wave, the wave of a neighbor across a fence. "Behold," said the cold voice, "the pinnacle of the summoner's art. 10 ages of the world, the sole successor to a king's power, and he has taught it to wave." "Testing the hinges," Idris said. "You test a tool before you trust it. Wave off." The hand came down. "Follow? Left side." "He tests," the warm voice said, and there was that unbearable note in it again, pride, wholly unearned by anything Idris understood himself to have done. Let him test, and let him learn it his own way. He has never been given anything before. He is learning what having is. "Don't talk about me like I'm not here. Where else would you be?" Both voices said at once, in perfect unison, one warm and one cold, and then fell into an affronted silence at each other. And Idris walked on through the bone soil of a dead kingdom with the corner of his mouth twitching, and hated how much better he felt for it. He had questions. He had, by the counting room's tally, 41 of them and a mile of dark to spend, so he asked them in yard order. Value first. The sheet said, Level 3. Level of what? Of you, said the warm voice. Think of it as depth, a vessel deepening. Every living thing the Temper watches has a measure, and when you overcome what is set against you, the measure deepens, and I pour more of you into you. Stats are the shape of the vessel. Levels are its size. Ignore her, she explains like a priest, the cold voice said. Here is the truth in coin, little breaker. Since coin is your mother tongue, the world pays for killing. It has never paid for anything else half so well. Every creature you put down is wages. You felt it, the warmth, the knitting of your ribs. That was payment. Level is nothing but your rank, in the only guild that never lies. You are third rank. The pale thing you broke was worth perhaps 20 ranks of some lesser boy. You will find that arithmetic either horrifying or beautiful, and which one you find, it will tell us both a great deal. Both, Idris said. It's both. And the growth unbound. She went quiet when the sheet showed it. You both did. He kept walking. He learned this in the yards, too. Some questions you asked a carcass, and some you asked the silence around it. Decimus is B grade. What does his sheet say where mine says unbound? There was a pause with a shrug in it. A letter, the cold voice said. Every classed soul has one. Growth is the leash on the ladder. How much of each level's payment you're permitted to keep. An F grade keeps a trickle and calls it a life. Your ironbreaker friend keeps a handsome wage, allotted to him forever by his betters. The voice came closer, and it did the thing it did. The leaning, the merchant at the auction pressure at his shoulder. You have no letter, no allotment, no betters. You keep what you take, little breaker. All of it, always. And the only ceiling above you is the one thing no one in this world has ever tested. We do not know where you stop. Do you understand me? She does not know where you stop. He is 17, the warm voice said, with steel in it, and a mile beneath his own bed. And you are already selling him the top of a ladder whose first rung nearly killed him this morning. Let him climb. Child, the truth is smaller, and better than his poetry. You will grow as fast as you dare to grow. That is all anyone can promise you. It has simply never been promised to anyone before. Idris walked in silence for a while, filing. He had begun, privately, to keep books on them, because they had not offered names, and because everything in his life had always gone better once he'd priced it. The warm one, who guarded him like a debt she'd personally guaranteed, the mother, the counting room had written. And then he had looked at that word a long moment, alone in his own head, and let it stand. And the cold one, with its beautiful, reasonable voice and its stock of things he surely wanted. The merchant. He knew merchants. Merchants were fine. You just never, ever signed anything. One more, he said. The summon. It says one of one. When do I get the next? The pale lines assembled themselves, small and courteous, out of the dark. Raise summon. One of one. The next waits on the first. Give the first its work. Its work? A class, the warm voice said. As the Temper gave your friend Ironbreaker, you may give your summon a class, any class. That is your gift, and it will learn that class the way an apprentice learns, by doing. When it has the shape of its work down to the bone, a pause, acknowledging the joke arriving, declining to apologize for it, the next may rise, one at a time, mastery before multitude, or in coin, the cold voice translated. Your workshop fits one apprentice. The graduation fee is competence, and enrollment is free. Even you must admit, those are excellent terms. Idris looked sideways at the black skeleton pacing him, silent, tireless, impervious, currently attending to him with its whole eyeless being because he'd glanced at it, and did not say what the counting room was doing, which was falling, quietly and completely, in love. Learns any trade. Never sleeps, never eats, never tires, never paid. Somewhere above his head, House Callimal owned 900 souls and fed them barley to keep the difference. The thing at his shoulder made the entire arithmetic of Solemn, the whole stacked pyramid of houses and bonds and skinning yards, look like a bad deal that had only ever survived because nobody had been offered a better one. "It needs a name," he said. "Yes," said the cold voice, arriving all at once, like a man who has been waiting outside the door of this exact conversation. "At last. Something with weight, Little Breaker. It is the first night of a new order, the herald of your silent court. Dreadmarrow, Nightgrave, Vault-born Kell, or something kind," the warm voice said. "It will carry the name a long time. Faithful, steadfast." "One," said Idris. The silence had texture. It was two ancient cosmic powers discovering they had, for the first time in creation, common ground. "One," the cold voice repeated, flatly. "The heir of kings has numbered his miracle. Like stock." "Like stock," Idris agreed. "First thing I've ever owned. I'm not wasting a good name on a fellow who hasn't picked a trade yet. It can earn one, same as me. Besides," he rolled the hammer to his other shoulder and allowed himself in the dark, where no one could price it, the whole of the thought, "There's going to be a 2. The skeleton, one now and forever, the ledger did not amend, turned its smooth black skull toward him and tilted it very slightly, and Idris would have sworn on his mother's far-off grave that something in the set of it was satisfied. The grave mites found them at the hall's far reaches, where the columns marched down into a wide sunken gallery and the bone soil deepened from carpet to drift. He heard them before he saw them. A dry, rustling tick-tick-tick, raspkin for certain, but wrong-noted, hungrier, and then the drifts themselves began to move, and they came up out of the bones they'd been mining. Things like armoured beetles the size of barn cats, the grey of the grit they lived in, mandibles like shears, scavengers, even down here, even in a sealed tomb at the bottom of the world. Something had found the dead and worked out how to make a living. Idris felt an odd flicker of professional respect. "One, front. Hold what comes." What came was 9 of them in a scuttling wedge, and what one did was become a wall. It did not fight the way anything alive fights. No feints, no fear, no wasted motion. It simply interposed, always, everywhere, black hands snapping out, to catch and pin and hold. And Idris walked the line behind it like a breaker at the block, and brought the fall of the hammer down on whatever was held. Might +1. It was not a battle. It was piecework. And his body sang with the honest familiarity of it, and the little tidy lines flicked past at the bottom of his sight like wages being counted into his palm, and Idris understood. Somewhere in the middle of the rhythm, grinning in the dark like a fool, that the system had accidentally built the one thing every serf in Solemn had given up praying for, a yard where the work paid him. Slain, grave might, grade E. Slain, grave might, grade E. Level 4. Might +2. Vigor +1. Agility +1. Will +1. The last might he got careless with. It came up under his boot, and he stamped it flat. Whole body, breaker's weight, deeply satisfying, and instantly educational. Loot, might core, grade E. Crushed. The temper appraises. Worthless. "Ah," said the cold voice, with the rich enjoyment of a tutor whose student has just burned himself on the exact stove under discussion. "Yes. The vessel and its price, Little Breaker. A core is glass full of lightning. Kill the beast, spare the vessel. The hand that harvests must be more careful than the hand that kills. Most hunters never learn to be both men in the same minute." Idris crouched over the flattened might, over the grey glitter of the ruined core, and was quiet for a moment, doing what he did. Most hunters had never worked a skinning yard. Kill clean, cut cleaner. He'd had that beaten into his hands by 13. He looked back down the gallery at the 8 unbroken mites, each one dispatched by a single-placed blow to the headplate, while one held it still, each one with its little pip of a core sitting intact in its cooled machinery like a seed in a fruit. And the counting room opened an entirely new page, the widest yet, and wrote at the top of it, in the careful hand it kept for money, "The way you kill sets the price of the kill. One holds, I place, nothing crushed, but what's worthless. We are going to be the cleanest killers in the whole rotten world." 8 pips went into the knotted shirt beside the great pale core. Call them 15 coppers each, a silver and change all told, nothing, pocket sand, less than Perrin Barasad spent on wine in an afternoon. 215 went the count, reverent, ridiculous, unstoppable, plus 1,500 for the warden's core, plus a silver 30 in pips, 1,745. He was aware it was absurd. A man neck-deep in miracles, tallying coppers. He did it anyway. Every kill, all the way down the gallery, because 5 gold crowns was 50,000 copper, and 50,000 was just a number, and numbers were made of littler numbers, and for the first time in his whole caged life, the little numbers were moving. They found the water at the foot of the great stair, and the gate above it, and the picture on the gate, and the picture stopped him the way the pale thing's charge had not. The stair itself was the first good news his body had had all day. A vast spiral of steps, each a stride deep, wide enough for 10 men abreast, climbing up out of the hall's far end into black distance. Armies did not climb down holes, and here was the proof of it. The way they'd come, once, whoever they had been, all those knuckles and teeth out there in the soil. Down its lowest curve ran a seep of mountain water, thin and cold and clean, and Idris drank like a horse and then made himself stop, then drank again, and filled his boots with the misery of wet socks and his body with the first mercy it had been shown since the boundary stones. The gate stood at the stair's first landing, 2 pillars and a lintel of the black metal framing the way up. And into the lintel, in relief, in workmanship so fine, the figures seemed about to resume moving, was carved a court. A king sat enthroned at the centre, crowned, broad, something across his knees that Idris's hands recognized before his eyes did. The hammer, square-faced, two-handed, its proportions exact. He did not have to look down at the one he carried, but he did anyway. Before the throne, rendered small, knelt crowds, rank upon rank of little bowed figures, curved over like reaped wheat, and behind the throne, flanking it, arrayed in still, patient rows where a mortal court would put its knights. Bones, tall, thin figures, bare of armour, bare of everything, wrong for bodies, right for skeletons, each one inlaid into the carving in polished black metal that still, after all the dead ages, drank the light exactly the way one did. Dozens of them, rows of them, a court of them, standing behind their king in the pose of sentinels who had been told to stand watch and never told to stop. The king's face had been destroyed. Not worn, destroyed, chiselled and burned both, gouged out of the metal with a fury that had scarred the stone around it, while every other figure on the lintel stood untouched. Somebody had climbed up here, with tools, at some point in a dead age, to unmake this one face, and had left the crown above the wound intact. Beneath the whole scene ran a single line of script, close and crawling, kin to the ward writing, but older, more upright, prouder. Idris looked at it, and the system looked at it with him, and after a moment the pale lines came up slow, reluctant, he'd have said, if clerks could be reluctant. Language. No record. No record, Idris said. That's twice. The hall took his voice and gave it back cold. Class. No record. Language. No record. It keeps all the records, you said. 8,000 years. He turned his eyes up, at the carved rows of black bone standing watch behind their faceless king, and asked the room, and the lintel, and the two vast presences breathing at either shoulder of his soul, who was he? The silence went careful again. It went careful the way it had gone careful at the throne. "Climb, child," the warm voice said at last, gently, and it was not an answer. And the gentleness did not entirely cover the thing beneath it, old and complicated and grieved, he'd have said, if he'd had to enter it in a book. "Yes, climb," said the cold one. And for once there was no silk on it at all. Idris stood a moment longer. Then he did what the yards had taught him to do. With a mystery too big to lift, set it down, kept its number. In the counting room, on the page that held Vel's stopped pen and the quiet of two voices, he added a third line, and a fourth. The king had skeletons. The hammer is in the picture. He slept below the gate for a few stolen hours, because his body finally outvoted him, curled against a fallen block with the hammer under his hand, in the heart of a tomb at the bottom of the world. One stood over him the whole time, facing out into the dark, he knew, because every time he surfaced from the black shallows of that sleep, the last thing his closing eyes found was the still black shape between him and everything, and some ancient tight-wound thing behind his ribs, some spring wound 17 years tight, eased by exactly one turn. "Sleep," the warm voice said, somewhere in the middle of it, an arm of warmth across him. "I have him. I have you both." And later, much later, at the bottom of the sleep, in the soft dark where a boy keeps the things he'd die before saying, the cold voice, quiet as a coin, sliding across a table, "When you wake, little breaker, ask her what she is not telling you. You will notice she never says. I at least am honest about being dishonest. Sleep well." The wardens were waiting 2 turns below the top of the stair, and there were 2 of them. The stair had been climbing through worked galleries for an hour, the black stone of the deep giving way, gradually, to Mina rock, the great strides shortening to human steps, the vault's cold breath warming by degrees toward something that smelled impossibly of weather, when one stopped. Simply stopped, mid-step, and turned its skull upward. And Idris, who had spent 4 years reading a partner's stillness across a carcass, went still with it, pale in the dark above. 2 slabs of grave white, couched either side of the stair where it narrowed through a broken arch, motionless, patient, drowned-coloured. "Smaller than the great one below, younger," said the yard part of him, leaner, quicker made, but 2, and the arch was the only way, and they were between him and the sky. "Wardens," the cold voice said, low. The vault set its dogs at both doors. "You've climbed all night on a broken hand. Your summon can hold one, not both, and they know it. Look at them. They've eaten everything that ever crawled up this stair ahead of you." And then, silk gone, sudden and sharp and present, a general at his ear, so used the vault. "You are the breaker. What does this stair want to do, little breaker? What has it wanted to do for 1,000 years? Look at the arch. Look at the keystone. It is tired." He looked, and God's help him, it was right. The broken arch sagged, where some old violence had cracked it, the keystone hanging in its socket like a bad tooth, holding up 30 tons of dead kingdom out of nothing but habit. A seam, the widest seam he'd ever been shown, and the wrongness of taking the cold voice's counsel and the rightness of the counsel itself arrived in the same heartbeat, and there was no time to sort them. "One," Idris said. "The left one. Hold it under the arch." The wardens came down the stair like poured milk, silent, together, and one went up to meet the left-hand one and caught its descending jaw in both black hands exactly as it had done in the hall. But this time it kept moving, hauling, dragging the thrashing pale bulk crossways into the shadow of the sagging arch, and right-hand warden broke around its brother and came for Idris. And Idris did not give ground, because he was never going to be a man who gave ground, but he gave direction, swung the hammer, not at the beast, but at the stair itself, bursting a step into shrapnel in its path. Buying 1/2 second of a blind dome flinching aside, and used the 1/2 second to turn, plant, rise, and put the whole of himself, the yards and the years, and the barley and the count, through the fall of the hammer into the keystone. The arch had been waiting 1,000 years for permission. It came down like a judgment. Keystone, vault, 30 tons of the upper dark, all of it arriving at once on the pinned warden and the world around it, and the boom went down the stair below them like the mountain clearing its throat, and the dust rolled up the steps in a wave. One walked out of the wreckage without a mark on it. Nothing else did. Slain, pale warden, grade C. The second warden had wheeled at the fall of the arch, one long frozen instant, blind dome swinging between Idris and the burial of its twin. And that instant was all one needed to arrive on its back like the end of an argument. Black hands found the barbed spine and held, and this time Idris did not hurry. He walked around the pinned thrashing thing while his broken hand screamed against the haft. He read it. Younger. Yes, plates thinner at the collar. And there, where the great one below had had no seam at all, this one had a flaw, a knot of scar where something long ago had almost killed it and taught it nothing. Kill clean, he said aloud, to the yards, to the count, to the page with the widest margins, and placed the blow. Slain, pale warden, grade C, level 6, up from level 4. Might +5, vigor +4, agility +3, wit +2, will +4. The level warmth rolled up through him, generous, obscene, knitting the hot wire of his hand down to a dull throb, straightening his spine like a payday. He stood between the two dead wardens and breathed. Then he went to the buried one and dug, because money was money. The rockfall had killed it entire, and cracked its core through the middle, still bright, still turning over with slow cold fire, but split, weeping light along the fracture like a jug weeping water. Loot, warden core, grade C, cracked. The temper appraises, diminished. Half value at best. Ha, said the cold voice, delighted beyond containment. You dropped a cathedral on it, little breaker. Even I did not price the irony that high, and I priced it high. It's still 5 marks, Idris said, with dignity, rapping it. But he heard himself, and the counting room heard him. And on the page that said the way you kill sets the price of the kill, it added, dry as well, a second line, including when the way you kill is the ceiling. The younger warden's core came out pristine, his cleanest harvest yet, one placed blow, the vessel spared. A hen's egg of banked blue fire to Sister the First. He knelt on the ancient stair, a moment with one in each hand, a serf of House Calamul, holding a year of a tradesman's wages in his 2 palms, and let the count do its slow, holy arithmetic. 25, 30 silver marks, sold careful. 3,000 coppers and change of 50,000. Yesterday morning the road to 5 crowns had been 700 years long. It was down to a decade, and shortening. And he had been at this. He checked the strange inner clock the levels had left him. 1 single day. Now you begin to see it, the cold voice murmured, warm as it ever got, which was the temperature of a well-kept blade. And this was the vault's doorstep, little breaker. It's loose change. Think what let him climb, said the mother, before you sell him the mountain, and for once the merchant, chuckling, let it go. And as Idris stood, as his boot came down on the last step past the fallen arch, the pale lines rose up out of the dark around him, all together, wider and older and more formal than any screen it had yet shown him, the system clearing a page it had not touched in a very long time. Hidden trial complete. The vault of the fallen king. First completion. Sole completion. The vault acknowledges you. The door remembers you. You may return. Both voices went absolutely silent. The mother's silence, and the merchant's, and for the first time, Idris could not tell their silences apart. "The door remembers me," he repeated, softly, into the dark going grey above him. "That so?" He looked back down the long spiral, into the deep, toward the hall, and the throne, and the faceless king in his picture with his court of black bone, and the counting room, which had been many things that day: a wage book, a debt ledger, a bestiary, opened one more page, and titled it the way Bastion Calimall would have titled it, because you learn pricing from the man who priced you. Assets. The way out was a lie the whole town had walked past for 40 years. The stairs' final turns shed the vault's grandeur completely. Dressed stone gave way to raw rock, then to rock with tool marks, mean little pick scars, blast scorch, the grooves of ore-cart runners, until Idris climbed out of a ragged seam at the back of a worked-out gallery and stood in a tunnel that any yard hand in Solemn could have named blindfolded, because half their grandfathers had dug it. The gilded vein, Hope's dead hole, the dungeon that had roared for one summer, made 3 fortunes, built 3 streets, been cleared to the bottom by a crew of heroes, and gone out like a lamp, and taken a district's name down with it. Miners had followed the played-out galleries for years after, chasing the ghost of the boom, and their tunnels had wormed down and down into the roots of the hill, until one of them, somewhere back in the dark behind Idris, had run its blind little seam straight into the outer stones of a buried kingdom, and never known it. The seam he had just climbed out of was already gone. He turned and watched it go, the rock sighing shut, seamless, blank, a door closing that had never admitted to being a door. Where it had been, for one moment faint as breath on glass, pale lines, the door remembers you. Then nothing. Then just a wall in a dead mine, at the bottom of a town joke. Idris stood in the dark of the gilded vein, and laughed until his cracked ribs called time. "Share it," said the merchant, aggrieved. "You never share." "The whole town," Idris managed. "The whole town says gone to Hope when they mean gone to nothing. 40 years. And it was sitting on." He stopped. Even alone. Even 100 feet down. Even to the 2 beings stitched into his soul, the yard rule held, say a thing out loud and the world learns what to take. He banked the laugh, filed the figure. "Never mind what it was sitting on." "He learns," said the merchant, to the mother, with something horribly like approval. The mine mouth, when he reached it, was night, real night. The first sky of his 17th year, cold stars over the toothridge, and below the tailings slope, dark quilt of solemn, lamps burning in the high houses, and near at hand, close enough to hit with a slingstone, the grass-grown streets and fallen roofs of Hope. His district, his dead, worthless, priceless district, with its hearthstone and its 215 coppers, sitting quiet in the moonlight directly on top of the only door in the world with his name on it. He did not walk down, not yet. He sat in the mine mouth with one standing sentinel in the dark behind him, and he did what he had come up too fast to do, and thought it through like stock-taking, because the next hour would set the price of everything. They believed he was dead. That was the first fact. A breach, a scream out of the deep, a floor swallowing a surf. Decimus had watched the mountain eat him. Decimus. The thought went through him worse than the warden's charge, and he made himself hold it, Des, who had turned to him on the boundary line and said, "I am not walking it alone, spending this whole night believing he was. Every hour Idris sat here was an hour of that." Fine. Then he would not waste hours. But he could not walk down the hill as what he was. That was the second fact, and he made himself lay it out in full, in Bastion's own voice, because it was Bastion's own arithmetic. Whatever the system gives you tomorrow, it gives to house Calimall first. A bond was property, and property's winnings were the house's winnings. Decimus's B grade. Calimall's asset hired out at Calimall's price, on Calimall's 12th line, and a serf who came up out of the ground with a court of black metal at his back, and a growth no ledger had a letter, for that was not a serf who would be freed for 5 crowns. That was the most valuable object in Solemn, and the houses did not free their most valuable objects. They built better boundary stones. The blank grade was the one gift in the whole mad day he could actually spend. The system itself had written worthless on his sheet, in the only handwriting every house believed. So the washout, the serf who broke his proving and crawled up out of some crack 3 days starved, empty-handed, class-shy, nothing. Let Perrin dine on it. Let the town nod along. They'd been pricing him at nothing his whole life. They would believe nothing of him instantly, the way you believe a bill you've already paid. And in the dark, in the dead district, down the whole world had already laughed at and forgotten. He turned. One stood in the mine dark, patient, eyeless, attending. "Stay," Idris said. And then, because the word was too small a word to leave a fellow with, after the arch, after the wardens, after the long watch over his sleep, he took the black hammer off his shoulder and set it upright in one's grip. Both black, hands closing around the haft, sentinel fashion, point down, and the shape it made in the dark of the mine mouth was a shape he had seen carved on a lintel at the bottom of the world, and he looked at it a long moment, and filed that too. Keep the hammer. Keep the cause. He kept back the cracked one. Half value. Explainable. A plausible miracle. Even a washout might trip over one broken stone in a breach. Seed money that fit the story. The pristine pair went into one's keeping, worth more than most men's years, guarded henceforth by the one guard in the world that could not be bribed, frightened, or killed. Anything comes into this mine that isn't me, don't be found. Anything finds you anyway. He considered the wording with the care of a man drafting his first contract. Hold it. Don't kill it. Wait for me. One's skull dipped once. It might have been the light. It was not the light. Look at you, the merchant said softly, as Idris stood at the mine mouth with the lie settling over his shoulders like a workman's coat. 1 day old, and already hiding your treasure in a hole, wearing poverty for armor, keeping books no one may read. Little breaker, you are going to be such a pleasure to invest in. Walk carefully, was all the mother said. But she said it the way his count said numbers, like something that would still be there tomorrow. Idris walked down the tailing slope into the grass-grown streets of hope, turned up the hill toward the lamps and the lie, and began practicing. Nothing. There's nothing down there, masters. Just dark and a bad fall. By the gate of the dead district, he had the shoulders right, beaten, hollow, surf-soft. By the well, he had the eyes down. And by the time the first lamplight of Solemn found his face, he could say it like a man with empty hands. The count stood at 3,215. The gnome count said otherwise. The count always did. Chapter 5. The Washout. The barracks straw was cold. Idris stood over Decimus's empty bunk in the dark, among the 90 sleeping breaths that were now 89, and did not need the counting room to tell him where his friend was. There was exactly one place Decimus would be, at this hour, on the second night of believing what he believed, and it was the same place Idris himself would have been. And so he turned around and walked back out into the night and up the hill toward the proving gate, and the whole way there he rehearsed being alive, which turned out to be harder than rehearsing being nothing. He heard Des before he saw him, stone on stone, rhythmic, tireless, a sound Idris knew better than his own heartbeat, the sound of heavy work done by someone who would not be stopping soon. And as he came up over the rise, the scene laid itself out in the starlight. The black arch, sealed now behind a ward lock, that turned its mouth to solid humming light. 2 garrison men asleep at their brazier like the world's least necessary sentries, and 30 feet off to the side, where the hillside itself sloped over the buried dungeon, a hole, a serious hole. A hole with 2 knights of a B-grade ironbreaker in it, dug straight down into rock and rubble by a man who had been told, by everyone, with kindness and with paperwork, that his friend was dead, and had concluded, with the placid immovability that was the whole of his nature, that they could all go hang, because nobody had shown him a body. Decimus stood waist-deep in the earth, hauling out a stone the size of a feed trough. His hands, in the starlight, were wrong, dark with more than dirt, the new inhuman strength wearing through skin that hadn't yet learned to keep up with it. He'd been breaking rock bare-handed for 2 nights, on no plan Idris could see except down. Idris stood at the lip of the hole and discovered that his rehearsed opening, something dry, something yard-flavoured, something that would let them both pretend this was ordinary, had left him entirely. "You're doing the thing," he said instead. His voice cracked on it. Decimus went absolutely still. The stone hung in his ruined hands, forgotten, weightless. He did not turn around quickly, the way a man turns toward hope. He turned slowly, the way a man turns when he has decided that if this is a dream he intends to file a complaint, and he looked up out of the hole. He had dug toward his friend's grave, and his face, his calm, unhurried, door-of-the-world face, came apart all at once, with no dignity in it whatsoever, and that was the thing that finally broke Idris too. There was a scramble that neither of them ever afterward described. And then Decimus had him, both arms, full strength, an embrace that made the pale warden's charge feel like a spring rain, and Idris's cracked ribs shrieked, and he could not have cared less. He hung on, and was hung on to in the cold on the side of the hill, above the sealed door, beside the hole dug by hand, while the garrison men slept on, and the stars went about their business. "You're thin," Decimus said finally, into his shoulder, in a voice like a landslide settling. "You're thin. You smell like a tomb, and I have dug half a grave's worth of hill for you, and if you ever—" The sentence broke. "He rebuilt it from cheaper materials. My mother says the dead come back on the 3rd night, if they're owed something. You're early. Even dead, you can't wait your turn." "I'm owed a great deal," said Idris, muffled. "I came back for all of it." "Aye." Decimus held him out at arm's length, hands like clamps on his shoulders, and looked at him. Really looked, the yard look, hide and joints and everything under them, and his eyes went down Idris, slowly, and came back up, changed. "You're hurt. Ribs. That hand's been broken and— No. That hand's been broken and mended. That's a week's mending. You've been gone 2 nights. His grip tightened. His voice dropped. "Idris, what's down there?" And here it was, sooner than he'd planned, in the dark, at the lip of a grave dug out of love, with his own eyes still wet, the first toll gate of the new life. Idris had built the lie carefully on the walk down from the mine, beaten, hollow, nothing, and had known the whole time, in the honest back room behind the counting room, that it would not survive contact with Decimus, because no lie of his ever had. Des could read him, at 40 feet, in bad light. The washout story would work on the town precisely because the town had already decided what he was. Des had decided what he was years ago, and it wasn't nothing, and it had never once been nothing. So he paid the toll he could afford, the partial truth. "The floor took me down into old workings," he said. 9 tunnels. The veins, I think, the deep galleries, all played out. I came out its mouth above hope tonight. That part's true, and it's the part I'll be telling everyone." He breathed. "Here's the part I won't. It's not empty down there, Des. I got my hour after all. Alone, in the dark, and the system gave me my class." Decimus did not whoop. He watched, level and quiet, because he had heard the weight in the sentence and was waiting for the rest of it to land. "It gave me a class with no name," Idris said. "The sheet says unknown. No grade, no letter. Where you've got Ironbreaker B written in the middle of you, I've got a blank. That part's true too, and it's the part I'll be showing the adjunct tomorrow, and the town's going to call." It broken. and Perin Barasad is going to serve it at every table in Solemn." He held his friend's eyes. "And I'm going to let them. All of them. It has to be that way, and I can't, yet, tell you the whole of why." The silence went on a while. Down the hill, Solemn slept. In the counting room, on the newest page, something waited to see what the first man Idris had ever trusted would do with the first wall Idris had ever built in front of him. "Can't," Decimus said at last. "Or won't." "Can't. Won't. Both. The whole of it is." Idris looked for the words and found only the true ones. "The whole of it is heavy, Des. It's the heaviest thing I've ever picked up, and I've been carrying it for one day, and I don't know its seams yet. Anyone standing close when I drop it gets crushed. When I know how to carry it, you're the first soul on this earth who gets the weight." Decimus looked at him a long, long moment. Then he did the most Decimus thing in the world. He bent, picked the feed trough stone back up off the ground, set it neatly on the lip of the hole he no longer needed, and started filling his friend's grave back in, because a job half done offended him. "My mother says a secret's a stone in a sack," he said, conversational again, which was how Idris knew the worst was past. "Doesn't matter how strong you are. Matters how long the road is." He shovelled with his forearms, easy as sweeping. "You'll tell me the rest when it stops being dangerous to know. Meanwhile, you were owed one. So mind me now. I stood on this hill and watched the ground scream and eat you, and the last thing that happened before the ground screamed." And his voice stayed level, but the stone in his hands made a small, crunching admission of pressure. "Was a Barasad going down that hole behind you with 2 friends and a skin of wine, and coming up ahead of everyone first at a dead run. So, is there a debt in that direction I should know about? Because I've been thinking about it for 2 nights, and my thinking's got hands on it." The counting room offered up the page. 1 boot, 1 hand, 1 look back, 1 set of stairs. Carried forward. "There's a debt," Idris said. "It's mine. It stays mine. That's part of the heavy thing, too. If you touch him, Des, they don't dock you. They unmake you. He's a Barasad, and you're a B-grade asset with 20 years of hire in you, and they'd call it mercy." He put his hand on his friend's shoulder, over the dirt and the blood. "He goes in the book. Everything goes in the book, and the book gets paid, Des. Every line. But I choose the day, and it isn't tomorrow." Decimus was quiet a moment. "Then, your book," he agreed. "But when the day comes, I'm the one holds him still." And Idris, who had spent a day underground learning exactly what could be done to a monster by one man's placed blow, while a stronger pair of hands held it, Idris laughed. Once, short and dark, at something his friend could not possibly know, he'd said. "Deal," he said, and they filled the grave in together. The summons came before the dawn bell had finished ringing. A garrison runner, out of breath, half a sentence to Cranach, and the yard turning to stare. And by the time Idris was marched up the hill to the adjunct's office, the whole town knew, and the whole town had walked up with breakfast in hand. The office of the system adjunct was a stone room beside the proving gate, 1 desk, 1 wall of ledgers in grey ranks, and this morning 1 crowd stuffed into every remaining inch and overflowing out the door. Garrison men in Barasad colours, an octus, Factor pretending to have wandered in, Cranach clutching the calomel ledger like a shield, half the cohort's families, and up front, arrived early, dressed beautifully, Perin Barasad, with his 2 friends, and an expression of the warmest, most public concern. "He lives," Perin declared to the room. The moment Idris came through the door, "There, you see, I told the garrison not to grieve. Falls half a mile and walks home. You can't kill a calomel ox, gentlemen. You can only inconvenience it." Laughter, easy and purchased. Perin's eyes came around and settled on Idris, bright and steady, and there was a question at the bottom of them that all the brightness was built to hide. Idris kept his eyes down and his shoulders surf-soft, and gave the question nothing. Bell sat behind the desk, exactly as he'd stood at the gate. Grey, thin, folded, with his ledger open before him, and Idris noted yesterday's entries visible up the page in a hand, so precise it looked engraved. The adjunct let the room simmer a moment. Then he raised one ink-stained hand, and it went quiet, the way it had gone quiet on the hill. Approving was interrupted, Vel said, without preamble. A candidate was recorded lost. That record was written in my hand, and it appears I must now amend it, which I dislike, because amendments are how ledgers learn to lie. His flat grey gaze found Idris. "Where were you, boy?" "The floor gave, Master Adjunct. I fell into old workings. Mine galleries, dark. I followed the air 2 days and came out the gilded vein above hope." The vein. Vel's eyes did not flicker. His pen, poised, did not move. "Convenient that the mountain is riddled. Continue. You were below, in the dark, alone on the day of your proving at the age of qualification." Around the walls the crowd leaned in. Vel said it the way a clerk reads a clause everyone else has skipped. "Did the temper look at you?" "Something did," Idris said. "Master Adjunct, I don't. It wasn't like they said it would be. It reached in, and he let his hands turn over, empty, let the room see them shake slightly, and only the merchant, coiled behind his heart, and enjoying itself immoderately, knew the shake was placed like a hammer blow. It started to say something, and it never finished. There's writing in me where the class should be. It doesn't say anything. It just says it isn't anything." The room murmured. Perrin's smile widened by one purchased inch. "You will show me," Vel said. "The temple rite compels nothing, and reveals little, class and grade. The public entries only. The same 2 facts every soul on this hill reported of themselves 2 days ago. Your hand." Idris gave it. The adjunct's thin fingers were cold as coin, and the words he spoke were not words. Quite. They had the same close crawling shape as the ward script, sounds that went past the ear, and straight to the place behind the breastbone where the system kept its accounts, and light rose off the desk between them, pale and formal, assembling itself into lines that every literate soul in the room could read, and did, out loud, in a rippling mutter. To the ones who couldn't, attestation. Temple of the Weighing Adjunct Vel presiding. Idri, bond of House Kelmel. Class. Unresolved. Grade. None recorded. The word went around the room like a dropped plate. Unresolved. Unresolved? What in the... Can it do that? "It cannot," Vel said, mildly, to no one, and wrote, and his pen stopped. Idris was watching for it, had been watching for it since the door, and so he saw the whole of it this time. The third stop, the longest yet, the engraved hand pausing above the ledger, not in confusion. Vel was never confused, but in composition, a clerk holding a fact up to the light and choosing with enormous care which of several true sentences to make it into. The grey eyes lifted once, crossed Idris's face like a beam of cold lamplight, and returned to the page. The pen moved. What it wrote, no one in the room could see. "The finding," Vel announced, closing the matter and the ledger in one motion, "is a broken awakening. It occurs, interrupted provings, spoiled measures. The temple has records of such things, none of them interesting. The candidate entered under obstruction, in violation of temple conditions. And here, without haste, without even looking up, he let the sentence rest one full breath on Perin Barasad, noted in yesterday's record with reasons, and the measure was spoiled. The boy is classed but unresolved, ungraded, and, in the temple's eyes, unremarkable. The amendment stands. The matter is closed." "Well, there it is," Perin said, warm as noon, riding straight over the pause, as though it had never been aimed at him. "You heard the adjunct. Spoiled the measure. Broke his own proving." He turned to the room, spreading his hands, a showman bringing it home. 2 days we mourned this creature, gentlemen. 2 days, and it climbs out of a mine, unresolved. The only boy in the history of the Temper to go down a safe hole and come back less than he went in. The laughter came proper now, rolling, the whole room's relief, glad of somewhere cheap to spend itself. And Perrin conducted it like a man born with a baton, and under the cover of its noise he crossed the room, light-footed, smiling, and arrived at Idris's shoulder, close as a tailor. "Nothing to say, Ox. Very soft. The brightness gone entirely now. This close. What was under it was careful, and quick, and working. No tales from underground?" Idris kept his eyes on the floor. He let the silence sit exactly as long as a beaten surf's silence sits. And then he said, in his beautiful, practiced, yard-soft voice, "I fell, young master. Clumsy." He felt it land, felt Perrin go very still beside him, a duelist's stillness, reading the words 3 ways at once, and finding all 3 worse than the last, he remembers. He's saying nothing. Why is he saying nothing? For the first time in the whole gilded length of Perrin Barisad's life, somebody beneath him had done him an enormous, unpriceable favour, and the boy stood there in the wreckage of his own name, feeling the shape of the debt settle on him, and not knowing where its teeth were. It was, Idris thought, keeping his eyes down, warmly savouring the small, mad joy of it, precisely how a bond must feel to wear. "Oh, well played," the merchant breathed, delighted beyond all decency. The invoice, with no figure on it. The most frightening document in commerce. "Little Breaker, I have run markets older than his bloodline, and I could not have placed that better. You are enjoying this too much," the mother said. To both of them, Idris suspected. "Clumsy," Perrin repeated at last, lightly, finding his smile again and putting it on. "Yes. Do be less so, Ox. Solemn's short of floors for you to fall through." And he swept out with his friends, and his purchased laughter. And if his exit was 1 half-beat quicker than his entrances tended to be, only 2 people in the room had been counting. The crowd drained after him, already retelling it. And Idris, dismissed, was nearly to the door when the dry voice came from behind the desk, pitched for exactly 1 pair of ears. Boy, Vel had not risen. He sat with his hands folded on the closed ledger, grey and thin, and folded himself. And he looked at Idris across 30 years of other people's entries. "I have presided at this gate a long time," the adjunct said. "I have written farmer until my hand cramped, and I will tell you the one thing the temple taught me that was worth my robes, and then you will go home and be nothing, which you do very well." He tapped the ledger once, with 1 grey finger. "The temper keeps all records. All of them, boy, since before there were words. So when it looks at a thing and declines to write," the grey eyes did not blink, "I have learned to attend very closely to what it is not saying. Good morning, Washout." The yards took him back the way a pond takes back a stone, a splash of staring, then closing over him, then stillness, with him at the bottom of it. The work was where he'd left it. Everything was where he'd left it. The blocks, the barrows, the smell, the barley. He fell into the old rhythms, and found them changed at every point of contact. The knife was slower than his hands wanted, the quarters lighter than his shoulders expected, his whole level 6 body idling like a cart team hitched to a hand plough, and he had to spend real attention on being the boy he'd been on Tuesday. He'd expected that. He'd rehearsed for the contempt too, and the contempt came, and it was almost restful. The young hunters who'd bet on his maul work now cracking washout jokes at the fence. A graded porter, of all creatures, a D-grade porter, telling him with genuine kindness how the system knew best. What he had not rehearsed for was the pity, and the pity nearly killed him. Old Martyr, who gutted river eels at the end stall and had never in 9 years addressed a word to him, left half a loaf of real bread on his block and hurried off before he could see her do it. The hunters who'd watched him shear a hitching post off at the root now took care not to meet his eye, out of courtesy, the way you don't stare at a man whose house has burned down. And at the midday bell, Cook, whose ladle worked on strict tonnage and had never once acknowledged him as separately alive, put a piece of actual mutton in the barley, and gave the bowl a little pat as she passed it over, and said, "There now." Contempt he had trained for since he was 9. Contempt was weather. You got under a roof and let it rain. But the pity got in through seams he hadn't known his armour had. Because it was sincere, the whole town, in its rough way, being sorry for him. Sorry the one bright coin at the bottom of his life had come up lead, and he had to stand in the middle of their kindness, knowing it was built on a lie he'd sold them himself, and eat the mutton of it, and say, "Thank you." "They mourn what you never lost," the mother said quietly. "It costs them something real. Be gentle with it, child, even while you use it. Be grateful for it," the merchant said. "Pity is a discount, little breaker. The deepest in commerce. Every soul in this yard has just marked you down to nothing. Nothing walks anywhere. Nothing is left alone in dead districts at strange hours. Nothing is never searched, never questioned, never priced. You could not have bought this cheaper." A pause. "The mutton is also good. Eat the mutton." He ate the mutton, and was ashamed, and filed the shame in the counting room next to the debts, because it belonged there. Cranach found him at the afternoon bell, ledger open, pen already wet. 3 days' absence," the overseer said. Idris looked up from the block. "I was dead, overseer." "Death," said Cranach, "is not leave. Leave is requested in advance, in writing, through me." He made the mark with the satisfaction of a man restoring order to a universe that had briefly wobbled. "The master has struck the docking, personally," he added, in the tone of a man reporting a burglary. "So it's entered and forgiven, which is the same to me as entered." He snapped the ledger shut, and then hesitated. Actually hesitated. Cranach, a man whose whole soul was a straight line, and said, "Gruff, not meeting Idris's eye. Bad luck, boy. In the hole. There's men graded C who can't break a rhyme back in 8, and was gone before the sentence could be examined, at speed, as though he'd dropped something, and didn't want it traced back to him. Decimus appeared at the next block with a barrow, and a carefully bland expression. "That's the fourth." "Fourth what?" "Fourth person today to be kind to you. I've been keeping count." He tipped the barrow. Deadpan. Martyr's bread, cook's mutton, Cranach's, whatever that was, and the little Ostley girl left a flower on the fence where you hang your maul. The town's decided you're a tragedy. My mother says nothing in this world eats like sorrow. Half of them are already fonder of you broken than they ever were whole. He glanced at Idris sideways, and beneath the dryness there was the other thing, the level thing, the "I am watching you eat this, and I know what it costs" thing. "Can you carry it?" "It's carried." "Aye," said Decimus, who filled graves back in when they were no longer required. "It's carried." She came at dusk, at the shift bell, when the yard was emptying, and the light had gone the colour of old brass again. Idris was racking the maul. The little Ostley girl's flower was still there, tucked into the peg-hole, and he had not moved it, and did not intend to, when he felt someone at the fence, and turned, and it was Anna, the dyer's daughter, blue-handed, string-braided, standing where the hunters usually leaned, with her arms wrapped around herself in the way she had, as though she were her own parcel and worried about the delivery. "They let me through the gate," she said, apologizing for it. "I said I had dye lots for the tanner. I do have dye lots for the tanner. I just also—" She stopped and reassembled, and got it out in one flat run, the way you say a thing rehearsed the whole walk over. "They're saying you got nothing. In town, they're saying it up and down like a song they're proud of learning." "They're saying true," Idris said. "Ask the adjunct. It's in the book." Anna looked at him for a moment, and it was a new kind of look, one he hadn't had yet from anyone in the whole long day of looks. Not contempt, not pity, recognition. The look of one person carrying a sack meeting another person carrying a sack, and noting, without a word exchanged, the identical set of the shoulders. "They say the same about me," she said. "Wash out. The dyer's girl who came up with nothing." Her blue hands tightened on her elbows. "Only mine's the other kind of nothing. The kind that—" She caught it, whatever it was, caught it the way he'd watched her catch her shaking at the wards, and folded it down small and put it away. And he watched her do it, and thought, "There's a counting room in there too. It doesn't matter. I came because, at the proving, you were the only one who talked to me like I wasn't already spilt." A breath. "So, whatever's true about you, that part of you isn't nothing. That's all. That's the whole message." She was already backing away, already apologizing to the fence post she brushed. "The dye lots are real. I did mention—" "Anna," she stopped. Idris looked at her over the racked maul, over the flower in the peg-hole, and gave her the only coin he had that was honest. "Still doing laundry." It surprised her into it. The almost laugh from the wards, further along this time, nearly out. "Tougher stains lately," she said, and went, quick blue hands and string braid, off through the gate into the brass-coloured light, and Idris watched her go and opened a page. Not the debt book, the other one, the thin one. The one that had exactly 2 names in it, and wrote, "Vel's pen stopped for her too." The summons came at full dark, and this time he was expecting it. The counting-house lamp was lit. The ledger, when Idris entered, was open. That was the first thing he noticed, and he understood it was meant to be noticed. The thunderclap of the closed book had been for the boy going down the hill to be proved. The open book was for what he was now. Business, entries, the ordinary arithmetic of owned things. Bastian Caramel sat behind it with his hands folded, grey and neat and foldable, and looked at Idris for a long, unhurried moment, the pricing look, the field already owned look, wondering what it might grow. "Sit." Idris sat. "I have had," Bastian said, "an eventful ledger. In 1 week, a post, a proving, a death, a resurrection, and, I'm told by 3 separate excited parties, unresolved, which is a word the Temple applies to classes the way physicians apply interesting to tumours." He turned a page, smoothed it, the arithmetic first, so we are both standing on it. Decimus, B grade, the 12th line, and the finest entry in this house's books since before my father. His higher share will make him a wealthy man by any standard he was raised to, and my house wealthier still, and I am pleased. He said pleased precisely, like a weight set on a scale. You, unresolved, ungraded, in the only market this town keeps, unhirable. Your bond stands at 5 crowns, unchanged. Debts do not grieve, boy. It is their chief virtue. But the road you meant to pay it down by is closed. You know this. You have had a day to count it, and you count faster than anyone I have ever owned. So, the grey eyes came up. I find myself asking why the boy across my desk does not look like a boy whose road is closed, and I ask myself what he walked all day like instead. And the answer my ledger gives me is, like a man with an appointment. He folded his hands again. Keep it then. You asked me a question the night before your proving and spent your luck on it. Ask tonight's. And Idris, who had rehearsed this too, on the walk up, and had thrown out every rehearsal because you did not sell to Bastian Calamel with a performance, the man ate performances and picked his teeth with the props, reached into his shirt, and set the cracked Warden core on the open ledger. It sat there on the page, banked blue fire, turning over slowly behind the fracture, weeping its thin line of light across 3 generations of entries, and it was the most valuable object that had ever been placed on that desk by a serf, and the room got very quiet around it. Bastian did not touch it at once. He looked at it the way he had looked at Idris, the long appraisal, and then he picked it up in 2 fingers, turned it against the lamp. And Idris watched a man who had spent 40 years pricing labour price something else entirely, fast and cold and correct. A core. C-grade. Or I'm a farrier. Cracked. He angled the fracture to the light. Recently, and by force. 5 marks. 6 from a buyer being polite. He set it down again, in the exact centre of the ledger, with the softness of a man setting down a trap he has just heard tick. Found, I am to assume, in your 2 dark days underground, in played-out galleries, that 40 years of miners chasing the veins' ghost somehow never walked past. Yes, master. Bastian leaned back. Let me tell you what I am holding, boy, since candour has served us before. I am holding a C-grade core out of tunnels a tame proving has no business touching. Delivered by a serf the system looked at, all the way down, with its full and famous attention, and declined to describe. The core is worth 6 marks. He tapped the ledger once beside it. The story it arrived wrapped in is worth considerably less, because it does not balance, and I have spent my life on columns, and I can hear a column not balancing through a stone wall. He let that sit. The lamp hissed. Idris held still. Level 6, 60 feet of dark stare. 2 wardens and a keystone, holding still under the mildest voice in solemn, and Bastian watched him hold still. And something moved behind the grey composure that might, in a less careful man, have been enjoyment. And here is what else I know, Bastian went on, softly. I know the law of fines. What a bond recovers belongs to his house. This is mine, this little cracked son. Everything you carried up that hill is mine. That is the world we live in. It is written into your chest. And neither of us made it. He picked the core up and held it out, across the desk, to Idris. And I know that a boy who was hiding something worth taking would never have put it on my ledger. You brought it here to show me you could have hidden it, and didn't. That is not honesty. Boy, do not preen. That is negotiation, and it is the first professional thing I have ever seen you do. Idris took the core back. His heart was going like the yards at noon bell. Master, you want a license to trade. Bastian said it the way he said everything, as though reading it off a page written years ago. You cannot be hired out, so wages are closed to you. You are bonded, so you may not hold property, sign contracts, buy stock, or keep coin beyond gift pittance, except under house license. At your house's pleasure, for your house is cut. You wish to deal in, let me guess. Fines. Loot, the leavings of hunters, the one trade in solemn where a washout's name is no obstacle, because no one looks at the hand that weighs the goods. The grey eyes were steady. You wish to do it with my seal on you, and you came to ask it on the day the whole town finished deciding you are nothing, because a license granted to nothing raises no eyebrows and threatens no houses. You have been spending your ruin like capital since the moment you walked out of that mine. The lamp hissed. Somewhere down the hill a dog barked at the ordinary night. I sign 11 discharges with pleasure, Bastian said at last, quietly. I told you there is a 12th line waiting, and I do not withdraw what I enter. But understand me, boy, a license is not a kindness. It is an investment, and I have never yet invested in a story that doesn't balance. He closed the ledger, slowly, deliberately, the thunderclap in reverse, and stood, and it was over. The audience was over, and it had not been refused, and it had not been granted. And the difference between those two things was exactly the width of what he said next. Come back tomorrow at this hour. Bring me a plan, what you would buy, what you would sell, where, to whom, at what margin, and what my house's 40 parts in 100 would earn by spring. He turned the lamp down to a coal. And bring me a better story than the one you told the adjunct, or the wit to tell me, to my face, that I may not have it yet. I will take either. I paid for that mind of yours 3 winters at a clerk's rates, boy. Tomorrow it can begin paying me back. Good night. Idris stood in the dark, outside the counting-house door, with the cracked core warm through his shirt, and his blood lit up like the vein at its boom. and he made himself walk, slow, surf-soft, downhill through the sleeping lanes, in case anyone was watching a washout be nothing. 40 parts in 100. He'd heard it. Bastian had named his cut before there was anything to cut, which meant the license was real, which meant the door was open, which meant everything now came down to one night, and one plan, and one sheet of sums good enough to balance in front of the most careful man in Solemn. The count stood at 3,215, plus a cracked core, plus 2 pristine suns in a dead mine, guarded by the only guard in the world that could not be bribed, frightened, or killed. "Now," said the merchant, silkily, as the lamps of the high houses dropped behind him, and hope opened its grass-grown streets below, "about your margins, little breaker." "I have thoughts." "So do I," said the mother, warm as the stolen mutton, fierce as the flower in the peg-hole. "He starts with the rent." And Idris of the Yards went down the hill into his dead district to write, on the back page of the only book he'd ever owned, the first business plan of his life, with 2 voices, arguing over the arithmetic, and all night to get it right. The Peasant King. Book 1, Chapter 6, The Fair Hour. The building chose itself, in the end, the way the good ones always do, by being the only one left standing that didn't argue. Idris walked Hope's old market square twice in the moonlight, with a tallow stub cupped in one hand, pricing ruins. The Chandler's Row. Roofs gone, walls going, cheap and hopeless. The Shrine. Intact and out of the question. Because you did not sell rope out of a shrine, no matter how long its god had been ignoring it. And then, on the square's south face, looking straight down the throat of the South Road as it climbed out of the dark toward town, the old assay house, double-fronted, stone to the eaves, because the men who'd weighed the veins ore had built for thieves, not weather. Iron brackets, still in the walls. A counter of one great slab that 40 years of scavengers had been unable to lift, which was the finest advertisement for a counter Idris could imagine. An assay house, a place built, from its first stone, for one purpose, honest weighing, at the mouth of a boom. "This one," he said. "It has no roof," observed the merchant. "It has half a roof. The half that matters is elsewhere. Roofs are labour. Labour I have." Idris set the candle stub on the great slab counter, sat on the floor with his back to the cold stone, and took out the tally book, the water-stained one from his clerk lessons. 3 winters of a boy's careful numbers in the front, and now on the virgin back pages, by tallow light, the rest of his life going down in columns. He wrote all night, and the 2 of them argued over his shoulder the whole time, and it was, though he would have pulled his own teeth before saying so, the best night he had ever had. He wrote the war chest first, because Bastian would want the standing before the plan, cores and coppers and pips, priced low the way you price when the buyer is smarter than you. Call it 3 crowns. He wrote what it had to become, 5 for the bond, and a business still standing afterward. He wrote the streams the way he'd learned carcasses, biggest seams first. Buy loot at the south gate, before Octus's rates, or Barisad's fees ever touch it. Sell it true. Outfit the arrivals. Rope, torches, hardtack, the 100 small things a party 300 miles from home has always just run out of. Appraise honestly for a flat 2 coppers, and let word do what word does. And render, the stream nobody else would even see, because nobody else had spent 4 years learning exactly how much money hunters left rotting in a field-damaged carcass they couldn't be bothered hauling to the yard fees. "Note," said the merchant, "that the rendering requires hands you do not publicly have." "Noted," Idris said, and kept writing. "I merely observe that your entire enterprise rests on night work by employees who cannot be seen, in a district where any lit window is an event. You are building a lamp that never sleeps, little breaker, and lamps get noticed. Then by the time they notice, the lamp had better be something the town wants lit. He said it before he'd finished thinking it, and then sat with it a moment, because it had come out truer than he'd aimed. He wrote that down too, in the margin, in small letters. Then he came to the page that mattered most, and ruled it into a work rota like any yard keeps, and at the top he wrote 1 and after. The shape of the thing had been sitting in him since the vault. The next waits on the first. One summon at a time. The next unlocked only when the current one had its trade down to the bone, which meant, and he laid the classes out in a column, with the mother's mastery guesses beside each, the way you'd lay out cuts on a hide before the first stroke, which meant the whole future of his house came down not to what he chose, but to what order he chose it in. A labourer's trade, days; a skilled trade, weeks; a fighting trade, months. He stared at the column, and the counting room turned it over, and the thing that fell out of it was so simple and so large that he laughed out loud in the ruined assay house of a dead district at 2 in the morning. "It's a queue," he said. "It's not a choice. It's a queue. Every slow trade I hang on a new summon locks the whole line behind it. Put a swordsman first, and I wait months for my second pair of hands. Put a labourer first, and the line moves." He was scribbling now, fast. "Fast trades early. Many hands quickly. Slow trades started only when I know the day I'll need them finished. You don't queue by want, you queue by the clock." "Or," said the merchant, gliding in like a man who has been waiting at the head of this exact table, "you could be less clever and more rich. Hunter, little breaker. Designate the first a hunter. 3 weeks. And it never sleeps, never fears, never shares. A tireless killer harvesting pristine cores while you mind your little shop. The world pays for killing. It has never paid for anything else half so well. I believe I have mentioned this. Harvesting where?" Idris didn't look up from the rota. "The vault's a tomb. I walked it again. Nothing's grown back and nothing will. Cleared ground stays cleared until somebody claims it. That's known to every hunter in Solemn. And claiming is housework, party work. Not one serf and one skeleton in the dark." He tapped north with the pen. "And the hills are out of my bounds and staying out. A hunter first is a knife with no whetstone, no handle, and nowhere legal to cut. It's 3 weeks of nothing, so I can own a thing I can't use." "The appraiser, then," said the mother, and Idris noted with interest that she'd been waiting too. They always argued opposite corners, but they'd both arrived holding a favourite. "Certainty before appetite, child. An appraiser summon reads what a thing truly is: grade, soundness, falsehood. Your craft eye is fine, but hunters will come to your counter with doctored goods the moment your coin is known, and the first fake you buy dear will cost you the name you're buying it with. 4 weeks, maybe 6. Idris shook his head slowly. 4 to 6 weeks with my whole line stopped behind it, and one worker, and the shop's still a ruin. No, she's right that I'll need it." This to the merchant fairly. "And you're right that hunting money is the biggest seam in the hill, and you're both hired later." He turned the tally book around, as though 2 bodiless powers older than kingdoms were sitting across the counter, which, in every way that mattered, they were, and he showed them the queue like a foreman posting the week. 1 labourer. Days, not weeks, and by the end of them, this building stands up. 2 knacker. Also days it's yard trade. It's my trade. I'll teach it myself, and it'll go faster taught. That's the rendering stream lit inside a fortnight, and rendering's the fattest margin on the page. 3 porter. The mine's my strong room, and this is my shop, and something that never tires walks between them every night. Then the appraiser. Started when there's 3 pairs of hands already working, and I can afford the wait. Then the hunter. Time so it finishes its trade about the time I've solved where a hunter may legally hunt. He set the pen down. Whetstone before knife. Every time. You don't buy the expensive blade first. You buy the thing that makes every blade after it cheaper. There was a silence of a texture he was coming to know. His 2 vast lodgers, arriving, from opposite ends of creation, at the same opinion. "A cue," said the merchant, at last, in the voice of a connoisseur watching a peasant water priceless wine. "The air of the deep vault has met the infinite and organized it into a rota." "You did ask," the mother said serenely, "what he'd do with power. You want grand. Go haunt Perrin." Idris stood, cracked his back, pocketed the book. Outside, the sky over the Toothridge had gone the grey before grey. He climbed the tailings path to the mine mouth, where one stood exactly where one had stood for 3 days, hammer grounded point down in the sentinel pose. The two sons asleep in, the dark behind it, and Idris looked at his entire workforce and his entire army and the first subject of whatever this was going to be, and found the moment wanted marking after all. "I had a speech," he admitted. "Somewhere on the walk up it turned into a wage posting. Here it is. The work's hard, the pay's nothing, the master's a washout, and the company." He tipped his head at the presence of the two voices. "Is frankly strange. But nobody will ever own you. Nobody will ever grade you. And when they write down what got built here, you're the first name after mine. One, I need a labourer." The pale lines rose, courteous as ever, in the dark of the mine. "Designate a class for your summon?" "Labourer," said Idris. "Summon 1. Designation accepted. Labourer. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first." Nothing visible changed, and everything did. One smooth black skull came around, not to Idris, for once, but out and down, toward the ruined square below the tailings, toward the roofless assay house, standing open to the sky, and the great black hands flexed once, deliberately, like a workman's at the gate on hiring day, and Idris would have sworn the thing was sizing the job. Nights, from full dark to first light, but hear the order of it, because the order is the whole thing. Nothing in the square, not one stone of that building moves until the building is owned, and I can't own it, so it has to be owned for me, and that means paper before hammers. Until there's paper, the mine. Racks for the strong room. Salvage. Hope's got 40 years of roof trees lying in its weeds. Cut it, grade it, stage it up here in the galleries where no eye goes. And the night I bring paper up this hill—" He looked down at the roofless assay house, pale in the moonlight below. "That building goes up like a wager being paid. One more thing. When we do build, the counter slab stays. I like the counter. Such patience," the merchant observed, as he started down. The old man would never miss a few stones moved early. Who inventories a ruin? He inventories everything. And it's not the stones. Idris stopped at the turn of the path, because this part had arrived in the night, somewhere between the columns of the rota, and it deserved saying where one could hear it. What a bond recovers belongs to his house. That's the law of fines, and it's written into my chest right next to everything else. The cores are findings. The hammers are finding. He turned. One stood at the mine mouth, black on black, attending, and so is he. That's what a house court would say, that I recovered him, down a hole, like a core with legs, and that he belongs to Calimel the same as I do. The day the town meets one. It has to be a day I'm something more than a washout with a finding. Or I'm not a man with a workforce. I'm an inventory with delusions. He started walking again. So we stay dark, not forever, until the ledger says we can't be taken. "Ah," said the merchant, soft with genuine pleasure. "You're not hiding him from the town at all. You're hiding him from the bill of sale. And when the day comes," the mother said quietly, "choose it. Don't let it choose you. That's the plan. That's the whole plan. Everything else is shelving." He was halfway down the tailings when the ping came, small and tidy as a coin set on a table. "Summon 1. Labourer. Mastery 4%. 4%, said the merchant, aggrieved. "It has moved 6 stones. "It's moved 6 stones correctly," said Idris, and went down the hill grinning like a fool, to steal 2 hours of sleep before the last day of the only job he'd ever had. Bastian Calomel read the tally book the way other men eat, completely, without haste, leaving nothing. He had lit a second lamp when Idris came in, a detail the counting room banked at once, because in that room, light was expenditure and expenditure was interest, and he had taken the offered book without a word, and for the better. Part of an hour, the only sounds in the counting house were turning pages, the lamp hiss, and the tap of one grey finger on the desk whenever something displeased or delighted him, the tap being, maddeningly, identical for both. "Who sells to you?" he said at last, without looking up. Not a greeting. The first shot. Arrivals, master, before the town ever sees them. Idris had been braced for the hour of silence to end like this, in mid-column, testing whether the plan lived in the book or in the boy. The South Road climbs past Hope before it reaches the outpost gate or the Octus Exchange. Every party that comes up, it is tired, provisioned wrong, and carrying loot they'd rather turn to coin than carry home. I stand at the door they pass first, with posted rates and a true scale, and departures sell to me last. Final chance for coin before 300 miles of road. Posted rates. Tap. You'll be undersold the week Octus notices you. Octus skims, master. Every hunter south of the ridge knows it. They grumble it in every tavern. I don't need the best price in Solemn. I need the price. That matches the posting on the wall, every day, for every man. Weighed on a scale he can check. Hunters gossip like laundry women. Honesty travels. Honesty travels, Bastian repeated, without inflection, as though weighing the phrase for the ledger. Tap. He turned back a page. Your premises. The old assay house. You have written here, with a straight face, that the cost of it is nothing, as though a bond may squat a ruin and call it a shop front. You cannot claim a building, boy. You cannot claim a bucket. No, master, but you can. And there it was again. The third weight on the scale. The almost enjoyment. So I can. Derelict ground. No rolls. No title under the accord. A house that claims and improves an abandoned holding enters it on its own rolls, and no signatory house may contest a claim in ground it never bothered to paper. It is how my grandfather got the lower yards. The pen moved. A clause was born. The Assay House of Hope is claimed to house Calomel, entered as premises of the venture, my capital in this arrangement alongside the license and the name. You were perhaps wondering, in your candid way, what my 40 parts purchase besides my silence. The tap resumed, slower, and when Bastian spoke again, there was something new under the flatness, something with an edge of relish 40 years old. And I will tell you what I purchase, since your book is honest everywhere it can afford to be. You chose that square because the South Road empties past its door. Traveller's coin. Caught first. Good. That is money. And you found it. And it is why this page works. But look up from the coin, boy. Hope is the one district in Solemn, where Barisad's outpost writ does not run. Their fee wall starts at the north gate, and their soldiers have no more standing in that, square than their dogs. And Octus holds not one scrap of paper there. There was never anything in Hope to lend against. 40 years. Those two houses have skimmed every copper that walks up that road, at the gate and at the exchange, before honest trade. The word honest, placed with surgical mildness, ever sees it. You propose to stand at the bottom of the hill and catch the money before it reaches their hands, on ground where neither of them can lawfully follow you. He signed the clause with the small, precise flourish of a man allowing himself one sweet on a feast day. You found the money. The war I get for free. Idris sat very still and recalculated the man across the desk, not upward or downward, but sideways, the way you recalculate a quiet neighbour the day you learn what he did in his soldiering years. The scale, then, Bastian went on, serenely resuming the attack, as though he had not just declared a 40-year grudge in ledger language. There is one true balance for sale within 60 miles, and it sits in the Octus Exchange, and the day you buy it from them, they will know your business to the copper. So I don't buy it from them. Caravan special order, south, through the house's own manifest, a line item in Calamul freight, invisible. 3 marks, maybe 4 with cartage. He met the grey eyes. It's the biggest single cost on the page, and the whole business rests on it. A brokerage is its scale. Everything else is shelving. Tap. Pages turned back. Rendering? And here the grey gaze did come up. You propose to run a rendering trade in my town, where I own the yards, the fees, and, I feel this is germane, the renderers. Field-damaged carcasses, master. Fire sale kills, dusk purchases, small lots, meat your yards never see, because the fees cost more than the salvage. It isn't competition, it's gleaning. Idris let one breath pass. Under your license, it's not even that. It's House Calamul's arm reaching a seam House Calamul's yards can't be bothered to work. Cranach keeps his floor. You take 40 parts of a stream that presently rots in fields. And the hands, boy. Softly. Tap. The book before me shows one man behind that counter, dawn to dusk, and a rendering line, and a stock rotation, and a rebuilt premises, and margins that assume labour at a cost of nothing. I own 900 labourers, and not one of them costs nothing. The finger stopped tapping. In the lamp, hiss, quite gently, the most careful man in Solemn laid the question on the desk, like a blade being set down within Idris's reach. Handle first. Whose hands? And Idris, who had rehearsed nothing this time, because the man ate rehearsals, who had walked up the hill knowing this moment was in the room the way you know a monster's in a chamber before you see it, said, "You may not have that yet, master." The lamp hissed. Somewhere in the middle of Idris, 2 ancient attentions leaned in. "Who?" said Bastion Calimol. He sat back. He looked at Idris for a long moment. The field look, the what might it grow look, and something new in it now, some third weight on the scale, and Idris, filing everything, thought, he's not weighing the answer. He's weighing that I paid him the respect of not lying. Then the old man drew a fresh sheet toward himself, took up his pen, and began, without another word on the subject, to draft. "Clause the 6th, he said as he wrote, in the flat voice of a man reading out weather. All goods brought to trade by the bond are warranted of honest finding, their provenance unexamined. Meaning, boy, in the plain tongue, I am not asking, I am charging you for the privilege of my not asking. And my price is that if the mystery in your back room one day bites this house, the license was your warranty that it would not." The pen paused. The grey eyes came up once more. "Sheet me on that clause, and no bond price will describe what follows. Deal squarely with me, and I will hold this town off your back with both hands and my whole name. That is the trade under the trade. Do you have it?" "I have it, master." "Then we may proceed to the parts that are merely money." The parts that were merely money took 2 more hours, and Idris would remember them, ever after, as the finest schooling of his life. Bastion attacked every column and the columns, mostly, held, the float, the posted rate discipline, the coin-only rule, that one earned an actual pause, and a long look, and, "You have thought about Octus's credit before Octus has thought about you. Good, keep doing that. The week 4 target, float turning twice weekly, or the license came up for review. The manumission arithmetic. Twice the old man found true rot. A cartage cost Idris had halved out of optimism, and the little matter, delivered without mercy, that the law of fines made Idris's own cause house property sold through house license, meaning his treasure would pay the 40 like everything else. Your own loot, boy, tithes to me the moment it touches your counter. You knew when you wrote this page. You hoped I wouldn't say it aloud. Yes, master. Never budget on another man's silence. And then there was nothing left to attack, and Bastion Calamul read the whole draft through once more, and signed and turned the sheet and held out the pen. "The Temper takes contracts by mark and meaning," he said. "It will read the terms out of the ink and hold what it finds there. Both ends, boy. Mine as well as yours. The split, the shielding, all of it. Men are careless with that fact. I never am." A beat. "For the register, the venture's name?" Idris had known for a day, and saying it out loud still felt like spending something. "The Fair Hour." The pen in Bastian's fingers went still, and for the second time in their acquaintance, something crossed behind the grey composure. That old, complicated arithmetic, there and gone, because the man had stood at the wards for 11 provings of his own stock and knew the adjunct's sermon as well as anyone alive. It is very possibly the only fair hour you will ever get. "The fair hour," Bastian repeated. "The adjunct will be flattered, or will file a complaint. Conceivably both. The temple trains them to multitask." He entered it in his ledger, in that engraved hand. "Venture, the fair hour of hope. Under license of House Calamel." "Your fair hour was interrupted, as I recall." "Yes, master." Idris took the pen. "So I'm opening one that keeps daylight hours, 6 days a week." Said Bastian again, and if a man could be heard not smiling, the counting-house heard it, and Idris pressed his thumb to the mark. The world took the contract. It was the boundary stones again, but made this time, chosen, negotiated, signed, that change of state behind the breastbone, the rope of him re-rigged in one silent instant. Bounds unrolled through his chest like a map spreading. The town, the yards, hope entire, the south road running south to the first milestone, and the hard old wall around the North Hills standing exactly where it had always stood, present and absolute, the one door pointedly not in the writ. And with it, threaded into him beside the bond he'd worn since birth, something new took hold, lighter than the bond, but of the same silent iron. Contract recognized. House Calamel grants license of trade to Idris, bond of the house, for the venture the fair hour of hope. Premises, the old Assay House of Hope, claimed and entered on the rolls of House Calamel, held to the venture's use. 60 parts, in 100 of the venture's gain to the bond's manumission account, 40 parts to the house. Bounds amended. Hope, the town of Solemn, the yards, the south road to the first milestone. The dungeon lands are excluded. The Temper holds both ends, and beneath it, quiet as a hearthstone settling. One more, manumission account, opened, held toward discharge. 0 of 50,000 copper bits. The Temper keeps all records. Idris stood very still, with the pen still in his hand, and read that second screen 3 times. 50,000. The number he had carried alone since he was 9. The count kept under a hearthstone, in a boy's head, in the dark, because a count was the one thing nobody could take. And here it stood, written into the fabric of the world by the same vast attention that held his chains, acknowledged. A road with an end, and a ledger keeper who had watched every soul since before there were words, and had never once, in all that time, lost a receipt. His freedom had just become an entry in the only book that never lied. He hadn't known, until his eyes stung with it, how heavy sole custody of a number could be. 0, observed the merchant, because it was constitutionally unable not to. Of 50,000. Hush, said the mother. Look at him. It's the first time anyone's ever held the other end of anything. Bastian took back his pen, blotted the license, and set it in the strongbox behind him, with the unhurried finality of a man who had just acquired either a profitable arm or an interesting problem, and priced both outcomes. Settlement is the 7th evening. This room, your books and mine. Bring the tally book. I find I have developed opinions about your cartage. He turned the lamp down to its coal. Good night, shopkeeper. Not boy. Idris was 3 steps down the dark hill before he let his face do what it wanted. And it wanted a great deal. He went back to hope, because there was no possibility of sleep, and one night of the license already paid for, and he went by the tailings path up to the mine mouth. First, where one stood sentinel over 2 nights of staged and graded salvage, and he said the 2 words he'd been carrying down the hill like a lit lamp in a wind. Paper's real. One was moving before the second word finished. By the time Idris had walked the long way down to the square, he could already hear it, stone on stone, rhythmic, tireless, the sound of heavy work done by something that would not be stopping. Soon, the same sound he'd once followed to a half-dug grave, now raising a house at the bottom of a dead district, and he came around the corner of the old square and stopped, and stood, and looked. One had cleared the assay house's fallen half-roof, and begun ferrying down the mine-staged salvage in graded loads, timber by length, slate by soundness, iron by keeper or scrap, with a rightness of order that no one had specified, and the counting room instantly loved. Now it stood astride the wall-top in the moonlight, 40 years of dead district below it, fitting a salvaged roof tree into the old iron brackets, silent, black, patient, its grip adjusting in small, unhurried economies, a workman on the ridge of the world. As Idris watched, the great beam settled home into brackets that had waited half a lifetime for it, true on the first seating, and the little line came up at the bottom of his sight like a wage paid. Summon 1, labourer, mastery 11%. Idris let himself in past the counter slab, his counter now, on paper, 60 parts of it, set the tallow stub on the stone, and opened the tally book to a fresh back page. At the top, in his best clerk lesson hand, he wrote the posting that would go on the wall by the door, the first public sentence of the rest of his life. The fair hour. Loot, bought at posted rates. True scale. Check it yourself. Appraisal, 2 coppers. Honest either way. He looked at it a long moment. Then, beneath, smaller for himself, for the Count, for a mother under a North Slope marker, and a father somewhere past finding, and a friend who dug, and a fellow up on the ridge beam, who'd hold the roof of it all, open at dawn. Above him, one fitted the next beam. Below, the south road ran off silver toward kingdoms that had never heard of any of them, carrying tomorrow's strangers up out of the dark. And in the window of the old assay house, for the first time in 40 years, past the middle of the night at the bottom of the town joke, hope had a light on. The Peasant King. Book 1, Chapter 7. Shelving. In the morning light, with the license 1 night old, the fair hour consisted of the following, and Idris stood in the middle of it, with the tally book open, and made himself write every line. 1 roof, new. 1 counter, immovable. 1 seal, house calomel, hung square. 4 walls, honest. Shelves, none. Stove, none. Scale, none. Tools, none. Stock, none. Coin in strongbox, no strongbox. He looked at the page a while. A shop, he said, is a promise. Stock's the proof. And presently, said the merchant, you are a man standing in an empty stone box that a great house has gone to the trouble of owning. The town will find that either sinister or hilarious, and I regret to say the smart money is on hilarious. The merchant, as usual, was unkind and correct. The building was sound. One had seen to that in a single night of work that would have taken a hired crew a week. Beams squared, slates hung, the old assay floor swept back to its stone, but a sound building with bare walls was not a business, and the gap between the two was measured, like everything else in the world, in copper. He had the queue solved, and the license signed, and the location that caught the road. And what he did not have was rope, torches, hardtack, tallow, knives, hooks, pans, a stove, a strongbox, a scale, or one single item that anyone would ever hand him money for. 3 days. He chalked it on the wall by the back door, where customers would never see, and he always would. Open in 3 days, because a promise with no date on it wasn't a promise. It was a mood. Behind him, through the shutter slats, The morning sun found the long trestle of the back room, the assay house's ancient iron-strapped vault door, which one had discovered buried under 40 years of collapse, and laid flat across 2 stone plinths, with the satisfied finality of a thing finding its second trade. It would make a rendering bench that could take an ox falling on it. It was, at present, a rendering bench with nothing to render and nothing to render it with. "Stock's the proof," Idris said again, and went to turn his treasure into money. The counting-house at mid-morning was a different room than the counting-house at dusk. Clerks in the outer office, the shutters up, the whole machine of House Calomel, audibly ticking, and Bastian received him with the ledger open, and a clerk's chit already half-written, because, of course, he had known what this visit was before it knocked. Idris set the cracked warden core on the desk between them. "To the house, master, at the honest price." "Under clause the 6th, Bastian said. Not a question, a demonstration. He said it the way a swordsman names a guard position while settling into it. "Observe, boy, the machinery we built, functioning." He picked up the core, turned the fracture to the window light, and did the fast, cold, correct thing with his eyes. C-grade, cracked by force, weeping. 5 marks 50. The exchange would offer you 4 and call the missing mark a weighing fee. A southern buyer might go 6 if his house needed it whole. Which cracked? It is not. 550. He set it down. Provenance. Unexamined, master. The word does work, doesn't it? The chit was signed, sanded, and sent out. The coin came back in a house pouch that weighed, in Idris's palm, like the first stone of a wall. 550 coppers. More money than his hands had ever held. That was 60 parts of it at least, and by contract, his. He didn't let his hands say so. Bastian watched him not letting them, and the grey eyes registered a small, dry satisfaction, as at a column carrying forward correctly. "The pips too," Idris said, and spilled the little grey-green mite cores across the desk, then split the pile with one finger, 2/3 and 1/3. "The house buys these. These I keep." Bastian's brow attained an altitude of perhaps half a hair. "You are keeping the small change. For the till, master. Hunters trade low cores hand to hand like coppers. It's half their pocket money north of the ridge. A till that can pay a hunter in the coin hunters actually carry," Idris shrugged. "It's a small thing. Small things are what a man checks a strange shop by." There was a pause, in which the head of House Calomel looked at the little pile of monster money, and then at the boy who had thought about what lives in a hunter's pocket, and wrote something in the margin of his own ledger that Idris would have given a full mark to read. 80 for the house's share, Bastian said. "Now, the balance." And here was the wound, and Idris laid it open himself, because Bastian had taught him in one lesson that the man found your rot faster if you tried to floor it over. The scale, the one true balance for sale within 60 miles, sat in the Octus Exchange. The plan said caravan special order, south, through the house manifest, invisible, and the plan was right, and the plan was slow. 3 marks deposit today, master, and the balance of it on delivery, and delivery is 3 weeks out at the caravan's mercy. I open in 3 days. I'll open with stamped yard weights and a borrowed steelyard, and post it plain on the board. True balance coming, weight stamped. Check them yourself. It's honest. It's just honest at a walking pace. It is a hole in a brand, whose entire cargo is the absence of holes. Tap. Enter the deposit. Next. Next was the page Idris had been up until 2 writing, and he turned the tally book around and gave it to the enemy, the fit-out budget, every line priced from memory and asking around, against a war chest of exactly 630 coppers. Bastian read it once fast and once slow, pen ticking down the column, sundries 45, yard tools condemned 55, stove, salvage, nil, strongbox Salvage and mend, nil. Stock. The pen slowed through the stock lines. Rope and torches and hardtack and tallow and poultices and whetstones and the little adventuring 100 things, 230. Scale deposit, 300. Total, 630. Against 630, Bastian said. To the copper. He set the pen down. You have balanced your budget the way a man balances on a fence post. Where in this document is your float? The stock is the stock is the stock. The float is the float. The mild voice acquired the specific patience it kept for the expensive lessons. You are opening a brokerage, boy. Your board promises to buy. The first party down that road sells you 3 marks of cause, and your strongbox holds. He consulted the budget with theatrical care. Nothing. A mended lock, and some monster teeth. You will stand behind your slab counter, in your shop, under my seal, and tell hunters, with loot in hand, that the buying shop cannot buy. Once. The road will do the rest, and the road does not retract. He let it land. A shop with stock and no float is not a brokerage. It is a museum with a rate board. Idris sat with it. The counting room had seen the hole at 2 a.m, if he was honest, and had hoped the beggar's arithmetic that week one's outfitting sales would fill the till fast enough to fund the buying. Hope was a district. It wasn't a plan. Options, master? 3. 1. Open without stock, all coin to float, and your shelves say failure to every arriving party for a fortnight, and first impressions compound like debt. 2. Delay opening until the pristine trade. The grey eyes flicked up, mild, horribly knowing. Provenance, unexamined, hanging in the air like pipe smoke. Matures at its own pace. Lose the fortnight anyway. 3. He drew the strongbox ledger toward himself. The house advances the venture 1 gold crown of float. Against inventory, at a fee of 1/2 mark to the fortnight. My money works like everyone else's, boy. For hire, never for love. 1/2 mark on 10 is. Usury, yes. At the kind rate. You may decline it. Idris looked at the numbers. The numbers looked back. Somewhere behind his breastbone, the merchant was making the low, appreciative sound of a professional watching a professional, which was no help at all. And the mother said nothing, because she too kept books. And hers said the man is teaching you the price of money while you are still too small for the lesson to kill you. Taken, Idris said. 1 condition. The fee line goes in the day book same as any cost, posted where I read it every morning. I want to hate it accurately. Boy, said Bastian Calimol, counting out the crown, and for one unguarded fraction of a second, the knot smile nearly suffered an accident. That is the only way I have ever hated anything. He spent the afternoon shopping, which, for a washout serf fitting out a laughingstock, turned out to be an intelligence operation wearing an apron. Cranach first. The yard kept a bone room of condemned tools. Knives ground past their last temper, hooks sprung at the throat, pans dented out of true, house property, scrap priced, and none of it, by long custom, worth the paperwork to sell. Cranach unlocked the room with the expression of a man being asked to pimp his own ledger. And then, because a sale was a sale, and a tally was a tally, warmed by degrees into the closest thing to joy the overseer possessed, itemized extraction. Boning knife. The temper's gone a finger up from the heel. Keep your strokes short, and it'll serve a year. 2 coppers. Clink. Hook. Sprung. Your hand's big enough to close it cold. A copper. Clink. Second hook. Honest. 2. Clink. That pan rings false but sits flat. Render pan. Not a scale pan. Mind. 2 coppers. And on down the racks. 55 coppers of verdicts, each one accurate to the hair, because whatever else Cranach was, the man knew the yard's iron the way Idris knew its carcasses. At the end he swept the coins into the housebox, entered the line, and then stood there a moment, visibly at war with something. "The third knife," he said at last, gruffly, to the shelf rather than to Idris. "The one with the horn handle. It's a lie. Crack down the tang, under the collar. It'll go through a man's wrist the first cold morning he leans on it. I'd not sell it to you at any price, and I've priced everything in this yard twice." A pause. "Don't buy the third knife." "I won't, overseer." Cranach locked the bone room, made a final note, and delivered to the ledger, in lieu of farewell. "You were dead a fortnight ago, and now you're a customer. Bookkeeping wise, boy, it has not been a restful season." Then up the hill into enemy country, with a sack over his shoulder and the washout's slouch on. And here was the thing about being nothing. Nothing walks anywhere. The Optus Exchange clerk quoted him rates without once really looking at him. The way you'd answer a post. Idris stood meekly in the queue with his sack of dented pans, ears open, and walked out 10 minutes later, carrying the exchange's whole buying board in the counting room. Line by line, plus the skim, watched a clerk weigh a southern hunter's decoy with a practiced thumb drag that shaved, by Idris's eye, a 12th off true, and heard the weighing fee named with a straight face. At the Barisad outpost store by the north gate, he priced rope he had no intention of buying, and got sneered at by a quartermaster's boy, and paid the sneer gladly, because it came wrapped around the retail price of every item on his own stock list. Rope at 9 coppers the coil that cost 3 wholesale, torches at a copper apiece, sold in bundles of 6 for 7, the gate fee first and the gouging after. The whole comfortable machine of 2 houses milking a road that had no other trough. "They have never once had to be good at this," the merchant murmured, wondering, as Idris walked back down the hill with their entire pricing structure in his head. 40 years, a captive road, and not one of them has ever had to be good at it. "Oh, little breaker, it's not even sport." "It will be," Idris said, "when they notice." The rest of the afternoon was the other kind of shopping, the kind the plan called the Hope Web, and the tally book called Stock, commissioned, local, and Idris, privately, had no name for at all, because he had never in his life been on this side of the counter of anything. He found old Marta at her eel stall at the day's slack hour, and asked her formally, hat metaphorically in hand, money literally on the barrel head, for hardtack. 12 dozen biscuits, her recipe, delivered in 4s by the week. Marta stared at him through the eel smoke for a long moment, wiped her hands and said, "You're the one plays shopkeeper in the dead town," in the exact voice she'd have used for, "You're the one stole my cat." "Yes, missus. 20 coppers the 12 dozen. First 4 dozen by Thursday dawn." 20. Chin out. Arms crossed. "It's worth 22. It was worth 18, and they were both fully aware of it. And Idris looked at the fierce old face that had left half a loaf of real bread on a broken boy's block and hurried off before thanks could catch her, and heard himself say, 21, and not a copper more, you brigand, and watched 60-odd years of Solemn's weather crack, very briefly, into something dangerously close to a smile. 21. She spat on her palm and held it out. "Mind you die less often, boy. It's hard on the trade." Bran's family ran the rope walk down by the tannery sheds. Bran of the Proving, Bran of the little hatchet and the honest terror, who had scrambled up out of the dark of that day with the D-grade cordwainers class and stories he still woke from. And it was Bran's father who came out, wiping his hands, when Idris asked at the gate. The elder rope-maker looked at him a long, level moment. Everyone in Solemn had heard the story by now. The washout, the breach, the dead boy walking home. "You went down the same hole as my son," he said. "He came up because the ground didn't want him. You came up because it couldn't hold you. He tells it that way, any road." He named a wholesale price on coil rope that was fair to the copper, threw in the first delivery's cartage free, and shook on it with a grip like his own product. And that was the second supplier contract in the history of the fair hour, and the first handshake anyone in that town had offered Idris of the Yards since the system declined to describe him. Widow Hettle, who grew the herb plot behind the shrine that worked and boiled poultices for half the sensible households in Solemn, agreed to 8 the week at 5 coppers each, and threw in a lecture about hunters who let wounds go proud that Idris memorized wholesale, because it was going on the shelf talker above the poultice basket, word for word. The Ostley household, whose smallest member had once left a flower on a mall peg, took the tallow and torches commission, tears in the mother's eyes, at the size of the order, dipping frames already coming down off the wall, while Idris counted out the advance. He walked home at dusk, through the grass-grown streets, with the tally book heavier than the coin pouch was light, rope, contracted, hardtack, contracted, poultices, contracted, torches and tallow, contracted, knives, hooks, pans, bought and honest, -1 lying knife, coin out today, 330, counting the scale deposit. Remaining of his own money, exactly nothing, balanced to the copper, standing on the fence post. Float, 1 borrowed crown, hired, hated accurately, and behind every line in the book, a face. That was the part the plan hadn't priced. Marta's cracked, almost smile, the rope-maker's grip, the Ostley woman's dipping frames. Coin gone out into hands that had never once, in the whole history of the 3 houses, been on the receiving end of a commission. And every one of those hands now, in some small ledgered way, needed the light in the dead district to stay lit. "You noticed," said the mother, warm as the stove he didn't own yet. "It's just supply," she said, "and hope is just a district. The nights belong to one." This was the rhythm of the 3 days, and Idris came to love it the way you love a tide. Days of coin and faces, and the slow public puttering of a washout playing shop. He did the visible light work himself, deliberately, mid-morning, where the road could see, 1 man and a broom, nothing to wonder at, and then full dark came down, and the real shift walked down off the tailings path with 100 weight of salvage on its shoulder. And the fair hour grew, shelving. The first night, straight-grained roof-tree wood from the ruins, cut square, pegged true, graded, of course, by length and load, so that the finished wall of shelves had an order to it that no one had specified and any yardman would have wept at. The strongbox, rescued from the assayer's own strong-room rubble, its lock seized with 40 years of rust, one held the case while Idris worked the mechanism free by lamplight, and the moment the bolt shot home clean. 60 parts of him and 40 parts of Bastion had somewhere to sleep. The stove, the second night. The stove was in the Chandler's Row, under half a fallen wall, a squat iron monster that had once boiled tallow by the 100 weight, and would once again. Idris had rebuilt the firebox sums twice. A warm shop at the bottom of a cold road was not a comfort. Was strategy. It was the free thing that kept a tired party standing among your shelves while their coin thawed, and the stove weighed more than 4 men, and there was no cart in hope. And this was precisely why the good gods and better cues had made labourers. Idris walked point up the dead street, lamp shuttered, listening. Behind him, in perfect silence, except for the occasional grieving creak of a doorsill it stepped over, came one, carrying an iron stove the way a bride carries flowers. "I want you to reflect," said the merchant, "on the tavern story it would make. 3rd bell past midnight, the dead district, and a black metal skeleton walking a stove down the middle of the road. There are men in this town who take the pledge on the spot. You could sell the sighting to the temperance cause. Nobody walks hope at night. Nobody has ever had a reason to. You are building the reason. Do attend to that arithmetic, little breaker. Every lamp you light down here buys you customers and costs you dark." It was, Idris filed it without wanting to, the truest thing the merchant had said all week. The 3rd night was the board. He had the numbers by then. Octus's buying board, minus the thumb. Barisad's retail, minus the sneer. His own costs contracted and known to the copper. What remained was the one decision the whole venture would wear on its face, and he worked it on the back of the vault door bench with chalk, by lamplight, while one pegged the last shelf, and the two oldest attentions in creation leaned over his shoulders and disagreed on principle. Buying rate. The exchange pays 60% of true value and steals another 12th with the thumb. I post 65, flat, all grades, and the scale checks. 58, said the merchant, promptly. You are the only honest counter within 60 miles. Honesty at 58 is still the best offer on the road. Why gift 7 parts to strangers? Because 58 is a better deal, and 65 is a better story. A hunter can't carry marginally superior rates into a tavern 3 towns south. He can carry the boy pays 65 and hands you the weights. Idris chalked it. I'm not buying loot. I'm buying the sentence. He is buying the sentence, the merchant repeated, to the mother, in the tone of a man appealing to a magistrate he despises. I heard him, she said, and there was a smile in it. I taught him none of it. Isn't it strange, all those years watching him count? And it turns out the counting was never the gift. The gift is he knows what can't be counted, and buys that with the counting. Idris pretended, with tremendous care, not to have heard some things you filed and did not touch, or they broke, and chalked the rest, outfitting at a third, under Barisad's gouge, which still cleared handsome margins over his contracted costs. Appraisal at 2 coppers, honest either way, carcasses whole at dusk, as is. Then he painted it fair, in his best clerk lesson hand, on the board one had planed for the purpose, and hung it by the door under the seal, and stood back in the lamplight and read the whole shop front of his life. The fair hour. Loot bought at posted rates. 65% of true, all grades, flat. True balance coming. Weight stamped. Check them yourself. Rope, torch, hardtack, poultice, sundries. Appraisal. 2 coppers. Honest either way. Carcasses bought whole at dusk, as is. Open dawn to dusk. 6 days. Summon 1. Labourer. Mastery 74%. Half shifts, the merchant observed, glancing, as it were, at the line. Nights only, and the days idle in a mine. The clock counts the work, little breaker, not the sun. Your queue runs at half speed, until your secrets can work daylight. Then the queue runs at half speed, Idris said, looking at his board, at his shelves, at his stove, at the black shape in the lamplight standing exactly where it always chose to stand, between him and the door. Some interest a man pays for owning something worth stealing. He slept in the shop on the last night. The lodging clause said may reside at the place of business, and the barracks straw had somehow, in 6 days, become somewhere he used to, live, on a pallet behind the counter with a strongbox bolted down an arm's length away and his boots on, because tomorrow started before dawn and he intended to be standing in it. But first, by the light of one shuttered lamp, he walked his shelves. Rope, coiled and graded, Bran's father's best. Torch bundles in 6s. Ostly dipped. The pitch, still faintly warm. Hard tack in the tin against the damp. Hard enough to shoe a horse. Exactly as specified. A wheel of martyr's opinion in every biscuit. Hettel's poultices in their basket beneath her lecture. Copied fair. Whetstones. Boot grease, waterskins, needles, twine, hooks, the 100-thing shelf, every item with its chalked price and its cost living silently behind it in the daybook, margin by margin, like bones under a hide. In the back room, the vault door bench scrubbed white, the condemned tools sharpened past their disgrace and racked by size, the render pans nested, the stove seasoned and sleeping. In the till, 1 borrowed gold crown in silver and copper, plus 50 coppers worth of mite pips for hunter's change. In the strongbox ledger, in his best hand float, 10 S&M, hired at 1/2 S&M the fortnight. Hate this line. No scale, but a borrowed steelyard, and a box of stamped weights, and a promise on the board. That was the whole. He stood in front of it, the way you stand in front of a seam you can't cut yet, and made himself nod at it. Known, priced, posted, and let it be. Outside, the wind came down the south road and rattled the new shutters and went on toward the sleeping town. Past the seal of House Callimal, past the rate board with its wet paint drying, past the one lit window in a district the whole world had written off. And if the wind had been able to read, it would have carried the strangest news in 40 years south to the kingdoms, that at the bottom of Solemn, in the graveyard of the last boom, somebody had laid a table, and meant to see who came. Idris lay down behind his counter in the dark of his shop, his 60 parts, on paper, in the only book that never lied, and the last thing he heard before sleep took him was one on the roof, making some final, fractional, unrequested adjustment to a slate that was almost but not quite true. Tomorrow, he told it, and the word had no grief in it at all anymore, and considerable interest. The shop said nothing. Shops and hope had that in common. He wasn't asking it to believe him yet. Chapter 8. Open at dawn. The fair hour opened at dawn on a morning so cold the posted rates had frost on them, and its first customer was already waiting at the counter when Idris unbarred the door. "You're late," said Decimus. "Sign says dawn." "That." He pointed a thick finger east, where the sun had cleared the toothridge by the width of a coin, "is dawn plus a bit. I've been standing in the plus a bit. We open when the bar comes off. Then the sign should say when the bar comes off." He came in like weather, filling the shop, and stood looking around it with his hands on his hips. At the new roof trees, squared and true overhead, the shelves of graded salvage wood, stocked with rope and torch bundles, tallow and hardtack, the great slab counter scrubbed down to its old assayer's shine. The House Callimal seal hung square by the door where no entering eye could miss it, and the rate board painted in Idris's best clerk lesson hand. He read the whole board, slowly, moving his lips on purpose because he knew it annoyed Idris. Then he read the last line out loud. "Appraisal, 2 coppers, honest either way." What's either way? Means if your treasure's trash, I say trash, and keep your 2 coppers, and you're glad I did. Decimus laid one enormous hand flat on the counter, the way men do before money. "Whetstone." "Des, I'm a customer. Serve me. You don't own a blade. House won't issue you one till your first hire posts." "Then I'll be ready," said Decimus with dignity, "and it'll be the readiest stone in Solemn. Whetstone, your board says 2 coppers. He counted out 2 coppers onto the slab. 1, 2, with the ceremony of a coronation, and Idris looked at his best friend's face and understood that arguing would be a kind of vandalism. He took down a whetstone, picked the best of the lot while pretending not to, and pushed it across, and took the coins, and the coins went into the strongbox. And that was that. The first sale in the history of the fair hour, entered in the day book as item, stone, 2 CB, paid. "There," said Decimus, pocketing the whetstone like a saint's relic. "Now it's a shop. My mother says nothing's real till a fool's paid money for it." He tipped his head at the door, at the town up the hill. "They're talking about you, you know. Washout's playing shopkeeper in the dead town. Callimal's letting him. The old man's soft, or it's a tax dodge. Barisad's gate sergeant is funny about it, apparently. Whole routine. Good, good, he says." Des studied him a long moment, and under the dryness there was the level thing again. "You know what you're doing, then? First man in my life who's ever asked me that. Like the answer might be yes." "Aye, well." Decimus rapped the slab twice with his knuckles, like knocking on a door for luck, and headed out into the cold. At the threshold, he paused. "The higher posts within the fortnight, they're saying. North Cruise, proper coin, B-grade rates. I'll be gone weeks at a stretch." He didn't turn around. "Mind yourself in the plus a bit, brother." Then he was gone up the road, and the fair hour stood open, staffed, stocked, licensed, lit, and entirely empty. It stayed empty for 4 hours. Idris rearranged the rope. He squared the torch bundles. He rechalked a rate that was already straight, swept a floor that was already swept, and stood behind his counter in the ringing silence of a district where his was the only breathing, listening to the south road and hearing nothing on it but wind. "Perhaps," offered the merchant, "somewhere in the 4th hour, a sign nearer the road. Something with fire." "Fire," draws the eye. "It's mid-morning. A modest fire." "Traffic's the traffic. Parties come when parties come. Sorrel's crew rolled in at noon. The ore caravans at dusk. I built on the road. I didn't build the road." He said it evenly, twice, because the first time hadn't entirely worked, and the counting room, unhelpfully, supplied the arithmetic of a day with no take against a week, with a settlement at the end of it. "You are allowed to be frightened," the mother said, gently. "Every soul who ever opened a door and stood behind it, waiting, has been exactly this frightened. It is the oldest fear there is. A table laid, and no one yet come. I'm not frightened, I'm early." He picked up the daybook, read item, stone, 2 CB, paid again, and put it down. "There's a difference." "There is," she agreed, warm as cook's mutton. "It is spelled differently." The first party came up the south road a little past noon. He heard them long before he saw them. Hooves and harness, and the particular dragging rattle of a cart with a bad wheel, and made himself stay behind the counter and not stand in the doorway, like a man selling his own hunger. 5 of them rode filthy southern kit. A lean, scarred woman walking point, with a hooded hawk's look under her brim. 2 spearmen, a boy leading the limping cart horse, and a broad man riding the cart itself with his boot up on the rail, and the enormous ease of someone who has decided the world is a show put on for him. They saw the light, and the sign, and the rate board. The cart creaked to a stop. "It's new," said the broad man to the scarred woman, as though the shop couldn't hear. "It wasn't here in spring. Nothing was here in spring. This was the dead bit." "It's got posted rates," the woman said, reading. "Whole board of them. Posted rates in the dead bit." The man swung down, hitched his thumbs in his belt, and strolled in to stand in front of the counter and look at Idris the way you look at a mule someone has dressed in an apron. He had the loud good humour of a man about to be either your best customer or your worst hour, with the coin flip still spinning. "Well, gods keep the enterprise. What's the game, boy? Barisad toll trap. Octus cat shop. Who do you belong to?" Everyone in the doorway heard it. "The whose thing are you?" Idris kept his hands flat on the slab, and his voice yard even. "House Calamul license. Seals by the door, master. Check it against your papers if you carry any. But the shop deals square, or the license is worthless. So as far as your purse minds, it belongs to the board." He nodded at the rates. "Buy, sell, or warm up out of the wind. The stove's free." "Belongs to the board," the man repeated, delighted. "It talks like a guild clerk." "Right." He dug into the cart satchel over his shoulder and thumped a wrapped bundle onto the counter, and unrolled it. 3 monster cores, 2 the honest dull grey-green of E-grade rasps, or their cousins. 1 the deeper smoke blue of a D, and a tangle of gorehound teeth on a thong. Dead bit or not, saves us the walk to the exchange. Exchange skims a 1/5 off southerners and calls it the weighing fee, and their scales got a thumb living on it. "What's your thumb weigh, shopkeeper?" "Nothing. Scales there? Check it yourself. The weights are stamped, and you're welcome to stack them." Idris drew the balance to the centre of the counter, a merchant's travelling balance, brass and steady, bought off a busted trader for 11 coppers, the fair hour's, first ever purchase, made an hour before it opened, and the story of that transaction was already, by cart and caravan, 3 miles down the south road and travelling. He weighed the teeth first, because they were worth least, and doing the small thing carefully is what a man watches hardest. Then the cause, each held to the window light, turned, red, greyed, soundness, the faint cloud in the D that took it a step off pristine, and he told them what the board said, item by item, and what the total was. And then he did the thing he had planned in the tallow light 3 nights ago and put the daybook where the whole party could see the entry as he wrote it. The broad man watched the whole performance with his thumbs still in his belt. "Exchange offered us better on a D last autumn," he said, testing. "Then the exchange lied to you about the grade, or the season's moved, master. Board's the board. I don't haggle. The next man through that door gets the same numbers you got. And that's the whole reason my numbers are worth anything." There was a pause with the coin flip in it. "Ha!" said the broad man, and looked at the scarred woman. And the scarred woman looked at the stamped weights she had, in fact, been quietly stacking against the balance the entire time, and gave a single downward tuck of her chin. True. They sold him the cause and the teeth. Then they bought rope, 2 torch bundles, a sack of hardtack, boot grease, and, after the boy whispered to the woman, a poultice for the cart horse's hock and the strong box. Took on weight, and the daybook grew 9 lines, and at the door the broad man turned back with the satchel remade on his shoulder, and the good humour landed on customer after all. "Belongs to the board," he said again, savouring it. "You'll want a bigger stove, boy. When the Mull brothers hear there's a straight scale at the bottom of the hill, you'll have half of everything south of the ridge warming in here by frost," and was gone. Bad wheel rattling north toward the gate fees, and Idris stood looking at the 9 new lines, and the counting room did the sums twice, once in coppers and once in something it had no column heading for yet. "Now it's a shop," the mother said. "Now it's a rumour," said the merchant, with far more satisfaction. "Shops sit. Rumours walk. The days found a shape, and the shape held. Dawn, bar off, stove lit, stock squared, and the overnight work priced and shelved, which by the 3rd day meant rendered goods, because the dusk trade had begun exactly as the tally book said it must. Tired parties coming down off the hills at last light. A day's drag from the North Holes with a carcass going green on the sledge, and the yard fees at the gate, still to pay. And there at the bottom of the hill, a lit window and a boy who'd give honest copper for the whole animal, as is, where is, no fees, no walk. The first was a gorehound with a spear-ruined hide, bought for 50 coppers off men too tired to argue. The second was 2 rasp boars and most of a craigling. By the 4th dusk, they were coming to him on purpose, and then, every night, the other shift started. The town could not see the back room of the fair hour, which was as designed. What the back room saw was this: a rendering bench built from the assay house's old vault door laid flat on trestles, a wall of hooks, knives, and the graded pans, and Idris of the yards, sleeves rolled. 4 years the breaker and every one of the 211 ways in his hands, working a carcass by lamplight, while a black metal skeleton stood across the bench from him, motionless, holding whatever he told it to hold, at whatever angle he told it to hold it, forever. The work went beautifully. That was the trouble. It went beautifully, and it went on his sleep, dusk by to dawn shelf, and the shop still had to be minded from bar off to bar on. And by the 5th day, Idris was pricing cause through a grey fog, and had caught himself once, calling the broad man's rumour mill sir, and a spearman young master, and the mother had begun saying the word rest in a tone that was accumulating steel. "It's days," he told her, elbow deep in the 4th dusk's craigling. "The whole strain is days long. One's nearly through its trade, and the next one up the queue is a knacker, and then this." He nodded at the bench. "The hooks. Whole night shift of it isn't mine any more. I built the queue for exactly this. First you carry the thing yourself so you know its weight. Then you set it down. A philosophy of husbandry, said the merchant. You are one bad night from pricing a gold crown as a turnip. But by all means, philosophy. It happened on the 6th night. An hour past full dark, while he was scrubbing the bench, the small, tidy line he'd been waiting for since the moonlit rota. Summon 1. Labourer. Basic mastery achieved. And then, right behind it, arriving like a door unbarred somewhere in the middle of him. The first has its work. The next may rise. Raise summon. 2 of 2. Idris stood in the lamplit back room, with the scrub brush dripping in his hand, and looked across the bench at 1, who had stopped, mid-task, skull tilted, as though it too had heard the door, and found his heart going hard, for no reason the counting room could enter. Well, he said, come on then. Let's go meet your brother. He raised 2, at the mine mouth, at midnight, on the packed dark floor between the strong room racks, because that felt like the place, the border of his buried kingdom, over the door that remembered him. It came up the way one had come up in the vault, the ground giving its answer, the black metal welling through stone that had no black metal in it, pouring itself upward into the shape a body is under everything else. And then 2 stood there, new and gleaming and eyeless, identical, to 1 in every plane and joint, and, somehow within 10 breaths, not. It held itself a half-inch differently. Its skull moved in small, exact increments where one's swung smooth. And when it turned toward Idris, they all turned toward Idris. It seemed less to attend than to measure. Designate a class for your summon. Naka, said Idris, and then, because the word deserved its full weight, said in the old yard way, renderer, breaker down of beasts. The trade that fed me before any of this found. Me. It's not grand work. The merchant made a sound like a man biting his own tongue, in half, and heroically saying nothing. It's the floor. The grand work stands on. Learn it right. Summon 2. Designation accepted. Naka. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first. And then, small, courteous, unprecedented, a line the system had never shown him before. A master of this craft attends. Mastery quickened. Oh, said the mother, softly, with the whole warmth of her turned on it. Oh, it counts you, child. The temper knows a teacher when it watches one. 4 years in the yards, and it was taking notes. Idris stood looking at that line a long moment in the dark of the mine, and something in it went through him harder than the level-ups ever had, because levels paid you for killing, and this, whatever this was, paid you for the barley years, for Krannik's tallies, for every dawn of the only trade anyone had ever bothered to leave him. A master of this craft. The system that had declined to grade him had just, in its tidy sideways clerk's way, called him something after all. Right, he said, when his voice came back. School's tonight. Bring the bench. The lessons ran the rest of the week, midnight to first light. And Idris would remember them the way you remember the good strange dreams. The lamplit back room, the carcass on the vault door bench, and his own voice saying the words old Harl, the yardmaster, had said. To him at 13, the seam's where the money is. The animal agrees to come apart somewhere. Find the agreement to a silent black apprentice who never tired, never flinched, never forgot, and watched him with an attention no living apprentice ever paid anything. 2 learned the way water runs downhill, instantly, along the exact channel shown, and not 1 finger's width beside it. Shown a cut. It made the cut, the same cut, the identical cut, the platonic cut, 40 times without 1 degree of drift. And by the 3rd night, Idris ran out of things to correct and began, uneasily at first, to be corrected. He hurried a shoulder seam on a rasp bore. Tired, near dawn, good enough, yard good, Krannik would pass it good, and 2 stopped. Would not take the next hold. Stood there with its skull angled at the seam, then at Idris, then at the seam, silent, patient, immovable, a cathedral of disapproval, one hand high off a butcher's bench. "It's fine," said Idris. Two did not move. "It's a boar hide, worth 30 coppers, not a—" He stopped. He looked at the seam. Somewhere behind his eyes, 4 years of Harl's voice looked at it too. "It's a copper's drift off true. Nobody who'll ever buy it could find it." Two waited. "I could find it," Idris admitted at last, to a skeleton, at 4 in the morning, and reset the blade and cut it true, and Two took the next hold with the smooth contentment of an order restored. And from somewhere in the middle of everything the merchant laughed and would not stop. "You built a rotor," it managed, "and the rotor has built a conscience. Oh, little breaker, wait till there's 100 of them. Summon 2. Knacker. Mastery 31%. By the 7th dawn, the shelves carried more rendered stock than bought stock. The dusk parties had started asking for The Boy Who Takes Them Whole, and Idris, sleeping 4 honest hours a night now, that the bench had better hands than his on it, chalked 1 new line at the bottom of the rate board in his best hand, and stood back and looked at it with more pride than the whole board besides. Carcasses bought whole at dusk, as is. Rendered goods sold at dawn. Ask? Settlement night. The 7th evening. The counting house. 2 ledgers open on the desk, nose to nose like duelists, and Bastian Calomel reading Idris's daybook line by line in a silence that had, over the course of an hour, curdled from judicial to something Idris couldn't price. 9 silver, 40 coppers net, Bastian said at last. In a week. From a dead district. Standing start. Yes, master. Your float turned. A page went back. Once and 2/3. Twice by week 4. The board holds. The board holds, Bastian repeated. Tap. The rendering line. You bought 11 carcasses whole, and your daybook records their rendering at margins my yards do not achieve with 9 men on the floor, and I have read it 4 times. Boy, no labour cost again. The grey eyes came up, mild as milk. The clause holds. I am not asking, I am admiring. There is a difference, and you should know now that it is not a large one, and it shrinks each week. Noted, master. The pen worked. The split then. 940 net, 564 to the bonds account, 376 to the house. My 40 parts of your first week. He set the coins out on the desk in neat towers as he spoke. House side. And there was, unmistakably, pleasure in the setting out, not greed, something drier and stranger. The pleasure of a theorem landing is 3 silver, 76. Boy, I have owned your whole life since before you could walk, and this is the first coin of it I have ever taken, that you chose to go and make. He looked at the little towers a moment. It is better coin. I don't propose to examine why. Then Idris untied the pouch he had carried up the hill inside his shirt, and set it on the desk, and pushed it across. Personal deposit. To the account, if the account will take it. Bastian loosened the string, looked in, and then looked at it longer than its coin could explain. 215 coppers, worn smooth, dark with hearth soot, some of them older than the boy across the desk, palmed tips, and found coins, and 1 memorable cart wager. 3 years of a locked child's arithmetic, dug out of a dead district's floor at last, and carried into the light. He did not ask. He was Bastian Calomel. He had priced the soot, the wear, and the shine on the oldest ones where a thumb had counted them too often, and arrived, Idris was certain, within a copper of the truth of it. The account takes what you give it, was all he said, and entered it, and the world's tidy pale lines rose over the desk between them and made it real. Manumission account. Idris, bond of House Calomel, entered this settlement. 564 from the venture's gain, 215 given by hand. Held toward discharge, 779 of 50,000 copper bits. The temper keeps all records. 779, said the merchant. 1.5 parts in 100. At this pace, freedom in— Don't you dare, said the mother. I was going to say, the merchant said, wounded, faster every week. The curve's the thing, madam. He knows the curve's the thing. He built the queue for the curve. Idris walked home the long way, down through the sleeping town, toward the one lit window in Hope, where a labourer with a mastered trade was fitting shelves in the strong room, and a knacker with a conscience was working the dusk's 2 carcasses to a standard no-paying customer would ever fully deserve. The night was cold and enormous. The hearthstone tin in his shirt was empty, and had never weighed less, and had never weighed more. Under the old rowan, at the cottage with the fallen roof tree, he stopped, force of 3 years' habit, and looked at the dark hearthstone a moment through the ruined kitchen wall. Kept your secret long enough, he told it. It's in better hands, same hands, better books. The stone said nothing. Stones and Hope had that in common. They'd both learned not to answer. Idris put his own hands in his pockets and walked down the grass-grown street toward the light and the work. 779 of 50,000, 2 skeletons, 1 license, 6 days to the next settlement, and if anyone had been watching from the dark of the dead district, they'd have seen the washout of Solemn stop in the middle of the old square, alone, and stand a moment looking at his own lit window, as though it were a thing that could not possibly be his. Then they'd have seen him laugh at nothing at all, the way madmen and rich men do, and go in, and bar the door, and get to work. Chapter 9. The first to know. The first pristine core went into the daybook on the 9th day of trading, and it went in under clause the 6th, and the entry took Idris longer to write than any 9 words had ever taken him. Item, core, C-grade, pristine. Of honest finding, provenance unexamined, cost nil. He had carried it down from the mine inside his shirt before dawn, one of the 2 banked blue suns that had slept in one's keeping since the vault, and it sat, now in the strong box with the value chalked against it, 13 marks, and he'd defend 14, that made everything else in the till look like sweepings. The clause made the ledger honest. The house had bought his silence wholesale and licensed the mystery, and Bastian would read the line at settlement with his own signature effectively already under it. The town was another matter, and for the town he had the other version, the counter version, worn smooth with rehearsal, bought it off a departing hunter. Cash, no name. Half the trade down that road wants no fees and no questions, master. You know how the South Road is. Every word of it plausible, every word of it a lie with its boots on. He said it twice that week, once to a curious spearman, once to an Octus underfactor who wandered in wearing casualness like a borrowed coat, and both times it walked out the door without a limp. You see, said the merchant, warm with professional pride, a broker's strongbox needs no biography. You didn't launder the cores, little breaker. You built a building where they didn't need washing. At the second settlement Bastion, read the Clause 6 entry exactly as predicted, fully, twice, without one word. Then he read the week's totals. 21 marks 40 net, the outfitting stream steady, the rendering line fat, the core sail crowning it, and paid the float fee its half mark, and renewed the advance unasked, and entered the split in his engraved hand. Manumission account, Idris, bond of House Calamel, entered this settlement. 1,284 from the venture's gain, held toward discharge. 2,063% of 50,000 copper bits. The temper keeps all records. 4 parts in 100, Bastian observed, in a fortnight, from a standing start in a dead district. Tap. I have decided to stop being surprised on a schedule, boy. It was costing me too much composure. 2 finished its trade on the 12th night. Summon 2. Knacker. Basic mastery achieved. The first has its work. The next may rise. Raise summon. 3 of 3. By then, the back room ran without him. Two worked the dusk carcasses to a standard that had begun, quietly, to distort the market, because hunters had noticed that hides rendered at the fair hour fetched a premium off southern buyers, and had started asking for the tight work, and Idris had started charging for it, and so he climbed to the 9 at midnight, with his heart doing the hard thing it did at each, raising, and stood on the packed floor between the strong-room racks, and called the third of his house, up out of the world's black bones. 3 came up new and gleaming, and, within 10 breaths, itself, where 1 attended, and 2 measured, 3 oriented, the eyeless skull swinging in small increments, mapping, as though the mine and the racks and Idris and the very slope of the floor were being entered into some patient internal ledger of where things are. Porter, Idris told it, and the system took the word, and the queue advanced. Summon 3. Designation accepted. Porter. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first. The nightly caravan began the next dark. Down the tailings path with the rendered goods and the graded stock. Up again before first light with the dusk-bought carcasses. The strongrooms take, silent, tireless, exact. The delivery method the whole operation had been waiting on, running on legs that could not be robbed, bribed, or tired. Within 4 nights 3 knew every stone of the route better than Idris did. Within 5 it had opinions about the route. It would not take the lower fork past the collapsed chandlery, having twice measured the lean of its remaining wall, and no instruction Idris phrased could talk it into the shortcut. And on every single pass, without fail, going and coming, it stopped for the space of 1 breath in front of the empty shrine on Hope's Square, the little roofless shrine with its empty bowl held up to the sky, and stood, and then walked on. Idris watched it do this 4 nights running before he said anything. 3. Why do you stop there? 3 turned its skull toward him, patient, eyeless, entirely without an answer. It was a porter. It went, it carried, it stopped at the shrine. Somewhere in the middle of him, the mother was very quiet, in the way of someone smiling in the dark, and the merchant said nothing at all, which was its own kind of remarkable. He let it stand. Some things you filed and did not touch. Summon 3. Porter. Mastery 22%. The scale came up the South Road on a calomel freight wagon on the 17th day, in a crate stenciled with a Southern maker's mark, packed in wool like a relic, which, Idris reflected, prying the boards with his heart absurdly loud, it was. An assayer's balance, brass and blued steel, knife-edge bearings, a full nested set of stamped and certified weights in a fitted case, and a maker's certificate on paper heavier than the license. It was the single most expensive object he had ever bought. 6 marks all told. Deposit and balance and freight, and he set it dead centre on the great slab counter where the assay house's first balance must once have stood, and levelled it with a jeweller's patience, and tested it against the stamped weights until even 2, summoned up from the back room for the purpose, could find no drift to disapprove of. Then he repainted 1 line of the rate board, and the shop was finally holy, the sentence he'd built it to say, "True balance here. Weights stamped and certified. Check them yourself. We like it when you check." He walked the borrowed steelyard back to the yards that same afternoon, scrubbed and oiled, with a copper tied to the hook. Cranach inspected it for damage with visible disappointment at finding none, held up the copper, and said, "What's this?" "Hire of the steelyard, overseer. 17 days. There was no hire, agreed. The overseer's eyes narrowed at the coin, as at a trap. Then, with the air of a man forced to invent jurisprudence on the spot, "It's a copper on," he declared, and entered it, and Idris left him standing in the yard he'd been owned in, holding the first voluntary copper of their acquaintance, wearing the expression of a man whose universe had wobbled twice in one season, and was developing suspicions about the cause. Sorrel came through 2 days later, southbound, with the grey braid and the mended crossbow and a season's takings on 3 mules. She stopped in the door of the fair hour and stood there long enough for the light to find her face, pricing the room. Shelves, stove, seal, board, balance, boy, with those eyes that never stopped costing things. And Idris watched her arrive at the sum and check it twice. "Yard boy," she said. "Ma'am, word at the gate says wash out." She came in, unhurried, and looked at the balance the way a swordsman looks at another's blade. Word at the gate says a lot of things. Word says Calimel's soft. Word says there's a haunt in the dead town, wears a black shape, and walks stoves about by night. Her eyes came up, hawk flat, missing nothing, promising nothing. Word's cheap. Scales aren't. May I? The board likes it when you check, ma'am. She checked. She checked for a quarter of an hour, with her own weights. Of course, she carried her own weights, working the balance through its range like a farrier, working a horse's legs, and the shop stood quiet around her, and Idris stood quiet behind the counter, because he had exactly one chance at this customer, and the merchandise was the silence. When she finally straightened, she laid a decor on the pan. A good one, honest smoke blue, and named its value herself, to the copper, before he could open his mouth. Testing that too. Board says 65% of true flat, all grades, Idris said. Your figure's true. Here's 65 of it. He counted it out. He added nothing. The sale hung there, complete, correct, unremarkable, which was the entire point of it, and the only sermon he had. Sorrel looked at the coins, then at him. Then, and this was the moment the counting room would keep, filed beside the copper she'd once palmed him, she paid 2 coppers over the counter, flat. Appraisal fee. Appraise me the shop, yard boy. Honest either way. Idris looked around his own 4 walls, and gave it to her the way he'd give a carcass verdict. Understocked in weapons-grade goods, overexposed to one house's freight schedule, 3 weeks of float from real trouble, and the best margins on the road, because everything in it that matters can't be bought at any price. It'll hold, ma'am. If the winter's fair, it'll better than hold. Said Sorrel. The sound he remembered, the laugh considered and filed for later. She pocketed one of her 2 coppers' change and left the other on the slab. And at the door, she turned and did the thing he'd been building 19 days of honest tedium to earn. I winter at Miles Ford. Boy and I drink at the gate on the way through, and I talk. Scales true. Rates are posted. The washout deals square at the bottom of the hill and hands you the weights. She hitched the lead mule. That's the whole of what I'll say, and I'll say it everywhere. It'll be worth more to you than the mules are worth to me. It's worth more than the shop, ma'am. Aye, said Sorrel, unimpressed, mounting. Don't drown in it. And yard boy. The pricing eyes came around one last time, and rested, one deliberate moment, not on Idris, but on the deep shadow of the back room doorway behind him, and her voice never changed at all. Whatever renders your hides, it cuts truer than anything with a heartbeat I've ever met. I'd keep that fed, whatever it eats. Then she was 3 mules of dust on the south road, and Idris stood behind his true balance with his blood ringing, holding the exact sensation of a man who has just been paid and searched in the same handshake. Decimus's hire posted on the 19th day. A proper northern crew, 12 blades and a wagon, contracted 6 weeks against acclaimed dungeons respawns, 2 valleys up. B-grade rates, house share and hire share entered, and a house issued. Blade to go with it. A plain, long-hafted axe that had made Day grin like a boy when the armory handed it over, because, of course, the system had made him an ironbreaker, and the house had gone and armed him with a felling axe. He spent his last evening at the fair hour, taking up a third of the shop, drinking Idris's tea and rereading the rate board and being, with tremendous determination, unsentimental. 6 weeks. Miles Ford by the new moon, they say. Then up the spine of the valley to the claim. Steady grinding. Good rates, no heroics. Crew boss says the wristspawns run E and D with a CPAC on bad nights, and 12 of us to say no to it. He turned his mug. You'll be... what? By the time I'm back? Richer. Richer. Des snorted. My mother says, never befriend a man whose plans fit in one word. He stood, ducked the roof beam by old habit, though this roof had been raised to clear him, and stopped at the door with his new axe on his shoulder. And the level thing came up in his face at last, the thing he'd been not saying all evening. Brother, the whetstone's in my kit, the readiest stone in the north, and I'm glad of the coin, and I'll go. But I've eyes, a shop that stocks itself, hides rendered tighter than 9 men could. A haunt story growing legs up the hill. He held Idris's gaze, gentle and immovable. The road's long, and I'll carry what you give me and nothing I steal. But if it stops being safe for me not to know before I'm back, you find a way to reach me. Here, don't you carry the heavy thing alone for pride. I've seen what that does to a man's hides. And Idris, who had already decided, watching his brother reread a rate board he plainly couldn't stop being proud of, heard the break-in happen before he could answer. Not the sound of it, the bell of it. The little cordon bell rig behind the counter that ran from the back shutter, tinkling once, twice, in the shop's warm quiet like a polite cough at a funeral. Both of them looked at it, then at each other. Stay here, Idris said, and was through the backroom door before Des could argue with the stupidest instruction either of them had ever heard. The thief's name, the town would learn it by noon tomorrow, and never let him bury it, was Fitch, a gate rat, a lifter of unwatched things, a man shaped like an apology with the ethics of a gull who had heard, as everyone had now heard, that there was coin sleeping in the dead town, and had reasoned, as gulls reason, that coin sleeping in a laughingstock's shop was coin nobody serious was guarding. He had come through the back shutter with a pry bar and a sack. He had crossed the dark back room on excellent professional tiptoe. He had gotten both hands onto the strongbox, and the dark behind him had closed one black hand around his wrist. When Idris came through the door, lamp shuttered to a slit, the tableau was this: Fitch, suspended at the end of his own arm like a man hailing a coach in a nightmare. Sack dropped, pry bar dropped, mouth working through the upper registers of sounds that had stopped being words. Some seconds earlier, and it was two, the bench's own, two who did not approve of drift, holding him at precisely arm's length with the incurious firmness of a clamp, skull tilted, waiting, exactly as instructed, for the master of the shop to come and see about the seam. For one long moment, Idris stood in the doorway with the slit of lamplight in his hand and the whole ledger of the thing open in his head. Hold him? Then what? A prisoner. Questions. Garrison men in his back room by morning. Silence him. Not a line in any book he meant to keep. Unmask. Explain. Bribe. A coherent witness, which was the only kind that mattered. Or Idris shuttered the lamp entirely. In the blind dark he said one word, loose, and two opened its hand. Fitch went out through the shutter. He jimmied without touching the sides of it. He left behind his sack, his bar, his jacket. The jacket simply stayed, hanging from two's other hand, its owner having exited it somewhere in the first half-second of freedom. And one long receding scream up the tailing side of the district, dopplering toward town, of a man revising his relationship with the dead town, honest work, and the night itself. Silence came back down over hope like snow. So, said Decimus, from the doorway, enormous and axe-bearing and having, of course, followed immediately. He was looking. Carefully, calmly, the way you look at a wall to see which of you gives first, at the shape of two, black on black by the bench, still politely holding the jacket. Not tonight after all, then. It stopped being safe about 40 seconds ago. Aye, Idris said. He unshuttered the lamp all the way. Des, this is two. Two. This is my brother. Give him the jacket. It wants mending, and he knows a woman who sews. 2, whose instructions were literal and whose judgment was developing, examined the jacket first, found a torn seam, and folded it, corner to corner like a hide, before holding it out. Decimus took it. He looked at the fold for a long time. "Right," he said, in the voice of a door deciding after all to be a door about it. "Tea's gone cold anyway. Start from the hole in the ground, brother, and this time don't stop early." He gave it to him in the mine, before muster, in the grey before dawn, because a thing this size deserved to be shown, not told, and because after tonight the town's version would be loose in the world, and Decimus of all souls alive would not learn it from a tavern. He gave him the fall, true and entire, the old workings, the dark, the hall too big for the world, some of the hall, not the throne, not the king, the shape of that stayed folded, and the class that came up out of it, with no name and no grade, and a power the sheet refused to describe. He gave him the summons. 1, standing sentinel by the racks with the black hammer grounded before it. 2, walked up from the shop. 3, returning off the night's last portage, pausing, Dez's eyebrows climbing, at some private station of its own by the mine-mouth. 3 of them, ranged in the lamplight, eyeless and silent and patient, the whole impossible payroll of the fair hour, attending their summoner and the enormous, careful man beside him. He gave him the license's true architecture, the law of fines, the bill of sale a court could write with one's name on it, the reason the washout had to stay a washout until the ledger said untouchable. He gave him the queue, the trades, the mastery clock, the nightly caravan. He gave him last and hardest the plan entire, the account, the 5 crowns, the second bond after that. Yours, Des, yours was always the second line of it. Since the skinning yards, since before I had a copper to count. And then he stood there in the lamplight, 17 years old, out of words for the first time in their acquaintance, and let his brother look at the size of what he'd been carrying. Decimus was quiet for a long time. He walked a slow circle around one, who tracked him with that small, precise turn, and then, at some threshold of proximity, gave him the grave little dip of the skull it had given no one else alive, and Des stopped, and blinked, and inclined his head back, warily, half an inch, one door acknowledging another. "Polite," he managed. "For a dead thing, they're not dead. They were never alive. They're—" Idris looked at his 3, and found the only true word he had. "Mine." Des completed the circle. "Names? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and—" Decimus pinched the bridge of his nose with a sound like a kettle taken off the heat. "You were handed miracles out of the deep earth, and you numbered them like sacks of grain. My mother would weep. She'd weep. And then she'd say it's the most you thing that's ever been done in Solemn." He dropped his hand and looked at Idris, and all the dryness fell away at once, the way it did, leaving the level thing bare. "The hole I dug. 2 nights I dug it. And you'd already climbed out the other side of the hill with an army. With a debt," Idris said. "The army's how I pay it. And this is the heavy thing. The whole of it. The whole of what's mine to hand you." He held his brother's eyes steady. "There's a corner that isn't mine yet. It's not danger to you, and it's not shame to me. And when I understand it, you're first. That's the truest I can say it, Des." Des studied him. 40 feet of reading in bad light, all their lives, and whatever he found, it settled him. "Then it'll keep." He hefted the folded jacket under one arm, took up the felling axe, and stood a moment looking at the 3 black shapes in the lamplight, the strong-room racks, the whole buried engine of his brother's freedom, learning it by heart, the way you learn a face at a leave-taking. 6 weeks. When I'm back, I want a number of my own. Don't argue. I've seen the queue. I'll wait my turn behind the appraiser like honest folk." At the mine-mouth he stopped and did not turn, and said it to the road the way he'd said it at the boundary stones. "Mind the plus a bit, brother. And if the day comes while I'm gone, the one we shook on, I'll leave you your part. I keep my contracts now. Ask anyone. Aye, said Decimus, and shouldered his axe, and went down the tailings, path into the grey, and north, 6 weeks north, carrying a whetstone, a mended jacket's worth of proof, and the entire truth minus one corner, the first soul on earth to know what walked at the washout's back. By noon, as predicted, Fitch's story was in every tavern in Solemn, growing teeth and losing bones, with each telling a black thing, tall as a door, cold as a well chain. It had his arm, it had his soul half, out of him. And by dusk, it had already become what Idris had opened his hand to make it, not a witness's account, but a ghost story, wearing his shop for a haunted house, patrolling his district for free. They'll come to look, you know, said the merchant. Boys on dares. Then hunters, who dare professionally. The dark is spent, little breaker. You're a rumour with a road to it now. Spend it well. He already is, said the mother. He gave it to his brother, before the town could sell it to him broken. That was the whole treasury, child. And you spent it right. Idris stood behind his true balance in his stocked shop, in the first hour of the first day of being a rumour, and watched the south road come awake below the window, and far up the north, track at the edge of sight, a wagon and 12 blades, and one enormous unhurried figure who did not look back, because doors don't, going away into the hills with a third of everything he had. Summon 3. Porter, mastery 61%. The count stood at 4,151 of 50,000. The queue stood at 3, with the 4th waiting on the 3rd. The secret stood at 1 brother, 1 old man circling it, and 1 gull's ghost story running loose up the hill with no bones in it. All right, he told the shop, the road, the 6 weeks. Busy season, and opened at dawn on time. Chapter 10. Tuition. 3 finished its trade on a night of hard frost, 22 days into the life of the fair hour, and Idris climbed to the mine and raised the 4th of his house with the ease of a man who had begun, dangerously, to think of miracles as scheduling. Summon 3. Porter, basic mastery achieved. The first has its work. The next may rise. Raise summon. 4 of 4. 4 came up out of the dark floor like its brothers, and was, within the customary 10 breaths, nobody's brother at all, where 1 attended and 2 measured, and 3 oriented, 4 examined. Its skull moved in long, slow, considering arcs. It looked at the lamp, and then at the light the lamp threw, and then at the shadow the light made of Idris, as though the 3 were separate items requiring separate valuation. Before he had said 1 word of designation, it had picked up a mite pip from the strong-room shelf, and was holding it to the lamp, turning it, reading it. Well, said Idris, that's the interview passed. Appraiser. Summon 4. Designation accepted. Appraiser. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first. A master of this craft attends. Mastery quickened. There it is again, the mother said. Warm. It counted the yards the first time. It counts the counter now. The lessons were nothing like 2s. 2 he had taught with his hands, seams, weights, the fall of a blade. He found himself teaching the way old Bastion's clerk had once taught a yard boy his numbers, by lamplight, at the bench, with the stock laid out in ranks, and his own voice saying the things he'd never known he knew. Grade is what it is. Condition is what happened to it. Price is what the room will bear. 3 different numbers, and the fraud lives in the gaps between them. He taught it the drift of hide weights in wet weather, and the smell of a refired blade. Taught it Octus's thumb, and Barasad's gouge, and the 7 honest reasons a true thing can look false. And 4 absorbed it all with those long considering arcs, and developed, within 4 nights, the habit that would never afterward leave it. It appraised everything. The stock, the strong box, the bench, the day book. Idris found it one dawn with the book open under the lamp, skull bent low, one black finger resting beneath a cartage figure like a tutor declining to comment. It appraised the rain. It appraised, through the shutter slats, at a fixed hour each evening, the customers, and that was unnerving enough that Idris hung a curtain. "You stare," he told it. Four turned its skull to him and stared. "Fair," said Idris, and went to bed. The fake arrived on the 26th day, an hour before dusk, wearing an honest man's face, which was, Idris would reflect later, the whole tuition in one line. The goods and the story arrive together, and the story is always in better condition. The seller was a lean, weather-burnt hunter with a limp and a northern accent, plausible as bad news. And his tale was plausible too. Crew broke up at Marl's Ford. Share paid out in goods. Needed coin for the South Road. And his goods were good, honest rope burns on honest hands. A D-hide bundle exactly as described. A pouch of E-cores true to the copper. And then, at the bottom, the cap piece. A pristine D-core. Smoke blue, cold, heavy, right? Idris weighed it, held it to the light, turned it. Grade? True. Color? True. Weight? A whisper light. A whisper inside the honest range of whispers. The banked inner turning of it was slow and dim, but D-cores ran dim, and the light was dying. And there were 3 more parties waiting at the counter with dusk carcasses going stiff. And the man's story had rope burns on it, and 65% of true was 390 coppers. And Idris of the yards, tired, hurried, 26 days undefeated, paid it. 4 caught it at midnight. He was walking the shelves before sleep when he noticed the appraiser standing motionless at the bench with the day's buys ranked before it, and the smoke-blue core held up to the lamp, held wrong, held edgewise, an angle no one prices from, and as Idris came over, 4 set the core down on the scale pan, weighed it against a true D from stock, took the difference in one long look, and then did something it had never been taught. It rapped the core once against the bench, sharp, precise, like a man testing a counterfeit coin by ring. The sound was wrong, not cracked wrong, hollow wrong. "No," said Idris, cold all down his back. "No, I read it." 4 produced, from the rank of tools, the finest of Cranach's condemned knives, and offered it, handle first, with the terrible courtesy of a tutor returning a corrected page. The core split under the blade like a nut. Inside, a true D-core's shell, hollowed with acid patience, filled with Smith's resin and lead dust to bring the weight up, seeded with a live E-pip at the center so the shell would carry a dim inner turning, a forger's masterpiece, worth perhaps 30 coppers in parts and labor, sold to the honest counter at the bottom of the hill for 390 p. Idris stood looking at it for a long time. The shop was very quiet. Somewhere in the middle of him, the merchant had the grace, or the showmanship, to say nothing at all, and the silence had the exact texture of a tutor letting the student read the mark aloud himself. "He didn't test me with trash," Idris said at last, slowly, working the seam of it. "He buried it under true goods and a true story. He sold me 6 honest things to carry one lie across, and he had a whisper of lightness. He could have matched the weight dead true with more lead, but then the ring would go duller, so he stopped a whisper short. He knew exactly which of my tests his work would pass, and sold to me at dusk rush, so I'd use only those. He studied the board. He set the 2 halves down. That's not a chancer, 4. That's a craftsman. That's somebody's trade." 4 inclined its skull. One slow considering arc. "Now price the story around the thing." "The story around the thing," Idris murmured, "is that the new counter, at the bottom of the hill, pays 65% of true, and can be beaten. And that story is worth more than 390 coppers to a lot of people up that hill." He looked at his appraiser, 3/4 trained, self-taught to ring a core like a coin, the cue's slow expensive bet paying its first dividend a fortnight early. And then he did the thing that made it a school and not a mugging. He took out the daybook, opened it to a fresh line, and wrote where every morning would read it. Doctored core, bought at dusk rush, 390 CB. Tuition. "We don't hide it from the ledger," he said. "The ledger's where lessons live." The lean hunter came back 6 days later, greed being the one wound that never closes, with another honest story and another seeded pouch. Idris weighed everything, paid true for the true, and then set the two halves of the split core on the slab counter between them, gently, like a man laying down a winning hand, and watched the weather-burnt face stop being plausible. "The fair hour buys mistakes once," Idris said pleasantly, at counter volume, and the counter was crowded, and the words carried as designed. "Your rope's good. Your cores are good. Your work," he touched the resin heart, "is beautiful, and it's known now, ring and weight and seam, here and at the house. Exchange and buy every buyer I trade south with by frost. You can sell honest at this counter till you die rich, or you can walk. And I keep the halves, and the halves talk." He slid the man's own true goods payment across, full rate, to the copper. "Board's the board. It doesn't stop being the board just because I'd enjoy it." The man took his coin and walked, and did not come back, and the story that walked out the door with him, the counter version, the tavern version, the one with legs, was not the washout got fleeced. It was. The washout caught the resin work nobody catches, dead asleep, overnight, and paid true rate to the man who tried him. By the next dusk, two separate parties had asked him, casually, over the scale, whether it was so, and a week on, a hunter sold him a cracked core and volunteered, unprompted, that it was cracked, which no hunter in the history of Solemn had ever volunteered to anyone. "The blacklist as asset," said the merchant, savouring it. "One entry, and it polices your whole road for free. Though I notice you never asked how the resin man's work reached your counter so schooled in your methods. Board rates are posted. Your tests aren't." Idris stopped restocking. "Someone told him what I check." "Someone told him what you check." "File it, little breaker. That invoice has no name on it yet." The hoods were the mother's idea, in fairness, though she disavowed the results. Fitch's ghost story had done its work, and then, as rumours do, kept working past the point of instruction. By the fourth week, the dead town had a thing in it, and boys came down from Solemn on dares at dusk to touch the fair hour's wall and bolt, and one enterprising 12-year-old was caught by Widow Hettle selling guided looks from the tailings ridge at a copper a head. The traffic was harmless, but eyes were eyes, and the night cruise runs were long and regular. Sooner or later, a dare boy with better nerves than sense was going to see a black skeleton walk 100 weight of hides down the middle of the road and come back with witnesses. "They cannot pass for men," the mother said, "but they can pass for men trying not to be seen, and a hidden thing frightens less than a bare one. Cover them, child. Give the eye a story it already knows." So Idris commissioned, through Marta, whose questions were priced into her rates and never asked, 4 hooded workrobes of coarse drab wool, sized generous, and the night crew of the fair hour put on clothes. The results were mixed. 1 wore its robe with sentinel indifference. 3's robe interfered with 3 nights of route calibration, and was thereafter tolerated the way saints tolerate weather. 4 appraised its robe for a full minute, and then appraised Idris, at length, in a manner that required no face whatsoever to convey its findings. And two stood in the fitting lamp's circle, while Idris settled the drape across its shoulders, and then reached up with one black finger and adjusted the fall of the left side by half an inch, and then by a further quarter inch, and then stood absolutely still, radiating the specific dissatisfaction of a craftsman wearing a garment whose seams did not run true. "It's a hood," Idris told it. "It's not a hide." 2 adjusted the drape, another 1/8 of an inch. But the mother had read the town right, as she read everything right. The Dare boys who glimpsed a hooded figure now came back with a story that had a shape the tavern already stocked. Monks, penitents, Caramel's mute night labourers, some strangeness the old man had shipped in to work the washout's yard cheap. And the dead town became, by imperceptible degrees, the hooded workers, which was stranger sounding and infinitely safer, because a monster is a question but hired mutes are merely a scandal, and Solemn had always known exactly what to do with a scandal. Enjoy it, embroider it, and above all, decline to investigate it in the dark. Anna came down the hill in the middle of all this, on a bright, cold noon, with the awning. He'd commissioned it a fortnight back through her father's dye-house. Heavy canvas for the shop front, dyed deep honest blue, the sort of thing a business bought when it had stopped apologizing for existing. And she delivered it herself, folded in a barrow, and stayed while he and she rigged it over the door because 4 hands were needed and only 1 pair could be seen in daylight. She was easier than she'd been at the fence. The wrapped parcel way of her loosened a little with work to do. And when the awning finally stood taut, and the blue shadow of it fell, across the rate board she stepped back into the road and looked at the whole shop front, seal and board and balance glinting through the window, with an expression he couldn't price. "It looks like it's been here always," she said. "It looks like the rest of it fell down around this." And then, with a sideways look, quieter, "They say there are hooded things that work for you in the night. They say I broke my proving too." Anna studied the blue shadow. "The little ones dare each other to touch your wall, but they dare each other toward it, have you noticed? Not away." Sarah Ostley told her brother, "Hooded ones catch you if you're bad," and he asked. The almost laugh surfaced, further along than he'd ever seen it. He asked what they'd do if you're good. She took the barrow handles, and going, she said the thing she'd walked down the hill wrapped around. "It's the only place in Solemn where the story's getting kinder as it grows. Your dead town. Whatever's under the hoods. I notice things like that. That's all. That's the whole message." Idris watched her go, and opened the thin book with 2 names in it, and did not write anything, and noticed that the page for her was, already somehow, longer than what he'd written on it. House Octus arrived on the 31st day, at the respectable hour of 11, in the person of Factor Wren Octus, and a contract of 11 pages. The Factor was 40-ish and glossy, cousin branch, velvet-voiced, and very good. He admired the balance knowledgeably, bought a poultice at the posted rate with visible amusement, and laid the folder on the slab counter, as though returning something Idris had dropped. "A partnership instrument," he said. "House Octus believes in the Southgate's future. We propose to invest in it. Our freight lines, our exchange rates at preference, a credit facility for your float. Real capital, boy, growth capital, and our name beside Calamel's on your board. Read it at leisure. It is friendlier than anything a boy of your circumstances will be offered again." Idris read it at the counter, then and there, cover to cover, because Bastian had taught him that reading a contract slowly in front of its author is the cheapest intimidation in commerce. It was beautiful work. The friendship was all in the first 3 pages. The teeth started on the 4th. Exclusivity of supply, all stock through Octus Freight, at rates revisable by them, twice a year. The credit facility, generous, revolving, and convertible, default on a fortnight's payment, and the debt became Octus equity in the venture, at a valuation formula that would have priced the whole shop at a season of hardtack. The exchange clause, all foreign coin taken over his counter to be changed at Octus preference rates for the venture's convenience. Clause by clause, it was the same instrument, 5 ways, a hand extended, hinged at the wrist, that became a hand around the throat the first bad week, and the bad week was theirs to schedule, because they'd control his supply, his rates, and his coin. It's masterful, Master Factor, Idris said, honestly, closing the folder. Whoever drafted the conversion formula should be teaching. And the answer is no, with the house's thanks. The velvet stayed velvet for one more exchange, surprise, then the offer improved by a cosmetic margin, then a gentle reminder of how much of the South's freight ran on octus paper. Idris declined the improvement, praised the freight, and moved not an inch, and watched the exact moment the factor's ledger closed on him, a small settling of the glossy face, like frost forming. The ambush acknowledging it had found the ground pre-dug. You keep no credit, Ren Octus said quietly. It wasn't in the folder. He'd checked before coming. Of course he'd checked. Not a copper's worth, anywhere, with anyone. A shop of your velocity, coin only, at your scale of float. Someone taught you that before you needed it. He gathered the folder and drew on his gloves and delivered the parting stroke with the mild regret of a man cancelling a dinner. Foreign gold, boy. A third of what crosses your counter is. Southern struck. And every Southern coin in this town changes at my house. Window. At rates my house posts. Or it doesn't change at all. Do think about what your board is worth in coin no one will weigh. At the door, he settled his hat. The offer dies at frost. The freight rates, I fear, may catch cold rather sooner. Good trading. Idris stood at his counter, watching House Octus walk up his road, doing the sums it wanted him to do. A third of the till in Southern crowns. One window, in town to change them. And the counting room, instead of flinching, went very still and interested, the way it did over a carcass with an unfamiliar seam. And there is the iron under the velvet, said the merchant, in the tone of a connoisseur at a recital. They cannot lend to you, so they will strangle your coin. It's well made, little breaker. The answer will cost you something clever. The answer's half made already, Idris said slowly, still watching the road. He just told me what the exchange window's for. Loot changes hands north of the ridge like coin, because coin's scarce. I stock mite pips in my till for exactly that. If Southern gold stops working at my counter, he tapped the slab, once, twice. Then the counter learns to pay in the coin that always works everywhere. Graded goods, cause, board-priced barter, posted like everything else. He filed it, half-built, next to the resin man's unnamed invoice. Later. It needs bastion. It maybe needs a mind for contracts I don't have yet. Heron Barasad came down to the fair hour on the 33rd day and bought a bundle of torches. He came alone, no friends, no wineskin, which was itself information, and he was beautifully turned out and thoroughly pleasant. And he moved through the little shop touching nothing, reading everything, while the two other customers present discovered urgent business elsewhere at a speed that told Idris precisely how the yard had felt from outside all those years. At the counter, he set down the torch bundle and counted out 7 coppers, posted rate, exact. For hope, he said, pushing them across, bright as noon. A little light. One hears the dead towns thick with strange shapes after dark hooded fellows, haunted stoves. You've made the place quite famous, Ox. My father's men tell the stories at the gate now. I always ask for the new ones. The town's kind to a small shop, young master, isn't it? Perrin agreed. He looked at the balance, at the seal, at the rate board, and then at Idris, and for a moment the brightness went transparent, the way it had gone at the wards, and underneath it was the thing that had ridden him since the adjunct's office, the careful, quick, cornered arithmetic of a boy holding an invoice with no figure on it. 2 months, nearly, and never a word out of you. Modest, industrious, unresolved. Everyone's simply delighted with how it's all turned out. He took up his torches. His voice stayed exactly at pleasant, which was the worst thing it could have done. I do keep wondering, though, late, usually it's a late sort of thought, what else fell down that hole? Besides you. It was such a very deep hole, and you came up so very stocked. He smiled his purchased audience smile at the shop, at the shelves, at all of it. "Sell me nothing today, Ox. I'm only pricing." And he went, up the road, torches swinging, a duelist's walk, and Idris stood with the 7 coppers still on the slab, untilled, and let out the breath the yards had trained into him. "He knows nothing," said the merchant. "He fears everything. Note which of those makes men dangerous." The answer arrived at dawn. It arrived in the form of the Marl brothers' cart, the Broadman's crew, his best week-in, week-out sellers, 4 visits regular as tide, halted at the bend of the South Road. Below Hope, in plain view of the shop, by a corporal and 3 garrison men in barricade colours, who had, as of that morning, discovered an urgent enthusiasm for road maintenance. There was a new chain slung on posts, and a new painted sign, and a new fee, South Road levy, upkeep of the King's Old Road, 4 CB, head, 10 the cart, payable, naturally, at the chain, to the house, whose writ covered the outpost, the North Gate, the toll roads, and not by any clause of the accord that had ever been read aloud, the South Road, which belonged to no one, which was why the shop was where the shop was. Idris stood in his doorway in the cold dawn and watched the broad man argue and pay, and come up the hill wearing the expression of a man whose favourite sentence had just been taxed, and past him, down at the chain. The corporal glanced up at the fair hour once, just once, checking his work was seen, the way Perrin checked an audience, and Idris understood the shape of the next war entire, not velvet, not resin. Chains and paper, a fee here, an inspection there, nothing worth a house quarrel, everything aimed at the road that fed him, each link deniable and all of it. He could feel it, the way he felt a bad seam, illegal, or next to it, under a compact whose text he had never read because serfs don't read compacts. "The accord's written down," he said aloud, slowly to the shop, to the voices, to the 6 weeks until Decimus came home. "Somewhere it's written down. Rules they have to pretend to follow. And I'd bet this counter there's not 5 men in Solemn who've actually read the thing, and the houses like it that way, and everything Barisad just did at that chain either breaks it or bends it white." He watched the corporal wave through a party too poor to shop anyway. "I don't need a sword for this one. I need somebody who reads the way 2 cuts." "Then you had better find him before frost," said the merchant, "because the freight rates are catching cold, the coin war's coming, and the chain went up in a single night. They've stopped laughing at you, little breaker. Congratulations. It's the most expensive thing you've ever earned." The count stood at 6,803 of 50,000. The queue stood at 4, with 4's trade a week from mastered. The invoice, with no name on it, had, as of this morning, a corporal, a chain, and a smell of jewelled hilt about it. And the fair hour opened, at dawn, on time, because the board was the board, and it did not stop being the board just because the hill had finally bared its teeth. The Peasant King. Book 1, Chapter 11, The Notice of Gratitude. The chain cost him 400 coppers in 3 days, and the worst of it wasn't the coin. The worst of it was watching the dusk trade do arithmetic at the bend of the road and turn around. A party with a field-damaged gorehound on a sledge stood to make 60-70 coppers selling it whole at the fair hour, against 10 for the cart at the chain, 4 ahead, and the same again coming back up. Idris stood in his doorway on the 3rd evening and watched a crew of 4 do that sum in the dying light, look up the hill at the outpost's new sign, look down the hill at his lit window, and dump the carcass in the ditch, rather than pay Barisad for the privilege of selling it. The ditch, 60 coppers of hide and glands and honest rendering, left for the crows inside sight of his counter, because a boy with a jewelled hilt had learned that where a sword couldn't reach, a fee could. "Elegant," the merchant admitted, grudging, cheap, deniable, and self-funding. "He is learning faster than the average spiteful princeling. You did teach him rather One post, one swing. Then he can learn what I learned next. Idris went back inside, opened the daybook to the ugly little column he'd started. Levy Losses, Est, and under it wrote the name he had now heard 4 times in 3 days, from Martyr, from the Broadman, from Widow Hettle, and finally from Cranach, who had pronounced it with the special disgust, the overseer reserved for people who were correct in ways that generated paperwork. Lucas, the market scribe, the one who wrote letters for coppers under the Cloth Hall eave, the one who'd gotten Martyr's cousin, the fishmonger, out of an Octus paper that 3 notaries had called watertight, found a leak in an afternoon, billed a mark, and told the weeping man to his face that gratitude was accepted, but coin was preferred. 21 years old, ink to the elbows, mouth like a skinning knife. And on this every source agreed, in tones ranging from awe to complaint, the only man in Solemn who reads a thing all the way to the end. The stall was a plank, a stool, a rack of pens, and a small slate sign. Letters, contracts, wills. Read before you sign, or after, when it's funnier. Lucas himself was sharp-faced and shabby in a scrupulous way, cuffs mended and spotless, collar frayed and straight, and he did not look up from the will he was drafting when Idris's shadow fell across the plank. 3 things, he said to the will. 1, if it's a love letter, the fee doubles, because I'll have to make you sound better than you are, and invention is costly. 2, if it's about the haunt in the dead town, the tour is a copper, and the boy who runs it is a fraud, which I respect, but he's still a fraud. 3, he glanced up, took in the collar, the shoulders, the silver hair, and arrived at the sum with insulting speed. Ah, the washout himself. 3, no, you don't know the question. I know the questioner. Surf, dead district, calomel license, 1 enemy per house and climbing. You're the most interesting bankruptcy in this town's future, and I don't do interesting. Interesting doesn't pay. He went back to the will. Consultation is 1 mark. In advance. Non-refundable. It's priced to make you leave. Idris set a silver mark on the plank. Lucas looked at it. A muscle moved in his jaw. The counting room recognized the exact species of pause. A hungry man repricing his own contempt. And then he set down the pen with the air of a surgeon, accepting a hopeless patient on principle. 1 mark buys the hour. Sit on the end of the plank. The stool is load-bearing, and so is my patience. Talk. Idris talked. The chain, the sign, the levy, the sum of 3 days. And then, because he had rehearsed this part on the walk-up, he laid the actual question on the plank like a core on a scale pan. Everyone in Solemn says the same 3 words about that chain. They can't do that, and then they pay it. I don't want the 3 words. I want to know what the accord actually says the South Road is, and what it costs a house to say otherwise. Silence. Lucas had gone quite still, the way 4 went still over a wrong weight. The accord, he said. The actual text. You want the actual text of the actual accord. He laughed. 1 short, dry syllable with no joy in it, aimed mostly at himself. 7 years I've scraped this town's paper. And do you know how many souls have asked me about the document every scrap of it hangs from? None. They ask about their leases. The leases cite it. Nobody reads up the chain. He was already pulling a fresh sheet across the plank, already writing, contempt and appetite wrestling somewhere behind the ink-stained fingers, and the appetite was winning on points. Fine. Facts. The levy's posted as upkeep of the King's Old Road. That's the South Road's grandmother name, which means someone in that garrison did an hour of actual research, which means it wasn't the corporal's idea, which you already knew. Barasad's writ under the accord covers the outpost, the North Gate, and the scheduled toll roads. Scheduled, as in, listed, as in, there is a list. Is the South Road on the list? I don't know. Nobody knows. You know why nobody knows? The pen stabbed the air. Because There are 3 copies of the Accord in creation, one in each house strongroom, where you and I will read them shortly after we learn to walk through walls. 4 copies, Idris said. Lucas stopped writing. It's a sworn compact. The house heads swear it, succession by succession, oath-bound clauses, temper recognized. Idris had had 3 days and a merchant-voiced tutor to think this through, and he gave it over in yard order, value first. And sworn things are recorded. Every oath the system holds. The temple registers. There's been an adjunct in this town for 30 years, with a wall of grey ledgers, whose whole robe and ink purpose is writing down what the temper witnesses. He watched it land. Nobody reads up the chain. How far up does the chain go, scribe? Lucas sat back slowly. He looked at Idris for a long moment with an expression the counting room filed under evaluation, rapid, resented, and then he stood, capped his ink, flipped his slate sign to the side that said, Gone. Leave coin in slot. Problems AT home, and picked up his stool. The mark buys the hour, he said. The hour's walking distance. Come on, washout. Let's go read up the chain. They'll receive them in the stone office with the wall of grey ledgers. Listen to the request. Stated by Lucas with notarial precision, and by Idris not at all, and did not move for 5 full seconds. The sworn schedule of the 3-house accord, the adjunct repeated. The registered text. You wish to consult the registered text. If the temple registry holds it, Master Adjunct, Lucas said, public oaths, publicly sworn, are a matter of public record. Yes, I am familiar with the doctrine. I have been its only living practitioner on this hill for 30 years. Vel rose, he crossed to the grey wall, and Idris, watching the thin back, was given a sight he suspected fewer than 5 living souls had seen. A system adjunct of the Temple of the Weighing, hurrying, one long finger running the spines, robe swaying, something in the set of the shoulders that in a man less grey would have been called boyish. The ledger he pulled was old, broad, and bound in slate leather, and he laid it on the desk and opened it to a page whose engraved script had been entered by some adjunct dead before Idris's grandfather, and he stood over it with both palms flat on the desk, like a man warming himself at a fire. 30 years, Vel said to the page, I have kept this register. Deaths, bonds, discharges, provings, oaths, and in 30 years, no soul has ever once asked me for the town's own charter. I have wanted to be asked. He looked up, and the grey eyes went from Lucas to Idris, and rested there, dry as the dust of the ledger, and not entirely without warmth. I might have guessed the asking. When it came, would come up the hill from a dead district in bad boots. Very well. Attend, both of you, and touch nothing. The register is read aloud, by the registrar. That is also doctrine, and it is the only performing I get. What he read them, in his flat ledger voice, took most of an hour, and Idris filed it the way he'd once filed the grade ladder. Whole, verbatim, forever. The accord in its sworn bones, jurisdiction of the wards and gate, Barisad, coin-changing, and the standard weights, octus. Note the weights clause, boy. Your shopfront balance walks a line there, happily. So does their thumb. Labour law and the bond schedules, calomel. Mutual defence of the town and its environs. Mandate to Barisad, levy-funded, commons and unscheduled ways. Succession oaths, the clause naming the temple as registrar and witness. Lucas took notes, like a man bailing a boat. Idris simply listened, until Vel arrived, without emphasis, in strict order, which was somehow better than emphasis, at the schedule of toll roads. 3 roads, named, bounded, sworn. The Ridge Road, the Mine Road east, the North Track to the first claim marker. The South Road was not on the list. But, said Vel, turning one page further with a clerk's cruel timing, before your faces do anything they will regret, attend next clause. Because the drafters were not fools, and neither, I assure, you, is whoever appointed the garrison at the grandmother name. And he read, any signatory house might, by declaration and entry, assume an unscheduled way onto its toll schedule, provided that assumption carried, from the day of declaration, the full sworn burden of a scheduled road, maintenance to the standard of the Ridge Road, posted patrol from bell to bell, and the flat voice laid each word down like coins counted onto a desk, liability, before the accord and the registrar, for losses suffered by lawful travellers upon it. The office was quiet. Idris could hear Lucas breathing through his nose, fast, then slow, then the particular controlled rhythm of a man rationing a feast. Master Adjunct, Lucas said with enormous care, has House Barrisad entered a declaration of assumption for the South Road in your register? It has not. So at present they levy it as a toll road while it remains, in sworn law, a common way, which is theft with a chain. Or, and here it bloomed across the sharp face, the whole shape of it, the thing Idris had walked to the cloth hall to buy. Or they can cure the theft tomorrow with one declaration. At which instant they owe the South Road. How far does the South Road run? Before it's the Marles Ford track. 9 miles. 9 miles of ruts they must mend to Ridge Standard. A patrol they must post and pay from their own levy. And liability retroactive to declaration. For every hunter mauled and every cart robbed on 9 miles of the busiest, wildest, worst-kept way in the region. He turned to Idris, ink-stained hands spread, presenting the corpse of the problem like two presenting a rendered hide. They built a trap with a door on both sides and stood in the middle. Either they've been robbing every traveller for a week, including, please observe, every Octa's freight cart and every Calamal supply wagon that's paid that chain, because a chain cannot read house livery, or they claim the road in cure. And 9 miles of obligation lands on their garrison's books by their own oath, forever. There is no third door. Who drafted their levy sign should be dismissed, and whoever they aimed it at, the dry syllable of, a laugh again, but there was joy in it now, unwilling, entire, should send them a thank-you letter. Write it, said Idris, and that is precisely what Lucas did. The document, Lucas titled it, in fair round notarial hand, a notice of gratitude, with schedule of consequent obligations attached, was, Bastian Calamal would later observe, the finest 40 coppers of paper his house had ever countersigned. It thanked House Barrisad, warmly and at length, for its generous assumption of the South Road onto its sworn toll schedule, as evidenced by its levy of the road these 9 days past. It welcomed, on behalf of the road's grateful users, the consequent improvements, the maintenance to Ridge Standard. A preliminary survey of required works was attached. Schedule A, 4 pages. Lucas had walked the 9 miles personally with a measuring cord and had enjoyed himself, the bell-to-bell patrol, posting requirements itemized, Schedule B, and the liability provisions of the accord, a preliminary schedule of losses suffered by lawful travellers since the levy's commencement was attached. Schedule C, with sworn statements. The Marle brothers had signed with both hands, and the crew who ditched the Gorehound had signed for the Gorehound. In the alternative was 1 paragraph, and it was the knife. Should House Barrisad's levy have been collected in error upon a common way, undeclared and unregistered, the signatories anticipated prompt refund of all sums, itemized at Schedule D, including those collected from the freight and supply of the other signatory houses, whose receipts were appended. That was the mechanism, and Idris had watched it assemble across 2 candle-lit evenings with the pure professional pleasure of watching a master break down a carcass. You don't fight the claim. You accept it, loudly, in writing, with the bill attached, and you make sure the bill's biggest lines belong to houses bigger than you. Bastian read the notice once fast, and once slow, in the counting-house, while Lucas stood by the desk, radiating the defensive nonchalance of a man whose work is being examined by the only local audience qualified to grade it. "Schedule D," Bastion said at last. "You itemize my house's refund at 41 marks. Your wagons paid the chain 9 days, master. Receipts appended. And Octus's at 62. Their freight runs heavier." Lucas's chin came up a degree. "The figures are conservative. I dislike inflating a claim. It gives the other side something true to argue with." The grey eyes read the young man over the top of the page. The mended cuffs, the ink, the hunger, the pride stacked on the hunger. And Idris watched Bastion price him to the copper and filed the figure away, and knew that somewhere in the house, ledgers a page, had just been opened with Lucas's name at the top of it, whether Lucas ever learned of it or not. The drafting is sound. The tone is a provocation wearing manners. I would not change a word. He took up his pen and countersigned. "You understand what this is, both of you. Not the letter. The letter is arithmetic. Even Barisard can subtract. The filing is the act. It goes to the registrar. It enters the register. It becomes the first entry in 30 years, in which one house's conduct is measured against the sworn text in public record. That has not been done in my lifetime. The houses have preferred the accord unread. All of us, mine too. It suited a quiet town." He sanded the signature, unhurried. "The quiet town ends this week, then. On the whole ledger of it, I find I prefer the noise. File it, scribe, and boy," as they reached the door, mild as milk, without looking up. "When next a house builds a trap for you, do try to arrange again for its jaws to close on the other two. It is the most calumnial thing you have ever done, and I include the profits." The notice was filed with the registrar at the temple office at the 10th bell. Bell entered it into the slate-bound ledger in his engraved hand, assigned it a number, and, as witness and registrar, dispatched attested copies to all 3 houses before noon, with a covering line noting the registry's availability for consultation of the sworn text. "A service," the line observed, "with the ghost of 30 patient years in it, lately enjoying renewed patronage." The chain came down that night. No proclamation, no ceremony. The cart went out from the garrison in the dark, and in the morning the posts stood bare at the bend of the road, and the painted sign was gone as though it had never been. And the corporal, the one who had glanced up the hill to check his work was seen, had been reassigned, the gate gossip said, to the North Palisade, where the wind was educational. Refunds arrived at the counting houses of Octus and Calomel within the week, paid in full and in silence. No copper of refund ever reached the hunters of Schedule C, of course. Houses apologized upward, never down. But something better did. The story. The whole story. Tavern by tavern. Growing legs and keeping. This time all of its bones. The washout at the south gate got the chain pulled. Him and the letter scribe thanked Barisad so hard the house had to run away from its own road. The Marl brothers' crew came down that dusk with 2 carcasses and a keg, and drank the shop's health at the counter, until Idris posted a rate for it. Lucas came for his fee on settlement night, when the shop was shuttered, and found the back room lamp lit and the daybook open. Idris had left it open. Some negotiations you staged like a proving, and he counted his 5 marks case fee to the copper and did not leave. He stood instead with his hands behind his back, reading the shop, the way he'd read the plank question, the shelves, the balance, the ledger's neat descending totals, the little framed line above the strongbox, float, hired at 1/2 SNM the fortnight. Hate this line, and something in the sharp face worked at a seam it couldn't quite find. 3 things, Lucas said at last. 1, your daybook is the cleanest commercial record I have read in this town, and I have read them all, mostly against their owners. It would survive a hostile audit by the temple itself, which is not a compliment I have ever paid anyone, because it has never before been true. He kept reading. The pen-scarred fingers twitched once toward the columns, resisted. 2. I am aware of what a retainer is. I am aware you are about to offer me one, and I am aware I am going to accept it, because this town is a library of unenforced clauses, and I have been starving in it for 7 years. And you are the first client I've met who asks the question above the question. 1 mark the week, plus matters billed at rate. I remain mercenary. Loyalty is not included and never will be. I want that entered. Entered, said Idris, and put out his hand, and Lucas shook it. 1 brisk pump, businesslike, a signature made of knuckles. 3. He did not let go of the hand. The sharp eyes came up, and they were the eyes that had stopped over the will, over the plank, over the wrong weight of the whole beautiful ledger. Your rendering yields are wrong. I read the figures for the levy schedules. I read everything. It's the disease. And your yields run 9 points above the best house floor with 9 men, on labour, book records at nil, worked at night, in a district with a ghost story standing on it. Nobody's that clean, washout. The columns balance, and the world behind them doesn't, and I notice you're not blinking. He released the hand. He picked up his fee. I don't ask. Asking's not in the retainer. But I bill by the hour, and sooner or later, someone with worse manners than me is going to do the same arithmetic, and when that hour comes, you'll want to have already told me, because I draft best ahead of the storm. At the door, he flipped his collar up against the cold and paused, and some fraction of the armour came down for exactly 1 sentence. The fishmonger cried when I got him loose of the paper. You paid a mark and asked to read the law. This town's been sorting people wrong my whole life. Good night, client. Idris barred the door behind him and stood a while in the lamplight, listening to the boots go up the grass-grown street. I like him, said the merchant, with feeling. He bills like me. He's proud the way starving men are proud, the mother said. Feed the work, not the pride, and he'll hold. And child, he counted his way to the edge of your secret in an evening. From the outside, uninvited. Bastion circles it. Sorrel smelled it. The corporal's masters are asking what came up the hole. She let that stand a moment. Gentle and immovable. The dark is spending faster than the plan. Spend it, before it's spent for you. Settlement had already told him the same in numbers. The week's net thinned by the chain, but breathing again. The account had 8,543 of 50,000. 17 parts in 100. The curve still the thing. And the queue had told him the rest at midnight, in tidy pale lines over the rendering bench. Summon 4. Appraiser. Basic mastery achieved. The first has its work. The next may rise. Raise summon. 5 of 5. 5. The hunter. The class he'd scheduled against a deadline months out, when the queue was chalk on a ruined counter, timed, the plan said, to finish its trade about the time he solved, where a hunter may legally hunt. He stood at the shop window with the merchant purring arithmetic, and the mother holding her peace, and looked north past the sleeping town, past the boundary of his amended bounds, at the black line of hills where the dungeon lands began, at the one door pointedly not in the writ. To hunt, he needed ground. To claim ground, he needed the writ north. To get the writ, he needed Bastion. And there was no honest case for the claim that didn't open the mine, the vault, the hammer, the whole buried engine of everything. Time to show the old man the hands, Idris said, and began. The way he began everything now, by opening the book and pricing it. Chapter 12, The Gentle One. 2 valleys north of Solemn, in a camp of tents and tally boards at the mouth of a hole in the world. Decimus was learning that the difference between a monster and a wage was paperwork. The dungeon was called the Gullet, and it had been claimed for 11 years. Claimed properly, wardstone-ringed, temper-aligned. Its door held open the width of a working day, and everything about it ran on a rhythm, as settled as a mill's. The respawns came up on a cycle the crews called the Breath. 3 days quiet, while the deep repopulated, then 2 days of harvest while the new-made monsters pushed for the surface and met, at the choke of the entrance gallery, 12 blades and a schedule. The crew boss, Harrow, kept the TALLY board by the mouth, kills by hand, drops by grade, shares by contract, chalked fresh each dusk. Monsters came out of the ground. Coin went down the valley. The board balanced. Somewhere far below, the world stayed thin, and the dark kept making teeth. And up here, men had domesticated the fact and taxed it. Decimus thought about his brother every single time he looked at that board, which was often, and said nothing, which was always. "Wolves!" called the watch, and the breath began again. They came up the entrance gallery in a grey-brown surge, thornback wolves, D-grade, built like winter famine with a hide of hooked quills, and the crew folded into its shape without a word. Spears in a hedge at the choke, archers on the shelf above, and at the centre of the hedge, where the pushing was, the place Harrow had assigned him on day 2 and never once reconsidered, the door. Decimus stood the door. The first wolf leapt, and he took it out of the air with a short fell cut. No flourish. The axe doing exactly the work its haft was sized for. 1. The second and third came together, splitting wide the way thornbacks did, and he let the spear hedge take the left one while he stepped. 1 step, never 2. The door does not chase, and brought the axe down through the right one's shoulders where the quill hide thinned. 2. The gallery filled with the sounds of a working day. Old Cobb's spear taking throats with 40 years of economy. Wren's bowstring going like a loom above. Harrow calling the count, and underneath it, steady as a mill wheel, the chunk, chunk, chunk of a felling axe meeting, a living forest, 1 trunk at a time. Slain, thornback wolf, grade D. Slain, thornback wolf, grade D. The little lines flicked past the bottom of his sight, tidy as Cranach's pen. He'd stopped being amazed by them somewhere in the first week. He had not stopped being grateful. A man raised on a barley bowl does not sneer at a world that posts his wages. And when the surge slackened and the last wolf went down under the hedge, the warm ping came like the noon bell. Level 9, up from level 8. Might +2, vigor +1, 3 points. Allotted, fixed, entered, a B-grade's wage for a level, no more, no less. The same 3 points every ironbreaker at his rank had drawn since the ladder was young. Decimus flexed his hands, feeling the new strength settle into them like a tool returned from the grinder, and found it good, the way a fair day's pay is good. "My brother's sheet has no allotment on it at all," said the part of him that carried the mine, the lamplight, the 3 black shapes in a row. He put the thought back in its sack, and tied the sack, and went to do the part of the job the rest of the crew hated. "The harvest? I'll never understand it," Wren said, dropping down from the shelf to watch. Wren was 19, an archer out of Marl's Ford, cocky as a rooster on someone else's fence, and had adopted Decimus on day 1 with the fearless presumption of the young. "You do it slow. Everybody else guts them like they're robbing the corpse before the watch comes. You lay the thing out like it's a church. The core sits under the 3rd rib plate, in a fat sheath," Decimus said, working the knife with his tongue between his teeth, exactly the way a silver-haired boy had taught him when they were both 11 and shorter than the carcasses. "Rush the sheath, you nick the core. Nicked core's a cracked core. Cracked core's half price." He drew it out whole, smoke blue, pristine, cool as riverstone, and held it up to the light before it went in the pouch. "The way you kill sets the price of the kill, and the way you harvest sets it twice. Yard rule. Loot, wolf core, grade D, pristine. Yard rule," Wren repeated, in the tone of a boy filing something under odd but profitable. "Cobb says your pristine rates, the best he's seen in 20 years of cruise. Cobb says you harvest like a house renderer with a grudge. Cobb talks a great deal for a quiet man." "Cobb?" said old Cobb. going past with 3 wolves dragging on a hook, has ears, and the pair of you stand next to his tally. But he set the wolves down by Decimus's station, and not the common pile, which from Cobb was a testimonial with wax and seal. The paymaster came up the valley on the contract's 21st day, riding with the supply wagon, a Calomel underclerk with a strongbox, a portable writing desk, and the expression of a man who has counted coin in the rain before, and holds the whole North personally responsible. The crew got their shares at Harrow's board, coin in hand, grumbled over, gone to dice and debts by dusk, the usual comedy, but for the 2 bonds on the roster there was a second table and paper. Decimus sat across the little desk, while the clerk worked the sums against the tally board. His hire rate, B grade, front line, his kill bonuses, his harvest premium. Harrow had entered it as a line item, pristine rate, +1 in 10, and the clerk had queried it, and Harrow had growled, "Pay it, he's earned it double," the whole 3 weeks of his sweat reduced to a column, and then the column reduced by the world. Gross to the bond this period, 29 marks 40, the clerk recited. House share, 40 parts, 11 marks 76. To the bonds account, 60 parts, 17 marks 64, thumb. Decimus pressed his thumb to the mark, and the pale lines rose over the little desk in the grey valley light, and it never stopped catching him under the ribs. This part, the world itself, pausing its weather to balance a serf's books. Hire share settlement, Decimus, bond of House Calomel, entered this settlement. 1,764 from hire and bonuses, 40 parts to the house, 60 parts to the bond's manumission account, held toward discharge, 1,742 of 50,000 copper bits. The temper holds both ends. Wren, reading shamelessly over his shoulder, whistled. 40 parts, 40. The house does nothing and takes 40. The house, said the clerk, without looking up, in the voice of a man who had delivered this catechism at every camp in the North, negotiated the crew, rate, carries the bonds keep, posts the surety this crew required before, it would hire bonded men at all, and stands the liability if he loses hand. 40 parts. Standard terms. Every Calomel bond, no exceptions. The washout shopkeeper the taverns go on about pays the same 40% as this one, and old Calomel's own kitchen girl would pay it if she ever earned a copper outside his walls. It is the only house in Solemn where the split is entered. He tapped the pale lines, where the words 60 parts to the bond's manumission account stood in the world's own hand. Barisad hires take 55 parts and the paperwork gets lost. Octus doesn't hire bonds, it acquires them. You may now resume resenting the fairest arithmetic your friend will ever meet. Next. Fairest arithmetic, Wren muttered, as they walked back to the fire. It's still a fat cut of another man's blood. Aye, said Decimus mildly. It is. And it's written down where the god can see it. And there's a number at the end of the road, and the number comes down every time I swing. He rolled his shoulder, feeling the 3 allotted points sit in it. My mother says never call a ladder a cage just because you're tired. 1764 in 3 weeks, little bird. 2 years and change at these rates, and no man owns me. I can carry 2 years. He didn't say, and my brother swore my bond was the second thing he'd ever buy, before I'd earned a copper of it, and now I'm racing his gift with my own axe, and losing. And it's the sweetest race I ever ran. Some things went in the sack. The sack was getting heavy, mind. The sack was getting to be a career. The bad night came on the 4th breath, as bad nights do, off schedule. The watch horn went at moonset. 2 blasts, a pause, 2 blasts, surge at the mouth, and the camp came up out of its blankets into the freezing dark, and the dark at the Wardstone Ring was already full of eyes. Gorehounds, a sea-pack, 9 of them, come up the gullet 2 days early and wrong, bigger than the TALLY board's usual winter lean, moving with the loping wrongness of things the deep had made in a bad mood. Decimus knew gorehounds the way a priest knows psalms. He had skinned better than 200 of them, salted their hides, split their skulls for the glands, buyers paid silly money for, and he stood in the freezing dark hefting his axe with a feeling he could not immediately name, and then, naming it, almost laughed. It was the feeling of meeting, on the road, at night, in numbers, a debt from the other side of the ledger. "Hedge!" Harrow was bellowing. "Hedge at the choke. Archers to the wagon, not the shelf. They were already past the choke. That was the wrongness entire. Gorehounds didn't flank, and these had flanked, 3 of them swinging wide around the wardstone ring toward the wagon, toward the strongbox, toward the paymaster's tent, toward standing alone in the open with an arrow nocked and his fence cockiness nowhere at all, Wren. Decimus did the arithmetic the way his brother had taught him, without either of them ever calling it teaching. 3 hounds, 40 feet, boy with a bow, hedge can't turn, archers can't drop them all. The sum came out the same every way he ran it. So he went and stood in front of it. He was not fast. He would never be fast. The system had weighed him true and made him a door, not a knife. But a door in the right doorway does not need speed, and the doorway was the 10 feet of frozen mud between 3 C-grade monsters and a 19-year-old, and Decimus of the skinning yards arrived in it like masonry and set his feet. Bulwark engaged. The first hound hit him at a full lope, and it was like watching a wave hit a harbour stone, the whole grey-red mass of it breaking around his planted stance, and the axe already falling, short and flat and utterly without decoration, into the joint of neck and shoulder that he had disassembled 200 times with a knife, and could find drunk, in the dark, in a moving animal. The crack went out across the camp like a felled oak. 1. Slain. Gorehound. Grade C. The second came in low, for the hamstring, hound clever, and met the butt of the axe haft driven down like a fence post going in, and then, as it recoiled, the blade on the backswing. 2. And his arms were singing now, level 9 strength pouring down the hickory like something glad to finally be spent. And behind him he could hear Wren swearing in a high steady stream and loosing arrows past his ear into the third hound, which jinked and circled and found nothing to circle to, because the door kept turning and the doorway went where the door went. "Any time you like, little bird," Decimus said, level as a man asking for the salt. The third hound gathered itself, made its choice. They always chose the big slow one, in the end. Meat trusts its own arithmetic, and leapt, and Decimus stepped into it. Inside the jaws, the way you can only do if you have spent 4 years learning precisely where a gorehound's reach ends, and put his shoulder into its breastbone and his axe through its spine at the 3rd vertebra, where the gap was, where the gap had always been, where a silver-haired boy elbow-deep in a carcass had once said, "Look, Des, even the worst thing the dark ever made agrees to come apart somewhere." Slain, gorehound, grade C, level 10, up from level 9. Might +2, vigor +1. The camp's own noise came back. The hedge had held the choke. 6 hounds down along the line, Cobb limping and cursing but whole, and Decimus stood in the settling frost with 3 C-grade monsters cooling around his boots and a shaking archer at his back, and did the thing that, more than any of it, the crew would retell down the valley for a season. He knelt, took out his knife, and began, carefully, unhurriedly, tongue between his teeth, to harvest. "You," Wren's voice came out in pieces, you just, and you're doing the church thing. Cores are worth double warm," said Decimus. "Yard rule. Hold the leg." The story reached the fire before midnight, as stories do, and by the time the crew had eaten and the dice had come out, it had already grown a version where Decimus had killed all 9, and he had given up correcting it, because corrections only water a story's roots. He sat mending a strap by firelight, and the supply driver, down from the Ford that morning with flour, arrowheads and gossip, chose that moment to spend the gossip. "Talking of solemn," the driver said to the fire in general, "your town's gone strange, you crew know that." Shane went up on the south road, Barasad Levy, and came down again inside the week with the house's tail on fire. "They're saying a serf did it. Some washout shopkeeper in the Dead District, him and a market scribe, filed a paper so sharp the garrison ate its own toll. And that's the least of what they say about that one. They say he's got hooded things that work his yard at night. They say the dead town's lamp never goes out. They say—" The driver dropped his voice with a connoisseur's timing. "He came up out of a hole he'd no business surviving, with no grade that God would put a name to." The fire crackled, dice stopped, and Decimus kept his eyes on the strap, and felt the whole circle's attention swing to him the way a hedge turns, because crews talk, and the roster said solemn, and the roster said Calimal, and Wren, God's love the boy, had the discretion of a dropped kettle. "Dede the washout, that's your town, you'd know him." Wren leaned in, firelit, delighted. "Do you know him?" Decimus finished the stitch, took his time. "His mother said a question you dread is a door you should open slowly, on account of what it does to the hinges otherwise." "Aye," he said, "I know him. Grew up in the same barracks row, skinned at the same yard, same block, 10 years. He tested the strap. He's my brother. Not by blood, by everything else. The washout is—" Wren's face performed several operations at once. "Hold on. The tavern version. No grade. Broke his proving. Crawled out of a mine, and he's out there filing papers at houses and running haunted shops, and you're—" The boy gestured at the general recent history of 3 dead gorehounds. "You. Was he always, what is he? Soft hands and clever paper, and you were the fists of the pair, that it?" And Decimus, who had been waiting 3 weeks for someone to ask him a question about Idris that he could answer with the whole truth, and no part of the secret, set down the strap, and smiled at the fire, and paid out the truth like rope. "Little bird," he said, "you have it exactly backwards." The fire crackled. Even Cobb turned his good ear. "You saw me work tonight. 3 hounds, and I'm a door, and doors hold, and you're alive, and that's my trade, and I'm proud of it." He held up his hands, big, scarred, steady. "Now hear me. Of the 2 of us, I'm the gentle one." "Go on," said Cobb quietly, and the dice stayed down. "There's a post in the Calimal yards, oak, a foot through, older than the house. A Barasad's son wanted a show one day, ordered him to swing at it, hard as he liked, one swing. Decimus laid it out flat. No garnish, testimony not tale. It didn't crack, it left. Sheared at the ground and went end over end into the hide racks, and the crack came off the house walls twice, and that was him obliging. Unclassed. 17. I've seen him carry a monster quarter up the ridge road that 2 graded men couldn't lift with a sledge between them. I've seen him break a B-grade Rhineback's plate in 8 strikes with a knacker's maul, when the buyer's own crew bet 20. And I have spent 10 years, little bird, standing next to that man with one hand, ready for his shoulder, because the same thing that swings like that banks like a forge. He counts to keep it banked. He's counting all day, every day. What you'd call a temper, if a temper could do sums." He picked the strap back up. "Me? I fight when the doorway needs me, and when it's done, it's done. I sleep like bread. Him. The world put its boot on his neck the day he was born, and never once took it off. And everything he's swallowed since is down there still, drawing interest, compound, a last stitch, pulled tight. The papers and the shop and the pretty rate board. That's not the soft one of us finding shelter. That's the hard one of us, choosing, every single dawn, on purpose. To build instead. You want to say a prayer in that town. Say it for whatever finally makes the choosing stop being worth it. And then get behind me. The fire spat. Somewhere down the valley, a wolf that owed nobody anything called to another. And the hooded things? Wren asked, small. The lamp that never sleeps. Taverns feed on dark and distance, and Hope's got both. Decimus rolled the strap and stood, unhurried, a door closing for the night. What I'll swear to is this. My brother deals square at a true scale, first in that town's history. The god itself declined to put a price on him, and the last man who shoved him down a hole is walking around solemn right now with a debt on his back. He can't see the figure of... He shouldered his axe and his bedroll. Sleep well, crew. Breath's due at dawn. He was 3 steps toward his tent when Wren's voice came after him. Incorrigible, delighted, already composing the Down Valley version. Des, if he's the hard one, what in all the hells does that make you when you're angry? Decimus stopped, considered it honestly, the way he considered everything. Late, he said. I've been angry twice. Both times, everything worth hitting was already down, and went to bed to the sound of the crew deciding, audibly, that the pair of them together should be made someone else's problem, which was, his mother would have said, the nicest thing a fire full of strangers ever concludes about 2 men. He paid the supply driver a copper on the way out next morning to carry a letter south, and dictated it to Wren, who could write after a fashion, and swore secrecy on his bow, and read every word back wrong on purpose, until threatened. Brother, grinding good. Crew's solid. Level 10 now. 3 points A-level. Allotted, like wages. You'd hate it. Killed 9 gorehounds last night. Wren is writing this. It was 3. W heard about the chain from a flower cart. The whole North is laughing at the right house, for once. Account stands at 17, and change of 500 marks. Racing you. Losing. Don't wait up. Stone still dry. Mind the plus a bit. You know who, his mark, an X, and under it, in Wren's careful hand at his instruction, a small drawing of a door. The wagon creaked off south with the letter, and the season's first snow chasing it, and Decimus stood at the Wardstone ring in the white morning, axe on his shoulder, whetstone in his pocket, the readiest stone in the north, drawn across the blade twice each dawn like a prayer, and turned back to the hole in the world where the breath was rising, and the TALLY board stood chalked and waiting, and the number at the end of the road came down every time he swung. Loot, Gorehound Core, Grade C, pristine, 40 parts to the house, 60 to the door. He went to work. Chapter 13. Provenance examined. The most expensive item in the shop's inventory had never once been entered in the daybook, and on the morning Idris decided to sell a look at it. He priced it anyway, force of habit. He did the sums in the counting room, where nothing could be subpoenaed. On the credit side, 6 weeks of what the dark had bought him. A rendering line worked at nil labour that out-yielded the best house floor by 9 points. A warehouse 10 minutes uphill that no thief in Solemn would walk to on a bet. A till that had quietly digested its own founder's fortune without a biography asked. A delivery service that was never tired, never late, and never robbed. And a night guard whose one recorded engagement had produced a thief, a folded jacket, and the most profitable ghost story in the region's history. On the debit side, the new column, the one growing faster, Lucas had counted his way to the edge of it in a single evening, from outside, uninvited, on nothing but rendering yields. Sorrel had smelled it from a doorway, and priced it in an endorsement. Fitch had built a business on its smell, a copper a tour, and the boy was expanding. And somewhere up the hill, behind the outpost's licked wounds, the corporal's masters were still asking what exactly had come up out of a hole 2 months ago and started filing paperwork. A secret is stock, little breaker, the merchant said. in the tone it kept for its favourite lectures. And stock that other men have begun to appraise is stock you no longer own outright. You hold a depreciating asset in a rising market of suspicion. There is one buyer in Solemn, with the standing to warehouse it, the motive to guard it, and the manners to pay. Sell the look. Keep the freehold. The mother said nothing, which from her was agreement with the conclusion and reservations about the bookkeeping. He had been shoved off an edge exactly once in his life. Everything since had been by appointment. So the shape of it, he decided, over a breakfast he forgot to eat, would be the shape of everything else in the shop. Terms posted first, goods produced after, honest either way, paper before sight. He would walk up the hill to settlement night with the one column Bastian had never seen, and he would not show it until the old man had signed for it blind. You are going to ask a calomel to draft, against his own interest, a warranty for goods you decline to describe, the merchant said, and there was something in the cold voice that in a warmer one would have been called reverence. I have never been prouder. I am also pricing the odds. He simply has you searched. He won't, said the mother. He has been waiting 6 weeks to be asked to the back room. Watch his hands when he understands the invitation. He'll straighten his cuffs. The week itself, at least, cooperated. With the chain gone, the dusk trade came back like water finding its old bed, and came back bigger, because the story had gone up and down the valley with the flower carts, and every crew that stopped in wanted to sell a carcass at the counter where the washout thanked a house into retreat. The Marl Brothers crew came down twice, drank the shop's health until Idris posted a rate for it. The daybook line read, "Health, the shops, per cup, 2 CB, and Marta had laughed at it until she had to sit down, and the rendering bench ran full both nights. But the mornings had started arriving white at the edges, frost on the ruts, and the counting room had a page for that too. The road fed the shop. Frost thinned the road. Every ramp he had built was a road-fed ramp. He had perhaps 5 good weeks before winter did to his ledger what Barisard couldn't. And in the thin book that held pages for people instead of coin, the page marked with a small drawing of a door said, Day 23 of 42. He had no figure for the other side of that race. The North posted no rates south, so he kept the page ruled and empty, which was its own kind of faith, and turned back to the columns he could count. Settlement night fell on the 42nd day of trading, and Idris climbed the hill to the counting house, with the daybook under his arm, and the whole engine of everything under his tongue. The calomel counting house at night was Bastian's true parlour, the desk, the standing scale, the shelf of ledgers older than most families in Solemn. 6 weeks had worn the settlement ritual into a groove. Sums read aloud, questions asked, each week's questions one notch more pointed than the last. Bastian read the week down the column, unhurried, tapping twice at the lines that pleased him. Tap-tap at the dusk trade recovered. Tap-tap at the keg rate, which he read aloud twice, once as accounting and once, evidently, for pleasure. Tap-tap at the levy losses column, ruled off now, and closed, a little tombstone of arithmetic, with Lucas's fee buried at the bottom of it. 6,100, net, the week, he said at last. Your best week of trading. In the week after a house tried to starve you with a chain. There are established merchants on the North Square who would read this column and retire. 40 parts to the house, 2,440, 60 to the bond. He turned the ledger, slid it across. Thumb. Idris pressed his thumb to the mark, and the pale lines rose over the desk the way they now did every 7th night, the world pausing its weather to balance a serf's books. Manumission account. Idris, bond of House Calomel, entered this settlement. 3,660 from the venture's gain. Held toward discharge. 12,203 of 50,000 copper bits. The temper keeps all records. 12,203, Bastian said, in the voice he used for reading other men's fortunes, which was the same voice he used for reading weather. 24 parts in 100. In 6 weeks of trading you have bought back a quarter of yourself. At the current curve you will own the whole man by spring. Tap tap. Attend, however, the word curve. Frost closes the high passes within the month. The road thins to a trickle by midwinter. Your hunters go south or go home. And every stream in that pretty book of yours drinks from the road. A shop that buys loot cannot buy loot that does not arrive. Your curve is about to meet my season, shopkeeper, and I have watched 40 winters flatten better curves than yours. What is your answer to winter? And do not say poultices. Supply that doesn't ride the road, Idris said. My own. The grey eyes came up off the ledger. There's no answer to winter in buying, Idris went on, in yard order, value first, the way he had rehearsed it against the counter-slab at dawn. The answer is inventory that walks up out of the ground on a schedule, all year, 10 minutes from my strong room. The answer is what Barisad's whole outpost economy sits on, and what every crew in the gullet pays 40 parts of their blood for, claimed ground. I want the writ north, and when the season allows it, I want the house behind a claim. Silence. Of the specific counting-house kind, in which a scale somewhere settled by a grain. A claim, Bastian said. A dungeon claim. Entered on Calamel rolls. He leaned back, and the chair spoke its one dry word, and he built the case against it the way he did everything, aloud, clause by clause. A man pricing a horse by listing its diseases. Attend the obstacles in ascending order. 1. Ground. The North Hills are unrolled commons under the accord, derelict, unpapered, claimable by any house that claims and improves, precisely as this shop's 4 walls were. Barisad holds the north track to the first claim marker as a scheduled toll road, and not one stride. Beyond it, that is the boring obstacle. I do boring beautifully, consider it costed. 2. Which hole? There are surveyed dungeons in those hills that killed crews of 12 in the years of the boom. And there are holes nobody has surveyed at all, which is worse. A house does not enter a claim on rumour. Which hole, shopkeeper? The breach, Idris said. Mine. The chair came forward again, slowly. The hole that unmade you, Bastian said. The one you crawled out of with a cracked core, and a story that has never once balanced. You propose that House Calamel enter, on its rolls before the registrar, in ink, the site of the most discussed washout in Solemn's living memory. I know its halls, I know its door. I walked out of it alive, at 15 hours' acquaintance, and I've had 2 months since to think about why. All of it true. The counting room kept the rest in a drawer, marked with a crown nobody could read. It's close. It's mine by blood, if not by paper, and nobody else will ever want it, because everybody knows it's just a hole that broke a serf. Tap, tap. 3, then. The obstacle that is not boring. The old man laid his hand flat on the settlement ledger, and his voice did not sharpen so much as level. A blade laid on a strop. A claim is not a filing. A claim is a fight. The gullet took a chartered crew of 12, professional, graded, and it took them 9 days, and 2 of the 12 came out feet first. I know, because my house posted the surety and paid the widow. You are one man. Your sheet, by the only attestation ever entered on it, reads unresolved, which the taverns translate as nothing. You have no crew. You have no graded class the god will put a name to, and you have a level I decline to even guess at, because guessing is for men without ledgers. I have countersigned a great deal of improbable arithmetic in your name, shopkeeper, because the sums came out and clause 6. Let me sleep. But you are now asking my house to underwrite a battle. He turned one hand over, palm up, an auctioneer's gesture, almost gentle. There is no honest case for this claim on the facts in evidence, and you have known that since before you climbed my hill tonight. You, who price everything twice before breakfast, which means you climbed it, carrying the missing column. Tap, tap, tap. So, show me. No, Idris said. First, we draft. And there it was, the thing the mother had told him to watch for. Bastian Calamol, master of the third house of Solemn, owner of the Hours of 400 Souls, sat back in his chair and straightened his cuffs. I have read up the chain, master. That habit's yours now, too. I learned it in this room. Idris kept his voice at counter-pitch, flat as a posted rate. Under the Accord, the law of fines runs simple. What a bond finds, the house holds. A serf pulls a core out of the ground, the core has an owner, and it isn't him. That's the law this shop was built inside of. And Clause 6 was you pricing the fact that my seed capital had no father. He put both hands on the desk and gave the old man the whole of the fear, plainly, because plainness was the only coin Bastian had never once discounted. What I have to show you is worth more than the shop, the license, and the account together. And the day I show it to you, a house court would call the showing a delivery of findings. You'd own it the way you own the slab counter. I don't think you'd do it. I think 40 years from tonight, some cousin's lawyer with my file in his hand would do it in your name and never lose a minute's sleep. I'm not walking my whole life across this desk, and I don't think you would. I've watched you teach me better every 7th night since summer. For a long moment, Bastian said nothing at all. The lamp fussed. Somewhere below in the house, a door closed on the day's last business. He said, and then Bastian Calamol began, with visible relish, to draft against himself. Take this down. No, attend. I'll take it down. Your hand is a tragedy. He drew a sheet across, dipped the pen, and spoke as he wrote. The old habit. Clauses born aloud. Amendment the 3rd. License of trade. House Calamol and its bond. Item. All works, instruments, and manifestations arising of the bonds class, howsoever raised, wrought, or summoned, now in being, or hereafter, shopkeeper. Note that I am warranting your future sight. Unseen, the registrar will want a drink, are recognized as of the bond. Person and inseparable therefrom are warranted no findings, estrays, nor recoverable goods of the house, under the accord or any schedule, thereto, and pass with the bond entire upon discharge, free of lien. The pen stopped. He read it back once, cold, the way he would read an enemy's contract. That is the strongest alienation I have ever drafted. And I have drafted my own will. A court could chew it for a decade and starve. He looked up. You understand what you have just done, boy. You have made me draft the one paper in Solemn that protects a serf's property from his house, and I will sign it blind, because the column behind it has been keeping my 40 parts fat since midsummer, and I am at heart a greedy man. But blind signatures carry a premium. Attend my fee. The house's cut of the claim. 40 parts. Standard terms, every Calamol bond, no exceptions. I have a clerk in the North Valleys reciting the Catechism weekly, and I will not spoil his liturgy. Bastian waved it off like a fly. No, the fee is mine, not the house's. He set the pen down, and for a moment, the first in 6 weeks of settlements, he looked every year of himself and spent the look deliberately, the way he spent everything. I am 61 years old. My line ends with me. The registrar has the page ruled and waiting. Men in my position buy stories, shopkeeper. It is the only stock that survives probate. So, one evening. Not tonight's portion, whatever tonight turns out to be. The whole of it, wherever the true bottom of your books lies. The whole. The hammer cracked my yard still argue about. The account that never balanced, and the reason it never had to. One evening, the whole ledger read aloud. No clause held back. Payable at my call. And I will not call it before your discharge, because a free man's story is the only kind worth the fee. Those are the terms. The counting room turned it over exactly once. Second position, Idris said. There's a man ahead of you in that queue. He's owed the first telling, and he's owed it before anyone. You call your evening after his. The prior lean on the truth. Bastian's mouth did the thing that on another face would have been a smile. The axe carrier in the north, I assume. Don't confirm it. I prefer my own appraisals. Very well. I accept junior position. Liens stack. And I hold enough paper on this town to know the junior creditor with patience outlives the senior with pride. He signed his full name, the housemark, no flourish, flourish being for men whose signatures needed help, and sanded it, and stood and took his plane, grey travelling cloak off the hook himself, which Idris had never once seen him do in 6 weeks of settlements attended by 3 separate species of clerk. I find I am fetching my own coat, Bastian observed, to the room. Attend the novelty. No lantern boy, no clerk, no housemen. What I am about to see as a private appetite, deniable to my own ledgers. He settled the cloak. Well, shopkeeper, 6 weeks you have made me walk past that shuttered back room with my questions in my pocket. Walk me down your hill. They went down through a town already shuttered, frost making the ruts honest underfoot. Neither said much. The houses gave out, the grass came up through the road, and hope opened below them, black on black, its one lamp burning at the south end. At the edge of the dead district, a small hand-painted sign stood at a tilt where the path forked. Haunt tours. True sights. 1 CB. I am told there is a tour, Bastian said. A copper. The guide's a fraud. I respect that, said Bastian, and walked on. Idris had staged the night the way he staged everything now, like a proving. The others were up the hill. You did not open every drawer for the first audit, and the back room stood swept, lamplit, and arranged, the rendering bench clean, the scale gleaming, the shutters barred. He had thought a long time, over the forgotten breakfast, about how a man should first see it, and had settled on the truth. At its work, there was a gorehound carcass on the bench, bought at dusk from a crew too tired to haggle, and the night's job half done, hide back, glands out, every cut a lesson in where value lived. He unbarred the door, and stood aside, and let the head of House Calomel walk into the back room of the fair hour, and said, to the shape at the bench, 1, company. 1 turned. It stood with the finished stillness of a thing that had never once fidgeted, 6 feet of black metal, in a drab work robe, the lamplight going into it and not coming back. It took in Bastian, it took in Idris. Then it crossed the room without a sound, settled at Idris's left hand, where it always chose to be, and waited. The tapping stopped. That was the tell. Bastian looked at one with his whole face open, unpurchased, for perhaps 4 seconds, the longest Idris had ever seen him spend unpriced. Then the ledgers came back up behind his eyes, and he walked a slow circle around the summon at a horse buyer's distance, and began to appraise. Black metal, he said, not iron. Not black steel, no forge scale, no join, no rivet, cast whole or grown whole, or neither. He stopped at the shoulder. May I? He asked it of Idris, but he had looked first, and instinctively, at one, ahead of a great house, asking a serf's permission to touch a serf's property, in a district worth nothing. At an hour no clerk would witness. The counting room entered the moment, under an account it had no name for yet. You may. Bastian rapped 1 knuckle on the forearm. The sound went through the floor, and up the walls, and settled in the strong room, like a bell being asked to keep a secret. That deep-sealed note the thief had heard in the dark. The 1 Fitch charged a copper for descriptions of. The old man stood with his knuckle still against the metal, feeling the note die. So that is the sound, he said quietly. Half my town has described it to the other half by now. I had assumed a cistern. He drew his hand back and resumed the circle, and the questions came in strict ledger order, which was, Idris understood, the man's version of ore. What does it eat? Nothing. Wages? Nothing. It sleeps, sickens, tires, talks, Deserts. No, 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 no. A breath. No, nothing, Bastian repeated. He said the word the way an assayer handles a coin that keeps testing true against every acid on the shelf. I've spent my whole life learning the price of labour, shopkeeper, and I will tell you the great secret of my trade for free. The answer is always it depends. Wages depend, keep depends, loyalty depends, and houses are built in the gap between the depending. You have stood in my counting house every 7th night since midsummer with the word nothing in your books, and I called it impossible yields and charged you 40 parts for my blindness. He arrived back at the front of one and stood before it, hands clasped behind him. Clause 6 is refunded with interest. The column balances. How many? 4. 4? Not a flicker. The man filed numbers, the way other men breathed. Trades? This one holds the district up at night and built the shop you're standing in. The second renders. That carcass is its work, and it does mine better than I do. The third portages, mine to shop, every night, and has never been late or lightened. The fourth grade stock. Idris paused and gave the old man the detail he'd earned the most from. Truer than me. It invented a test for doctored cores that saved your 40 parts a fortnight ago, and you'll never meet a house assayer it couldn't retire. And their grades? Their class marks? What does the god write on them? Nothing it shows anyone. They learn a trade the way men do, start to mastery, except they don't stop to eat or sleep or doubt. What the god writes on me, and here was the one sentence of the night he had, drafted most carefully, true to the last word and empty of every kingdom. You already know, unresolved. The registrar chooses his words, master. It's not the word for nothing. It's the word for not finished. Said Bastian, and looked at one a while longer. No, it is not. Then Idris showed him the rest of the case. Because the writ north had been argued halfway, and a half-argued case was an offence against both their educations. He took down the yard maul, the plain one. The black hammer was on no schedule of tonight's, or any nights. He stood a scarred oak stall-post upright on the stone floor and said, "Hold." One's hand closed around the post. Idris swung, full, hips through it, the swing the yards still argued about. The post did not tremble. The crack of it slapped the walls. The maul jumped back off the grip like a boy who'd punched a mountain. One's arm had moved the width of nothing at all. Idris rolled his stung wrists and set the maul down. "That's the claim case," he said. "You told me the gullet took 12 graded men 9 days, and 2 came out feet first. The 2 came out feet first because in every crew that ever walked into a hole, the shield is meat. The line can tire. The line can bleed. The line can break. And everything the dark has ever made knows it and spends itself against the line. My line doesn't tire, doesn't bleed, doesn't break, and doesn't die." He nodded at one's hand, still closed, patient, around the post. "That's the shape of every fight I'll take north. They hold, I break. And attend the second column, because you're the one who taught me every fight has one. A monster held still is a monster killed clean. The way you kill sets the price of the kill. Crews come out of the gullet with half their cores cracked and call it the cost of living. I'll come out of the breach with pristine at scale. Week on week, all winter, 10 minutes from my own strong room. That's the missing column, master. That's what the writ north buys." Bastian stood in the lamplight, and Idris watched him do the thing he had walked 6 weeks of settlements, hoping to someday watch, the whole ledger of the man turning at speed. Winter, road, claim, cause, 40 parts. The curve meeting the season and the season losing. "Release," Idris said mildly, and one set the post down and straightened it, because it would no more leave a thing crooked than leave it burning. "The paper," said Bastian, "is in my cloak. Where is your ink?" They signed it on the slab. That was Bastian's doing, not his. Idris had cleared the daybook from the counter and reached for the backroom table, and the old man had said, "No, here. This stone was set for weighing out the vein's gold before either of us was born, and it has stood in a dead town 40 years, waiting for the trade to come back. A little ceremony, shopkeeper. The stone has earned it, and so, I find, have you." So the amendment went down on the counter slab that one would not permit to be moved, and Bastian countersigned beneath his counting-house signature, and Idris pressed his thumb to the mark, and the world took notice. Amendment recognized. The license of trade between House Calomel and its bond is amended. Bounds amended. Hope, the town of Solemn, the yards, the south road to the first milestone, and north from the town's edge to the hills and the ground of the old breach. For the venture's use, bail restrictions waived. Works, instruments, and manifestations arising of the bond's class are of the bond's person, no findings of the house, and pass with the bond entire upon discharge. The temper holds both ends, and Idris felt it, the way he had felt it once before in a counting-house in summer, the rope going slack, not at his wrists this time, at the horizon. A wall he had worn under his ribs since birth picked itself up and walked backward into the hills. His breath went out of him slower than he meant it to. "You felt that," Bastian said, not a question. The old man was watching him with the lamp behind his eyes. "I countersign 100 instruments a year, and feel nothing but the pen. The bond feels the geography move." He drew the amendment to him, folded it with counting-house corners. "I will file it with the registrar in the morning, worded as it is worded, which tells a reader nothing, unless the reader has stood in this room. Vel will enter it without a flicker. Because Vel has been entering things without a flicker for 30 years, and I would dearly love some day to play cards against every thought that man has ever declined to have." He stowed the paper. "The claim itself waits for its season. You will want your fifth hand trained, and I will want the ground entered quietly on the rolls first, and marches are for weather that doesn't kill the audience. But the writ is yours tonight. Winter may now negotiate with you." He gathered his cloak at the throat and did not, quite, move toward the door. Idris had learned the man's silences the way he'd learned the grade ladder, and this one was new. A silence with something in its hands, deciding whether to set it down. 917 souls, Bastian said at last. "To the lamp, or the slab, or the room. That is the number of bonds on my rolls tonight. I could recite the names in order of acquisition, and on bad nights I do. 40 years. I have coordinated the leaderless, fed them, worked them, priced them, buried some, freed 11, the 12th line is ruled and waiting, and you know whose name I have inked in pencil. It is a great deal of stewardship, shopkeeper, and I am owed precisely none of its gratitude, and collect the deficit in interest instead. And when I am gone, the rolls pass to a cousin in the south who will sell the house inside. 2 years to exactly the sort of men Clause 6 was drafted against. My line ends with me. My ledger closes with my line." He turned then and looked, not at Idris, at one, standing at Idris's left, with the lamplight going into it and not coming back. "And a boy my yards called Nothing walks into a hole owning less than the dirt on him, and comes out raising workmen out of the dark itself. 4 of them, soon 5. Each one learning a trade, keeping a town, choosing the slightest pause, the pause of a man auditing his own eyes, choosing where it stands." He was quiet a moment. "I am not asking before you brace yourself. I am admiring. But attend an old appraiser's finding, entered free of charge. I have priced every kind of wealth this region makes, and I stood in this room tonight and saw the first fortune in 40 years I would trade mine for. It is not the metal, and it is not the yields." He pulled the door open on the frost. "There's, shopkeeper. You have found somewhere that sells them. Mind you never tell my cousin." He stepped out into the cold and paused on the threshold. and, because ceremony, once budgeted, was to be spent in full, inclined his head to one, a precise, deliberate, counting-house nod, measured to the copper. One regarded him, and then it bent its skull in return, the dip nod, the one it had given Decimus, at the sealed gate, and no living soul since, to exactly, Idris would have sworn on the daybook, the depth received. Bastian straightened. Something crossed the old face that had nothing to do with appraisal at all, and was gone before it could be entered anywhere. "Good night, shopkeeper," he said, and went up the hill through the frost, alone, at an hour no clerk would witness, walking, the counting-room noted, and filed under the account with no name, considerably lighter than he had come down. Idris barred the door and stood a while in the lamplight, the way he seemed to end every chapter of himself now, listening to the boots fade on the grass-grown street. Audit the evening, the merchant said, brisk, because sentiment was a line item it processed by converting immediately into inventory. Sold. One look, strictly limited, at the second-best secret in the region. Received? The writ north. A warranty drafted by the finest hostile counsel alive. Against himself, the house's seal on the claim, and a standing buyer for stories, at a price payable after freedom. Retained. The whole's true name, the hammer, the deep, the second core, and us. Little breaker, I have audited King's treaties with worse terms. I withdraw 1/10 of my objections to your existence. He asked the skeleton's permission before he touched it, the mother said. Did you see? 40 years of owning hands, and in your back room he asked first. You showed him a workman, and he saw an heir's work. Be gentle with what that does to an old accountant child. He will guard your secret better than his own gold now, and he will never once be able to say why. A pause, warm as the banked forge, and you chose the showing. Nobody shoved. The dark is yours to spend now, all of it, at your own rates. He put the gorehound's glands in the cold box. 2 would judge the bench in the morning. He opened the daybook to enter the keg the Marl crew hadn't paid for, and there over the bench, in tidy pale lines, stood the queue where it had stood for 2 nights, wanting only ground. Raise summon. 5 of 5. 5. The hunter, scheduled half a season ago, against a deadline that had finally arrived on the 7th strike of a pen. And now, on the far side of the shutters, north of the tailings path, the black line of the hills stood inside the writ, inside the law, inside the count. For 6 weeks, the hills had been the one door not in the writ. He looked at them a long moment through the gap in the shutters. Then he sat down at the slab, opened the book to a fresh page, and at the top of it wrote the oldest word in his trade. Stock. The lamp burned on in the dead town. The frost came down on hope, like a clean sheet on a made bed. Up the hill, 2 valleys north, south with a flower cart, every number he was owed kept moving. He got out the whetstone and went to work. Chapter 14. The Fifth Hand. The queue had waited 2 days past its own patience, and on the night after the amendment, Idris climbed the tailings path to the mine to spend it. The others were already assembled when he came up out of the cold into the dry dark of the gilded vein, which was to say, they were working, because assembly was a thing the living did. 1 stood its post at the mouth. 2 was at the racks, re-hanging a row of hides that had been hung, by any reasonable standard, perfectly, and adjusting each one by 1/8 of an inch into a state of perfection only it could measure. 4 had appointed itself to the strong-room ledger of stock, and was appraising, as far as Idris could tell, the darkness itself, on the grounds that the darkness was present, and had not yet been graded. 3 was down in town on its rounds. It would pause, he knew, 1 breath at the empty shrine on the way back, the way it always did, for reasons no one had been told and no one was going to cheapen by asking. He walked past all of it, to the wide flat place where the lamplight pooled, and stood, and let the pale lines come up. Raise summon. 5 of 5. All right, he said, to the dark, and the dark obliged. There was no ceremony to it, which was the part that never stopped catching him. No coin left his account, no strength left his limbs. The world simply agreed, and the shadow between two lamp pools gathered itself and stood up and was. Black metal, seamless, 6 feet of patient dark, with the lamplight going into it and staying. Its skull turned once, not to Idris first, to the mine mouth, to the open, then to him, and waited. Two crossed the chamber, appraised the newcomer's bare frame with visible disapproval, and dressed it in a drab work robe from the folded stack, adjusting the shoulders by eighths until some private tribunal was satisfied. 4 drifted over, considered the 5th summon at length, and turned to Idris with somehow the air of a report being filed. Unfinished goods, grade, potential, recommend against sale. Noted, Idris said. And so we arrive, said the merchant, silk over steel, at the designation. I have waited half a season for this line to clear. Say the word, little breaker. The correct word. The one I have been saying since the counter was chalk. He had planned this designation before the shop had shelves, had scheduled it against a deadline, the way he scheduled everything. And still he stood a long moment in the lamplight with the word unsaid, because the word was permanent. That was the rule under all the rules. One class, one skeleton, forever. Whatever he named this one, it would be until the world stopped. He looked at the newest of his 5, and the battle maniac in him leaned hard on the inside of his teeth and suggested swordsman, a blade of his own, a weapon that walked. Child, said the mother, and nothing else. She didn't need the rest. The plan was the plan. The board was the board. Designate a class for your summon. Hunter, said Idris. Summon 5. Designation accepted, Hunter. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first. Hunter, the merchant purred, and for once there was no argument anywhere in his skull, which was its own kind of unsettling. The vault of the world is open, and we have just hired the key. 5's skull turned back to the mine mouth, to the north. It was untrained, unclassed in every way that counted, 3 minutes old, and it was already facing the hills. Yes, Idris told it. There, soon. First, you learn what your hands cost. The old bound had run along the tailings ridge, invisible and absolute, a wall he had worn under his ribs for 17 years and could have drawn blindfolded on any map in Solemn. The first time he walked 5 north across it, night, frost, the town's one lamp dropping away behind them, he stopped, despite himself, on the far side, and stood in the dark where the wall wasn't. Nothing, that was the whole of it. Nothing, in a place where all his life there had been a rope. He breathed the cold in and out twice, filed the nothing under the account with no name, getting crowded, that account, and got to work. The lesson plan was the yards, adapted. You did not teach a knife hand on a prize hide. The tailing slopes north of the vein carried stone mites in their cracks, F-grade, palm-sized, armoured in bad temper, worth a pip apiece if you took them whole. 5's first attempt at take it whole produced a sound like a nut in a door hinge and a pip's worth of paste. Loot, mite pip, grade F, crushed. The temper appraises. Worthless. That, Idris said, holding up the ruin where the lesson could see it, was your first wage. You just spent it. The way you kill sets the price of the kill. That's the whole trade, and everything else is footwork. Again, this time, the way one holds the post. Enough, and no more. 5 looked at its own hand for a moment. The first thing it had done slowly since arriving in the world. And again was 2 hours later, and the second pip came out whole, held between black fingers with the precision of a scale settling. Loot, mite pip, grade F. They worked the slopes 3 nights. Idris taught the way he'd been taught, which was the way the yard taught, repetition, silence, and the occasional sentence that mattered. Enough, and no more. Stillness is the half of stalking. The other half is also stillness. You are the quietest thing that has ever walked these hills. Stop walking like you're proud of it. And 5 learned the way its brothers learned, terribly, then adequately, then all at once. On the 3rd night, it froze mid-stride, skull cocked at an angle no living neck would choose. Idris went still beside it, and the wind brought him what the summon had caught first. Musk and old blood, moving low, 2 of them, upslope. Gorehounds, winter lean, pushed down out of the high country by the frost, hunting the warm smells of the valley. Seagrade, both. He knew their gait, the way a priest knows psalms, and big. The counting room ran the arithmetic without being asked. Level 6. No combat since the vault. 2 seagrades. Open ground. Dark. Theirs would have called it a bad sum, and stood in front of it anyway. Idris rolled his shoulders, felt something come up off the banked coals grinning, and took the hammer off his back. The black war hammer had come north with him every night, riding his shoulder like a debt being carried to the debtor. Unregistered, unshown, unsold, the house rule held even here. The hills were empty, and the night was his lawyer. It had not swung at a living thing since the vault. It was, the grip informed his hands, extremely willing to correct that. 5, he said softly. The lessons moved up a grade. That one, the leaner of the 2 shapes, circling wide, hound clever, is yours to hold. Not kill, not crush, hold, the way the post was held. The other one was already coming, because gorehounds did their own arithmetic, and everything the dark ever made trusted its sums against meat that stood alone. It came silent and low and very fast, and the old cold voice in his head said, conversationally, as if remarking on weather left 4 foot short, "Old wound. It will plant wide on the 3rd stride and turn on the 4th. The neck arrives early. Take the appointment." He hated how useful it was. He took the appointment anyway. 3rd stride, wide plant. 4th stride, the turn, and the hammer came around flat and full, hips through it, the whole 17 years of the yard behind the fall of it, and met the neck exactly where the neck arrived. The crack went out across the frozen slope and came back off the rocks twice. The gorehound was dead before its own momentum finished delivering it, and the vessel, the counting room noted, cold as 4, was pristine, 1 strike placed, the core cage untouched. Slain, gorehound, grade C. The 2nd hound was recalculating its partner's sum when a black shape rose out of the frost scrub where nothing had been. 5 had stalked it, mid-fight, unbidden, and closed one hand on its hind leg. Enough, no more. The hound turned on the grip with everything a C-grade had, quills and jaws and hundredweight fury, and achieved precisely what the stall post had achieved, while 5 stood in the storm of it, with the fascinated patience of a scholar holding a very loud book. Idris walked over, unhurried. The door does not chase, waited for the pause all thrashing comes to, and put the hammer down through the skull ridge. Once, clean, slain, gorehound, grade C, level 7, up from level 6. Might +6, vigor +4, agility +3, wit +2, will +4. The level warmth rolled up through him, generous as ever and steeper than last time. And he stood on the dark slope with his breath smoking, and called for the whole sheet, the way he had once called for it a mile under the world, because a man read his ledger entire on the nights it changed. Idris, class, unknown, grade, none recorded level, 7, might 34, vigor 28, agility 21, wit 18, will 31. Class bonuses, none. Class unresolved. Growth, unbound. Abilities, raise summon, 5 of 5. Designate class, 5 used. Warhammer, black metal. Material, unregistered. Grade, none recorded. The Temper has no record of this class. 19 points. The night air fit him like a coat cut closer than the last one. Strength settled into his hands and back like stock onto shelves. Somewhere north, Des was drawing 3 points a level, allotted, like wages. Idris flecked his hands on the hammer haft and made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. 19, the merchant said, reverent, running the figure through whatever it used for fingers, and climbing steeper each level, on a curve no ceiling has ever been introduced to. Little breaker, do you begin to see why I object to the shopkeeping? Every week behind that counter is inventory the two of us are not. He is doing both, the mother said, mild and final, the way a door closes on a cold night. That was always the answer to your objection. Look at him. Shelves and slopes, both. They harvested by moonlight, teacher and student, tongue between his teeth out of 10 years' habit, third rib plate, fat sheath, no hurry, and both cores came out whole and smoke dark and cool as river stones. Loot, gorehound core, grade C, pristine. Loot, gorehound core, grade C, pristine. 2 pristine C cores and change, self-harvested, 10 minutes walk from his own strong room. More than the shop's entire first week of trading, lying in his palm with frost on it. He held them out where 5 could study them. The point of the whole syllabus, the price of clean, and 5 looked, and then did something none of the others had done at 3 days old. He took the carcass by the hind legs, laid it out straight and square on the frozen ground, and stood over it, presenting it, the way 2 presented a rendered hide. Rendering was 2's pride, and appraisal was 4's, and the counter slab was 1's. 5, 3 days old, had decided its work was the bringing back. Aye, Idris said, and something in his chest went the way it went when the account ticked over a round number. That'll be yours, then. Bring them back whole. They came down off the slopes before first light, a surf and a shadow, and the daybook got a new line in the morning. Stock, 2 C cores, pristine, provenance. He wrote it with a straight face, which took effort, examined. The flower cart came through at midday the day after the gorehounds, chased south by the smell of snow, and the driver, the same one, it turned out, who had spent an evening's gossip at a fire in the North Valleys and never known what he'd lit, leaned off the bench and held out a folded, road-worn letter with an X pressed into the wax. Copper owing on delivery, the driver said. Big lad, 2 valleys up. Said you'd pay double if I told you he looked well, and nothing if I told you the truth, and to use my judgment. What's the truth? Never seen a man look weller. It's obscene, this weather. Idris paid double, and the driver went off south well pleased, and the shop was empty in the noon lull, so he did something he almost never did. He sat down behind his own counter, on the stool he never used, and broke the wax then and there. Brother, grinding good. Crew solid. Level 10 now. 3 points a level. Allotted. Like wages, you'd hate it. He laughed. Once, out loud, alone in the shop, at one night's distance from a slope where the world had paid him 19. Killed 9 gorehounds last night. Wren is writing this. It was 3. W. And there was a whole story folded inside that parenthesis. A 19-year-old with opinions and his brother standing somewhere the arithmetic was bad. Idris read it 4 times and filed the worry where worry went, under the page with the door drawn on it. Heard about the chain from a flower cart. The whole North is laughing at the right house for once. Account stands at 17, and change of 500 marks. Racing you. Losing. Don't wait up. Stone's still dry. Mind the plus a bit. Under the X, in a careful borrowed hand, someone had drawn a small door. He sat with it a while. The shop ticking quietly around him. Frost melting off the window in lines. Stones still dry. The sealed gate keeping it secret. A promise renewed in 4 words that would read as nothing to any eye between there and here. Mind the plus a bit. The Harvest Premium line. Dez's own quiet extra lane in the race. And, knowing Dez, an instruction with at least 2 more meanings he hadn't found yet. His mother had proverbs, Des had codes. Between them, a man never got a plain sentence. He wouldn't have traded the crookedness for anything. He opened the thin book, the one with pages for people, where the debts lived that no system screen would hold, and on the page with the door on it, under day 27 of 42, he entered, in his tragedy of a hand, 1,742 of 50,000. Losing. Doesn't know it. Keep it that way till the door's home. Then he put the letter in the strongbox, under the float, where the valuable things went. Lucas arrived the next evening at the shuttered hour, which was itself a message, since Lucas billed daylight and gave nothing free, and stood in the doorway with a leather folder under his arm and frost on his mended cuffs, and said, 3 things. Come in off the step, scribe. It's cold. 3 things. And the cold can wait. The cold is not billing you. He came in anyway, set the folder on the counter with the squared reverence he reserved for paper, and held up one ink-stained finger. 1. I consult the temple register weekly now. Public oaths, public record, the doctrine and I are in love. You introduced us. I hold you responsible. This week the register contains a new amendment to a certain trading license. I have read it 11 times. It is the finest piece of drafting I have encountered in my professional life. It alienates from a great house, permanently and irrevocably, a class of assets it does not describe, and it uses. The finger came down on the folder like a hawk. The word summoned, in a trade license. 2. Your rendering yields, which I flagged in this room a fortnight ago, at night, on labour entered, at nil, in a district with a ghost story standing on it. The yields have not repented. They have improved. 3. As of this week, the fraud who runs the Haunt Tour has a new sign. The North Lights. 2 coppers. He has doubled his price. Wash out. Because there are now lights in the hills. Inside a bounds writ that, as of this week runs, I checked the meets myself. Twice. North, to the hills, and the ground of the old breach. He straightened, and the sharp face had the look of a man arriving at the end of a proof he had checked so many times he no longer feared it, only respected it. I told you someone with worse manners than me would do the arithmetic. I have watched the storm schedule itself since the ink dried. I draft best ahead of it. Tell me now. Idris looked at him for a moment. The mended cuffs, the folder squared to the counter's edge, and found the decision had already been made somewhere in the counting room without him. Retainers 1 mark the week, Idris said, walking to the back room door and lifting the bar. It's about to be 2. Come and meet the payroll. Lucas did not drop the folder. He stood in the lamplit back room, 2 rendering at the bench, 4 holding a core to the lamp, the way Vel held a page, and went through the whole, catalogue in order, stillness, recount, flush, pallor, and then the fast-blinking arrival somewhere on the far side of fear that could only be called appetite. 3? His voice needed a moment. He took it. 3 things. 1. I withdraw item 3 of our first meeting. Interesting, it develops, pays. He walked a slow half-circle around 2, who ignored him with magnificent totality, 1/8-inch adjustment at a time. 2. My retainer was negotiated under a material omission and is void. The new rate is 2 marks the week, as you say, plus matters at rate, and I am waiving the grievance because— He stopped and looked at the folded, precise, judged and found adequate hide 2 had just laid on the stack, and something in the sharp face went very young for exactly 1 second. Because my father signed paper once that let a house convert his tools for debt. Everything he could work with, carted off lawful as Sunday. I reread your amendment an hour ago on the way here. Inseparable from the bondsperson. No findings. Pass entire upon discharge, free of lien. He turned around. Nobody could cart these off. Not with a court, not with a house, not with an army of clerks. Whoever drafted that clause built the one strongbox in Solemn the law can't open. And I have wanted to see the inside of a thing like that since I was 9 years old. Who drafted it? Bastian, against himself, sight unseen. I hate that I have a rival, Lucas said. And he is 60, and it is his hobby. He set the folder on the rendering bench, squared it, opened it. 3. To work, because you did not show me the second best secret in the region to improve my evening. I have questions in 4 schedules. How many? What classes? What do they cost to run? And I want the true figure, not the figure you give the old man. 5. Labourer, renderer, porter, appraiser, and as of this week, a hunter. Training. They cost nothing. That is the true figure, and the old man has it too. Nothing. Lucas's pen, already out, stopped over the page. He looked at the shelf, where 4 had just set down a graded core with a soft click of a verdict, and Idris watched the whole of Solemn's economy invert itself, silently, behind the grey eyes, and file itself under a new heading. Nothing. Then every ledger in this town is a translation from a dead language, and you're the only man who speaks the living one. The pen moved. Points of exposure, in descending order. 1. The claim, which is obviously the plan. The amendment reeks of it. When you march in daylight, on the toll road, and you pay Barisad's lawful toll at the marker, publicly, to the copper, and you get a receipt. There is no smear that survives a receipt. I'll draft the route memorandum. 2. Octus. When the exchange war goes cold, and it goes cold at frost, everything does, your counter is barter, loot priced against goods at board rates, no coin touching their coin. It wants a posted schedule. Bastian's seal, and it should exist before it's needed, which by my count is 3 weeks. 3. And here the pen paused, and Lucas looked up, and for the first time since the door had opened, there was nothing mercenary in the look at all. 3. When it comes out, and it comes out, wash out, everything in this town comes out. I've made my living on it. The story that beats necromancer isn't a clause. It's the town having already met them without knowing it. Think on how a district learns to love a ghost. I'll bill the other 2 schedules. That one's free. He worked until the candle was a thumb tall, and at the door, folder squared under his arm, he paused and paid the evening's last professional compliment to the back room in general. Your renderer folds a hide better than my mother folded church linen. If it ever wants employment reviewing contracts, the eye is transferable. 2, without turning, adjusted the top hide on the stack by 1/8 of an inch. Good night, said Lucas, with feeling, and went up the grass-grown street into the frost. The reply went north with the next flower cart, dictated to nobody, written in his own tragedy of a hand at the counter slab by lamplight, and it said, Brother, shop stands. You heard about the chain? The scribe did the cutting. I held the collar. The hills are legal now. Paper did it. You'd have laughed yourself sick. 5 hands now. The new one, Hunts, took 2 gorehounds off the tailing slopes 2 nights back. Both true. Nobody is writing this for me. Tell the little bird 9 sounds better. And 3 was the fact. He'll understand the mathematics. Account stands at 12,203 of 50,000. Racing you. Winning. Wait up anyway. The door gets bought second, same as sworn, and I don't care what your axe says about it. Stone's dry here too, plus a bit minded. You know who, and under the mark. Drawn slow and careful with the good pen, pressed into the wax while it was warm. A small whetstone. The cart creaked north into the white morning, the first real snow of the season coming down the valley to meet it. Idris watched it climb out of sight from the doorway of the fair hour. Then the bell over the door went, a crew stamping frost off its boots, a sledge load to sell, and the race had 2 lanes, and both of them were open. He went to the counter and got to work. Chapter 15. The Gentle Ones. Settlement night, the 7th of its line, achieved something Idris had privately believed impossible. It got more crowded. Lucas had invited himself. He arrived at the appointed bell, folder squared under his arm, and announced to the clerk, "Retained counsel to the venture," in the tone of a man trying a title on and finding, to his visible annoyance, that it fit. So for the first time the ritual ran three-handed, Bastian behind the desk, Idris before it, the scribe at the end like a blade laid between two fencers who had heard a great deal about each other. The sums came first, because the sums were church. 9,800, net the week, Bastian read. The rendering line, the dusk trade, the outfitting stream, and 2 cores, C-grade, pristine, both entered as stock at. Tap, and a pause of precisely judged length. Provenance examined. I note the new wording. I note also that my house's 40 parts have begun to resemble an actual house. 40 parts, rather than a gentleman's wager on a boy with a barrow. 60 to the bond. He turned the ledger. Thumb. Manumission account, Idris. Bond of House Calamal. Entered this settlement. 5,880 from the venture's gain. Held toward discharge. 18,083 of 50,000 copper bits. The temper keeps all records. 36 parts in 100, said Bastian to the room at large, in 7 weeks of trading, and did not add anything to it, because some figures were their own sermon. 36, the merchant echoed, dreamy as a man in a bath. More than a third of a man. I am beginning to think of the remaining 2/3, the way one thinks of a debtor who has started avoiding eye contact. Then Lucas opened the folder, and the evening's second business began, and Idris, who had watched a chain war, a break-in, and a house retreat from its own toll road without once reaching for a chair, pulled up the stool, because this he intended to enjoy seated. "The barter schedule," Lucas said, laying the drafted board sheet on the desk with the delicacy of a man serving a writ. "Against the day Octus goes cold on exchange. Loot priced directly against goods at posted rates. Coin never touches their coin. Their credit lever never touches anything. And a hunter can land at the South Gate and outfit for a season without a single Octus mark changing hands. 3 things about the drafting." 2 things about the drafting, Bastian said, reading it. "Because your third is wrong. You've pegged the rates to float daily. Daily rates on a barter. Board is an invitation to every arbitrage-minded crew between here and Marles Ford to sit on my doorstep playing the morning against the afternoon. With respect, weekly rates in a frost market is how a board dies of accuracy. If the roads close Tuesday, a torch bundle Thursday is not worth what it. Then you post at dawn, and you hold the day. Dawn to dusk, one truth. The rate may be wrong by nightfall. It will never be dishonest by noon. Tap, tap. The board's the board. He'll tell you. He's been running the only clean scale in Solemn on exactly that theology since midsummer. Silence, while the scribe reread the clause, jaw working like a man doing long division against his will. "Posted at dawn, held the day," Lucas conceded, in the voice of a chess player tipping his own king over one move before he'd have to. "Entered. I'll say this once, Master Calimal, and then bill for having said it. The amendment. The third one. I've read it 11 times, and I've stolen its closing construction for 2 contracts already, and I mean to steal it for the rest of my life." "Naturally," said Bastian. "That is what good drafting is for." He signed the schedule, his full name, the house mark, and slid it back. "It carries my seal when it carries a final clean copy, which I expect within the fortnight, because we may want it sooner than either of us likes. Octus froze 2 caravan letters this week, small ones. A house clearing its throat." He set down the pen and looked at the pair of them, boy merchant and boy lawyer, with an expression Idris had learned to read as satisfaction wearing a bookkeeper's face. 2 further items, since the venture's whole cabinet is for once in one room. Item the first, The hill's parcel, the unrolled ground north, breach and all, was entered on my house's rolls on Tuesday. Claim and improvement. Same instrument as this. Shop's 4 walls, filed quiet as dust. Nobody reads up the chain. For once in my life, I find that habit convenient. The legal ground is laid. What walks on it? And when? Waits on your fifth-hand schooling, and on weather that won't kill the audience. Tap. Item the second. My prize B grade comes home within the week. Contract done. Higher fee banked. His 3 weeks in the north made this house 1,176 coppers and, if the crew gossip is to be believed, a legend involving 9 gorehounds. 3, Idris said. The 9 is the little bird improving the ledger. The best entries always have 2 authors. Bastian rose, which was the bell for the evening's end, and gathered their papers together with counting-house corners. Go home, both of you. Scribe. The house retains counsel on occasion. Good counsel. Paid handsomely. Conflict of interest, Lucas said, packing the folder. I'm retained against the day you're the problem, Master. It's in my notes from the first consultation. Everyone is eventually the problem. Said Bastian, with what was, unmistakably, approval. Keep him, shopkeeper. The hunting nights had settled into a rhythm by then. The way everything he touched seemed to want to. Shop till the bar went down. Up the tailings path under frost, north past where the wall wasn't, and then the long patient schooling of the 5th of his house in the only classroom that mattered. 5 was becoming something. It had stopped walking like a thing and started moving like a practice, low, angled, unhurried, using the ground's own shadows with an economy that Idris had watched 2 decades of hunters fail to learn. It could cross a scree slope, now without a whisper. It could stand in dead brush, so still that the mites came out and resumed their business around its feet, which was the whole art. It took pips from the cracks whole now, 3 nights running, and laid them out on a flat stone in rows. Square, straight, presented. The straggler came on the 4th night after settlement. A lone gorehound, winter gaunt, coming down the frozen slope, with the stiff-legged wrongness of a thing at the end of its arithmetic. Idris marked it from the ridge, and then, the hardest thing he had done in weeks, did not go down. Yours, he said, all of it. I'm a customer tonight. Bring it back whole. He stood on the ridge and watched the 5th of his house go down the dark alone, the circle to steal the wind, the stillness. The ground closed in 3 silent rushes. The hold, when it came, was textbook. Hind leg and quill ruff. Enough and no more. And the spike went in at the skull gap. Once, placed, done. No fury in it. Just the trade. Learned true. Idris came down the slope, and 5 stood over its first kill, laid out already, straight and square on the frost, presented, and the pale lines rose in the dark between them like a receipt. Loot, gorehound core, grade C, pristine. Aye, he said, and heard the yard in his own voice, every foreman he'd ever wanted to be. That's the trade. That's the whole of it. Done clean, first time asked. He crouched to check the carcass. 5 had opened nothing. The harvest was still the master's lesson to give. He worked the knife slow so the lesson could watch, and if he talked more than strictly necessary, the hills kept the confidence. It stalked the wind shifts, the mother said, warm as the level warmth itself. Nobody taught it the wind, child. You taught it stillness, and it went and had a thought of its own about the wind. They keep doing that. You're 5. Attend it. It is the most important thing happening in these hills, and that includes the money. The money, said the merchant, notes that it is now being earned while he stands still on a ridge. I have waited my whole tenancy in this skull for such a sentence. Little breaker, the claim. The moment that hole is yours. This, a cold gesture at the laid-out kill. The pristine core, the tireless dark, is a rate per night, every night, forever. Winter may close the road. Winter cannot close the ground. On the walk home, A stone mite made the last mistake of its season near his boot, and habit answered before thought did. Mite +1. Wages. He pocketed the pip, whole, and went down to the lamp. Anna came at dusk 2 days later with the waterskins, 24 of them, sewn and waxed and dyed the shop's own blue. She brought them down herself in the barrow because she explained this to the door frame, apologetically, while Idris counted them in. The cart boy had a cough, and the frost made the road honest, and she liked. The sentence ended in a small gesture at hope entire. She liked it here. The place, the stories got kinder. He paid her at the posted rate, and offered the stool by the stove, while he finished the shelf count. She stayed, easier than the fence, easier than the awning, her hands around the mug like a bird she was warming, until full dark came down. Then she took the empty barrow and went, apologizing to the doorsill for the bump, up the grass-grown street toward the town road. What happened next, Idris did not see, and had recounted to him twice, once that night, by her, in a rush with her hands pressed flat on his counter, and once, in a manner of speaking, by 3, who upon questioning tilted its skull 1 degree and produced, wordlessly, an air of having followed standing procedure. She was halfway up the street, barrow rattling on the frozen ruts, when the spool went, waxed thread, her good one, jolted off the barrow lip into the dark, and she didn't hear it land. What she heard, 10 steps later, was nothing at all, just the sense, spine first, of company on the road, and she turned around, alone, at night, in the famous dead district. And there it was, 6 feet of hooded dark, the town's whole winter of whispers made vertical, standing 3 respectful paces off, with her spool of thread held out on 1 open black palm, the way you'd offer bread to a bird. Anna, 17, alone, in the dark, face to face at last with the thing in the dead town, looked at the spool, and looked at where the eyes should be, and said, "Oh, that's thank you. I hadn't heard it drop." And then, because she was Anna, "I'm sorry you had to bend." 3 inclined its skull. She would swear to this part with her hands flat on the counter. It nodded to me, the way the adjunct nods, like something being entered, and waited, patient as a posted rate, until she took the spool off its palm with 2 blue-stained fingers. Then it stepped around her, unhurried, and went on down its route. And here, this was the part she told with her voice gone quiet, the part that had turned her around and marched her back down the hill to hammer on his shutters after closing. Here, at the crossing, where the old shrine stood, its niche empty 40 years, swept bare by weather and thieves and time, with 1 sprig of frost-bitten rosemary lying in it that some small hand had left, the hooded thing had stopped. 1 breath, head bowed to the empty stone, then on, into the dark, about its work. It prayed, Anna said, hands flat on the counter, mug of tea untouched at her elbow, eyes enormous. "You're, whatever is under that hood, whatever the town's been afraid of all winter, it stopped at a dead shrine nobody living remembers the god of, and it paid it a breath, like a toll, like a person with a sorrow. And everyone up there," a blue hand waved at solemn on its hill, the lit windows, the taverns doing their nightly needlework on his legend. "Everyone says monster, and I stood on that road closer than I am to you now. And do you know what it was? It was courteous. It was the most courteous thing that has happened to me in this entire town." She stopped, reassembled, arrived in the old flat rehearsed run. At the door, she'd actually walked down the hill to knock on. "So, whatever's under the hoods, whoever they are, they have beautiful manners, and the story's kinder the closer you stand. And I notice things like that. That's all. That's the whole message." The formula hung in the air, and, for the first time in the months he'd known her, failed entirely to move her toward the door. She stood there, blue hands flat on his counter, staying. The message, evidently, had grown a second page. Idris looked at her, for a long moment. The counting room, unbidden, had already opened the thin book, the one with 2 names, to the page that was somehow always longer than what was written on it. She saw 3 at its shrine and called it A Person with a Sorrow. Vel's pen stopped for her too, the only one at the proving who. "Open the door, child," the mother said very quietly. This one knocked from the inside. "You want to know what's under the hood," he said. No, it came out fast and sure, and surprised them both. She wrapped her arms around herself, her own parcel again, and worked at it, and got it out. "I want to know why the only place in Solemn where things are gentle is the place everyone's afraid of. Because—" And there it was. Other kind of nothing, coming up from wherever she kept it, her voice dropping like a weight finding its rope's end. "Because I'm the other way around, see? Everyone thinks I'm the gentle one, and I'm the thing under the hood." The stove ticked. Idris said nothing, and the nothing did what it had done at a fence years ago. Made room. "At the proving," she said, to the counter. "Everyone knows something happened. Nobody knows what. I barely. There was a scuttler nest in the 3rd gallery, and it broke early, and there were little ones from the cohort in front of me. Mim was in front of me, and I went away. That's the only true way I can say it. I went away, and something wore me home. And when I came back, I was standing in the middle of the gallery, and it was over, all of it. Everything." Her knuckles were white around her elbows. "The proctors looked at me the way you look at weather. And at the grading, the adjunct read my class off the sheet. 'Berserker,' he said, in that voice, like a ledger. And I asked him, I begged him, not to say the grade out loud, not to make it real in front of everyone. And he looked at me for a long time, the way he does. And then his pen stopped." She looked up. "It still stopped. Whatever I am, it's sitting in a grey ledger up that hill, unread, because one old man was kind at the exact moment kindness was the whole world, and I've been doing laundry ever since, and dyeing wool, and being the gentle one, and every single day I can feel it in there like a fire in a neighbour's house. Nobody tells you." The almost laugh came up here, wild and joyless, the worst version of it he'd ever heard. "Nobody tells you the system doesn't take things back." "No," Idris said. "It doesn't. I've read the whole contract. There's no clause for returns." The tea went cold. He let it, and told her the parts that were his to tell, that the hooded ones were his, that he raised them out of whatever the world kept under itself, that they were 5 now, and had never once been cruel or careless, or afraid, that the one on the road walked that route every night, and stopped at that shrine every pass, and no one had told it to, and no one knew why. "Some accounts you didn't audit." He took her into the back room, lamp in hand. 2 looked up from the rendering bench, and Anna, the girl who apologized to fence posts, dropped it a small reflexive curtsy before she could stop herself. 2 regarded her a moment, and returned to work. She watched the black hands move over the carcass, fold and turn and true, and what was on her face was not fear, and was not even wonder. It was recognition, the fence look, pointed this time at a thing of black metal. "They're not monsters wearing workman," she said slowly, getting it exact. "They're workmen, the town dressed as monsters. It's the same tailoring they did for me, just inside out. Aye. And here's the whole message back, so we're even." He set the lamp on the bench and gave it to her in yard order. "Value first. I need hands. Day hands, front room, honest ones. The waterskin line, the poultice kits, the outfitting bench, the shelf turns faster than one man can stock it. And I've watched your seams, and 2 here has watched your seams, and 2 has opinions, and none of them are complaints, which for 2 is a wedding toast. Posted wage, 24 coppers the day, entered weekly. No favours in it, the board's the board. And the other thing, she'd gone still, the fire in the neighbour's house. I'm not hiring it. I'm hiring the hands. But I'll tell You what I've learned in these hills, schooling a hunter that was born 3 weeks ago, knowing nothing but hold. A thing learns to be what it's given to do, one small true thing at a time. Yours has only ever been given catastrophes. Maybe it wants a bench, maybe it wants rows, and if the day ever comes that it's needed, the real day, the bad one, then it'll come out of a person it's lived with honestly, instead of a stranger it's been locked in a cellar with for years. That day picks its own weather. This shop just picks the work in between. Anna looked at the bench, and the folded hides, and the lamp, and her own blue hands, for the length of 3 of 3's breaths. I'd have done it for 20, she said unevenly. I know. Rates posted. 24. And that did it. The discovery that his kindness came in exactly one shape, and the shape was a rate board. The almost laugh, 3 months in the making, arrived complete, out loud, ringing off the strong-room door, a coin coming up heads after a lifetime of edges. 2, at the bench, adjusted the top hide on the stack by 1/8 of an inch, which Idris chose to read as a toast. She started Thursday. Perrin found him in the market square on the day between. Because of course he did. The boy's whole art was the audience, and the square at noon still had one to offer. The ox goes to market, Perrin announced, to his companions more than to Idris, stepping into his path by the cloth hall with the bright lacquered smile freshly applied. But there were only 2 companions now, where the summer had carried 5, and the lacquer had a thin place in it, and the square's noise did not drop the way it used to when a Barisad's son raised his voice. A chain had come down since then. A corporal had been sent somewhere educational. Somewhere behind the outpost walls, a father had expressed a view, and the whole town could read the residue of it in the way Perrin's friends stood, half a step further from him than friends stand. Master Perrin. Idris did not stop walking so much as slow, the yard-soft voice coming out on its own, level as a scale beam. Shops open till dusk if you've trade. Trade. The smile worked. With the haunt-keeper. You know what they're saying about you now, Ox? Up the hill? He leaned in, bright and low. They're saying nobody's ever once seen your hooded nightmen eat. Feed's dear this winter, Idris said mildly. Everyone's economizing. One of the companions made a sound, quickly strangled, but a sound, and that, the wrong laugh in the wrong throat at the wrong boy's expense, put a crack straight through the lacquer. For a heartbeat, what looked out of Perrin's eyes was not brightness at all. It was the arithmetic of a young man who had shoved a serf down a hole and watched him climb back out with a license, a ledger, and a house's countersignature. And who could not, for the life of him, find out what it had cost? No bill had ever arrived. People price their fears from the invoices they receive. Idris had never sent one. The page stayed ruled and blank, and the blankness was spending Perrin down better than any figure could. You learned that from me, observed the merchant, not without pride. The unnamed number, cruelest instrument in the whole book of accounts. He learned it from the whole ledger, the mother said. You don't name a figure until you've seen it entire. He hasn't seen it yet. When he has, and for once, she left a line unfinished, too. Enjoy the square, Master Perrin, Idris said, stepping past. Cold's coming. He could feel the bright eyes on his back the whole length of the cloth hall, the way you feel a banked fire through a wall. Not safe to leave unattended in a wooden town. The page stayed ruled. The figure stayed unwritten. Thursday came, and with it, the shop's first day of 2 pairs of living hands. She was terrifyingly good. He had suspected it from the seams. He had it confirmed by mid-morning, watching the outfitting bench come to an order it had never known under his own impatient stocking. Kits assembled and rolled and ranked. The waterskin line hung by size like a chandler's dream, the poultice shelf faced and fronted, and dated in a small upright hand. She apologized to the scale the first time she knocked it, and to the stool twice, and to a crew of Marl's Ford hunters not at all, talked them into the dearer whetstones, with a shy, relentless honesty worth a great deal more than 24 coppers a day. The Marl brothers' broad man, on the way out, jerked a thumb at the bench and delivered the town's verdict early. Shop's got a conscience now. Was frightening enough when it just had arithmetic. At the noon lull, she ate Marta's hardtack, sitting on the stool with both boots hooked on the rung like a girl at a fence, and looked around the front room, board, balance, blue awning light coming. Through the window, the strong-room door with its bell-toll secret, all of it, and said, to the room rather than to him, in the tone of someone finally unwrapping the parcel of herself a corner at a time. Still doing laundry, technically. The stains fight back more here. They do, said Idris at the ledger. Wait till spring. That evening, she went up the hill with the last light. He watched from the door until the road took her past the shrine. She slowed, touched the niche's edge with 2 blue fingers, went on. Then he barred the shutters, lit the back room lamp, and opened the thin book to the page that was always longer than what was written. Hired, he entered, in his tragedy of a hand, laughed. Whole coin, not the edge, and after a moment, beneath it, because a ledger that only counted coin was no ledger at all, page still longer, beginning to see the sum it's carrying. The account stood at 18,083 of 50,000. Winter was coming down the valley like a creditor. Idris shouldered the hammer and went up through the dark of his own district, past the lamp, past the shrine with its sprig of rosemary. The gentle ones were at their work. All of them. Chapter 16. The door comes home. The 8th settlement crossed a line that had no clause anywhere, and Bastian Calamal, who observed every ceremony he could bill and invented the ones he couldn't, marked it in his own fashion. 11,900, net, the week, he read. The outfitting bench has doubled its turn since Thursday last. I note a payroll line. 24 coppers the day. The first wage this venture has ever paid a living soul. And I note the bench's margin ate the wage by Tuesday and was hungry again by week's end. Whoever taught you to buy hands cheap and true taught you well. Tap. I did. Continue reminding people. 60 to the bond. Thumb. Manumission account. Idris. Bond of House Calamal. Entered this settlement. 7,140 from the venture's gain. Held toward discharge. 25,223 of 50,000 copper bits. The temper keeps all records. The counting house was quiet a moment. Half, said Bastian, and a little past it. 8 weeks of trading, from a chalked queue on a ruined counter. He drew the ledger back and squared it, and when he spoke again, the ledger voice had a grain in it that Idris had heard exactly twice before, on a doorstep in the frost and over a page ruled and waiting. I have freed 11 bonds in 40 years, shopkeeper. Every one of them crawled to the line, scraped it together across a decade, arrived at discharge grey and spent, and walked out of this room owning their own bones and nothing else. You are going to arrive at it at a run, inside a season, with a business, a payroll, a lawyer, and a warehouse the law can't open. The register has no idea what to do with you. He shut the book. Neither do I. It is the most interesting thing that has happened to this house since my father died. Go home. Buy the second half. Half a man, the merchant mused, on the walk down the hill, the frost loud underfoot. The dearer half remains. The last coppers are always the dearest. It's why the poor stay poor, and the freed stay grateful. But at the current curve, no, madam, I am not counting his chickens. I am amortizing them. The mother, for once, let the arithmetic stand. Half a man, was all she said, and twice the boy he was. The sums don't touch, child. Keep both books. Decimus came home on the 60th day of trading, at dusk, with the snow. The shop was mid-rush, 3 crews at the counter, Anna talking a Miles Ford archer into the dearer arrow wax. The bell over the door went, and the room changed, the way a room does when something the size of a doorway comes through one. There he was, bigger if anything, winter brown, axe slung, 6 weeks of the north on him like fresh paint on a keep. He stood inside the threshold and looked at it. The board, the balance, the shelves, the girl at the bench mid-sail, the living machine of a thing that had been chalk on a ruined counter when he left. Idris waited behind the counter and said, when the sum arrived, "Buying or selling?" "Buying," said Decimus. "1 whetstone. I hear this is the only shop in Solemn where the scale tells the truth." "Rates posted?" "Aye," Des said, reading the board top to bottom like a psalm. "So it is." He laid down 3 coppers for a whetstone he did not need, and their hands met over it. And that was the reunion entire. A purchase, at the posted rate, before witnesses. Neither man would have had it otherwise. Some ledgers you keep where the town can audit them. Anna, who had never seen Decimus in her life, took one look at the pair of them and moved quietly down the counter to handle the Russia loan, which told Idris the bench had been worth every copper of 24 a day. The rest of it kept until the shutters went down. Then they walked up the tailings path shoulder to shoulder, boots in rhythm, and Des heard the whole season on the climb. The amendment, the writ, Lucas, Anna, the parcel, the march. Idris gave it over in yard order, value first. Des received it in the unhurried silence that had been making room for Idris's words, since they were both shorter than the carcasses. At Bastion knows. Des stopped walking. He knows? Priced it, papered it, sealed it, shielded it twice since. A breath of frost. Lucas knows. Anna knows. That's the whole roll. The dark's still dark, but it's shared now. Des stood in the path a moment, snow ticking down through the black. And then he made a sound Idris had heard from him maybe 4 times in a lifetime. The deep one, down in the chest. Relief wearing a laugh's clothes. "Shared," he said. "Good. Good. Carrying it alone was the part I minded, brother. The secret never weighed anything. Watching you under it by yourself, that weighed." He rolled his shoulders, the door setting down a load. "Right. Show me the new ones, then." The letter said 5. The letter also said winning, which was slander, but we'll settle accounts inside. They settled accounts inside. By lamplight, at the flat stone where the strong room started. Des' final hire sheet, 3,506 of 50,000, against the daybook, and the account, at 25,223. Des read both figures twice and grinned like the north wind. 7-1. And I had a 3-week head start on being paid for violence, which is the easy trade. He shook his head slowly, racing a man who owns the track. My mother says never gamble against the house unless you're the house's brother. She'll be insufferable about having said it. You're still entered. Both lanes run to the same gate. Idris let that sit, and Des let it sit, and neither touched it further. Sworn things kept better unhandled. Then the introductions, and they went the way Idris had hoped and not quite dared expect. 4 came out of the strong room, with a lamp behind it, and appraised Decimus of the skinning yards for a long, long moment, the slow considering arcs. Crown. To boots. The pause at the axe, the pause at the hands, and then produced its verdict in the only language it had. It stepped aside from the strong room door. Cleared for entry. Sound goods. "First house assessor in my life," Des said gravely, "to pass me without charging a fee. I like this one." And 5 turned from the mine mouth, crossed the chamber, and looked up at the biggest human it had ever met. Then it went to the flat stone, took up the night's pristine core, came back and presented it. 2 black hands. Here is the work, whole, brought back. Des took it, turned it in the lamplight, and his face did something complicated and settled on wonder. "It shows its tally," he said. "Gods. It's a crew hand. Harrow'd trade 3 archers for one of." He stopped. Looked at the lines of it, the patient dark, the stance, looked for a while. Brother, when you claim that hole, this one hunts it every night forever, and the number at the end of your road comes down every swing it takes. That's the shape of it. That's the shape of it. Then I'll say the thing I walked 6 weeks chewing. Des set the core back in Five's hands. The summon received it, laid it back in its row, squared it, and turned, and the firelight found the seriousness under the warmth, the door's true weight. I stood a claimed dungeon for a wage, and I watched 12 good blades hold a choke by the skin of the schedule, and I did sums the whole time, the way you taught me without either of us calling it teaching. The gullet holds because men die cheap, and the board pays cheaper. Yours will hold because nothing on your line can die at all. There's no crew in the north, like the one asleep in this mine. So, he put out his hand, palm up, the yard gesture, the one that meant put the work in it. The march, the claim, the door stands where you put it. Put it where the pushing's worst. Bastion's ahead of you. You're seconded to the venture from tomorrow. House order, prize B-grade protecting house investment. He's charging the venture your higher rate, of course. Of course he is. Des's grin came back entire. 40 parts, entered where the god can see it. It's almost restful, being robbed by the honest one. The War Council met in the back room on the 62nd night, and it was the first time in the whole life of the venture that everything the venture was stood in one. Lamplit room, the shopkeeper, the door, the scribe, the bench, the old man in his plain grey cloak, and along the walls, at their stations, the 5 silent reasons for all of it. Lucas ran the meeting, because paper ran the meeting, and Lucas ran the paper. He had a map, a memorandum in fair copy, and the barter board schedule sealed that same afternoon. Executed, witnessed, filed. If Octus goes cold tomorrow, the board goes up by noon, and he laid the march out clause by clause, like a man dealing a hand he'd stacked in everyone's favour. The claim declaration enters the register at the 9th bell, before a single boot moves. Vel enters it. Copies go to all 3 houses by the temple's own hand. Everything sworn, everything up the chain. Nobody discovers anything. Discovery is for scandals. We file. A finger on the map. The column forms in the square at the 10th bell. Daylight, market day, maximum witnesses. Down the high street, out the north gate, up the track. At the first claim marker, Barisad's toll, we pay it. Publicly. Exactly. To the copper, party and cart both ways. And I stand at the marker and I collect a receipt, stamped, with the corporal's mark. And that receipt gets framed, because there is no smear in the world that survives a paid bill. Necromancers skulk, gentlemen. Businesses file paperwork. Every step of this is boring, entered, and lawful. And by dusk, the town will have watched a licensed house venture walk to its own registered parcel in broad day like a wool shipment. He straightened. The hoods. Master Calamel and I disagree, and it's your call, not ours. Hood's back, Bastion said, without looking up from the memorandum. Robes, tools, and bare skulls in the winter sun. Attend the arithmetic of fear, shopkeeper. A hood is a question, and a town answers questions at night, in taverns, badly. Bone and black metal in daylight is a fact, and facts are dull by Thursday. You are not hiding them 1 hour longer than the hiding pays. The hiding stopped paying the moment the declaration entered the register. March them as what they are. Workmen of the house, in the house's column, behind the house's seal, and let solemn. Spend all winter failing to make a horror story stick to something it watched carry lumber past the bakery at noon. And the story that beats Necromancer, Lucas said, isn't argued. It's witnessed. Which brings me to the last item, and I want it minuted that I'm proud of it. I've retained Fitch. Idris looked up from the map. You've retained Fitch. 1 silver mark for the day, plus exclusive rights to the true story after. which cost me nothing because it was always going to be his by nightfall anyway. The best rumour engine in Solemn, bought for the price of a whetstone, walking at the front of the column, narrating. Lucas permitted himself the thin smile of a man who has finally found a lawful use for a fraud he respected. The town was always going to hear one version. Now we know which. "He'll embroider," said Des. "He'll embroider in our favour. That's not a witness, that's a herald. They embroider by trade. Ask any house." Lucas squared his papers. "Weather. Master Calomel? Frost holds clear 3 days. By every knee in my counting house. The column marches Thursday." Bastian folded his copy of the memorandum away and looked around the little room, at the map, at the door, at the bench, at the 5 along the walls, with the air of a man auditing an inventory that kept appreciating past his estimates. 8 weeks ago I countersigned a license for a boy with a barrow. Item by item, I find I have somehow underwritten a procession. No, attend, all of you, one moment, because I will say this in company exactly once. He stood, cloak over his arm, and the tap-tap stilled. 3 houses have spent 40 years teaching this town that power moves at night, off the books, behind fees and hoods of its own. Thursday, this venture is going to walk its whole, strange truth, up the high street in the sun, with its papers in order, and dare the town to find the crime. I have waited my entire professional life to see somebody try that. Do not be late. And then Anna, who had sat quiet at the bench end through all of it with her blue hands folded, said, "I'm walking too." The room turned. She did not unfold her hands, and she did not apologize to anything, and her voice came out flat and rehearsed and dead level, the fence voice, the whole message voice, not hidden in the crowd. In the column, front, with the shop. Because the town knows me. Dyer's girl, the gentle one, the one who works his bench now, and when they see me walking easy next, to the hooded ones, with my hands unwrapped, some part of the story cracks that no receipt can crack. That's what I'm for on Thursday. That's a thing only I can carry. A breath. Also, I stitched all 5 robes new collars for it. They're done. Nobody argue with me. Nobody argued with her. 2. At its station by the rendering bench, adjusted its new collar by 1/8 of an inch, which the minutes, Lucas actually entered it, deadpan, the staff concurred, recorded, as the council's final and unanimous voice. 5 finished its trade on the 64th night, on the eve of the march, with the whole sky hard and clear, and the frost making the hills ring like the inside of a bell. They were on the high slope above the breach when it happened. A last quiet circuit, teacher and student, and there was no drama in it at all. The system marked its deepest work with entries, not trumpets. Summon 5, Hunter. Basic mastery achieved. The first has its work. The next may rise. Raise summon. 6 of 6. 6. The queue stood open on the eve of everything. The merchant was already talking. A second hunter, little breaker, the arithmetic doubles, and the mother already answering, a labourer, child, workings want hands. Idris looked down at the dark fold in the hills, where a boy had been shoved off the edge of the world, and made the decision, where he made all of them now, in the counting room, where the voices could read it, but not vote. Neither. Not tonight. He said it aloud, to the hills, to the queue, to both of them. Every one of the 5 came up out of a hidden mine at midnight, because midnight was all I had. Tomorrow I'll own ground in the light. He shouldered the hammer and turned for home, and 5 fell in at his flank, and below them the breach lay silent and empty and legally described, wanting only the walking. The 6th rises on claimed ground or not at all, first raising in the daylight, first one born home. Sentiment, said the merchant. Ceremony, said the mother. Scheduling, said Idris, and went down the hill to sleep the last night of the small life. The lamp burned below him in the dead town. 5 new collars hung pressed and ready in the back room, and at the 10th bell tomorrow, everything he had, every hidden thing, all at once, walked up the high street in the sun. The board was posted. The rate was fair. Let the town come price him. Chapter 17, The Procession. At the 9th bell of a hard, clear market day morning, in the stone office with the wall of grey ledgers, Vel read the declaration aloud, because the register was read aloud by the registrar, and that was doctrine, and it was the only performing he got. Entered this day, House Caramel declares claim, by completion and by holding, upon the dungeon ground of the old breach, parcel as rolled, for the temper and the common defence of the town of Solemn, venture held, witness the registrar. He set down the pen. He looked at the paper for a moment, and then across the desk at the 4 of them, the shopkeeper, the scribe, the old man, the door, with 30 years of grey composure sitting slightly askew, like a hat in a wind. In 3 decades of keeping this register, I have entered 11,000 deaths, 4,000 bonds, 11 discharges, and 1 attestation I have never stopped thinking about. This is the first claim. There has not been a claim entered in Solemn since the gullet, and the gullet was entered by a house that sent the registrar a fee and a copyist, rather than trouble him to attend. He rose and took down from behind his desk, pre-packed, Idris noted, buckled and waiting, the satchel of a man who had been ready since Tuesday, the slate-bound ledger and a travelling inkhorn. The register witnesses this one in person. Doctrine permits it. Doctrine, on inspection this week, turns out to permit a great many things nobody has asked of it lately. Master Adjunct, Lucas said, with real reverence. You read the file. I am the file boy, said Vel, and put on his other robe, the road one, and Idris caught, filed, treasured, the registrar of the Temple of the Weighing hurrying for the 2nd time in living memory. The column formed in the square at the 10th bell, in the winter sun, before the largest audience Solemn's market had gathered since the hanging of the vain consortium's factor 40 years prior, an event several elderly onlookers were loudly ranking against this one from the bakery steps. It went in order, Fitch, scrubbed, gloriously solemn, walking backward half the time, already narrating, then the cart, House Calamel's colours on the rail, loaded with tools and lamp oil and stakes, and 1 long bundle wrapped in sacking that nobody would think twice about among the crowbars. Then Bastion Calamel in his town coat, with his stick, walking like a man inspecting a road he intended to purchase. Then Idris and Decimus at his left shoulder with the axe slung. Then Anna, front and centre as sworn, sleeves rolled to the elbow in the cold blue hands bare and swinging easy. Then Lucas with the folder. Then Vel in his road robe with the satchel. And then the 5. Hoods back, skulls bare, black metal in the white morning sun, work robes brushed, new collars squared. 2 had inspected all 5 sets of 8s at dawn, walking 2 and 2, and 1 behind the humans with tools over their shoulders, shovels, a pick, the great scale in its case, a coil of rope, workmen of the house, in the house's column, behind the house's seal, in the sight of the whole town at once. The square did not scream. It went silent. A whole market holding its breath in one lung. Into that flammable silence stepped Fitch, who swept off his cap and announced, in the sing-song of a boy who had sold 200 haunt tours and knew exactly what this town's nerves could carry. Ladies and gentlemen of Solemn, the workers of hope, you've heard 'em walking in your stories all winter, told your children they'd catch you if you're bad. Sarah Ostley's brother asked what they do if you're good, and here's your answer. Plain as paperwork. They fix roofs. They carry lumber. They walk to work in the morning same as your da. 1 silver the true story after. No pushing, mind the cart. And the silence broke, not into panic, but into the thing the whole staged morning had been wagered on. Talk. 1,000 conversations at once. Fear and fascination fighting for the same mouths. Marta abandoned the eel stall entire and walked a full circuit of the column with her arms folded, inspecting the summons like suspect produce, and delivered her verdict to the square at large. Well, they're cleaner than my customers. Somewhere, a child was lifted onto shoulders. Somewhere else, a door slammed, and then, audibly, reopened a crack. The broad man of the Marl crew stood on a barrel with a mug, and toasted the column as it passed. "The fair hour!" And a scatter of hunters took it up. Because hunters gossip, like laundrywomen, and every crew at the counter these 8 weeks had eaten dinners, bought cheap and honest off those hooded rumours. Cranach watched from the yard gate with his ledger under his arm, ran his eye down the 5, arrived. Idris could see it happen. At the exact intersection of the rendering yields, the night labour entered at nil, and 8 weeks of his own deductions, and said, "Copper on," to nobody, with the satisfaction of a man whose books had finally balanced. And on the outpost wall, above the north gate, stood Perin Barisad. Idris marked him at 200 paces, one bright figure among the garrison grey, gripping the parapet, and watched, in the seconds it took the column to pass under. A young lord's face performed the whole ruin of his winter in miniature. Perin had shoved a serf into a hole. Here was what had climbed out: a house column, a lawyer, a registrar, a laughing crowd, 5 impossible black workmen in the broad day, and the serf at the middle of it all, walking to claim the very hole under a banner the garrison could not lawfully touch. The bright face went through its arithmetic, one visible line at a time, and stopped balancing, and Idris, passing below, met his eyes for exactly 1 step's worth of time, and gave him nothing at all. No smile, no nod, not even the yard softness, just the level look of an open ledger, ruled and blank, where a figure should be. "He's done being spent a copper at a time," the mother said quietly. "What's left in that boy will come out all at once now, child, and it won't count the cost first. Frightened money makes the worst bets." At the first claim marker, the toll, the corporal on duty, a new one, the last one was still somewhere educational, came out of the shelter to find a procession, a house seal, a lawyer already counting coin into a neat stack, and a crowd of 40 townsfolk who had followed to watch. "The north track to the first claim marker," Lucas recited, pleasantly, at declamation volume. "One of the 3 sworn toll roads of the Accord, named, bounded, scheduled, and lawful corporal, which this venture celebrates. We are enthusiasts of the schedule. 7 walking at 4 coppers the head, 1 cart at 10, both ways, 76 coppers, paid in public, in full, in advance. 1 question for the receipt, and I require your ruling noted on its face." He indicated, with his pen, the 5 black figures standing patient behind the cart with their shovels shouldered. "The remaining members of the party are, per registered amendment, instruments of a bonds class. You may toll them as heads, at 4 coppers each, or they travel free with the cart, as tools of the trade. The schedule is silent. The choice is entirely House Barisard's." The corporal looked at the 5. The 5 looked at the corporal. Somewhere in the crowd, money changed hands over the outcome. "Tools," said the corporal hoarsely. "Tools of the trade," Lucas repeated, radiant, watching the words go down in the garrison's own hand under the garrison's own stamp. "Noted, ruled, and receipted. House Barisad's formal position, gentlemen. Ink not yet dry." The stamp came down with the special violence of a man who understood he was somehow losing a transaction he was winning, and Lucas examined the receipt, pronounced it beautiful, and conveyed it into the folder like a relic into a shrine. They went up the track in the thin sun, and the crowd thinned behind them as the hills got real, and by noon the column stood at the breach, the raw dark fold in the hillside where a boy had gone in bleeding at the tail of a rock slide, 1/2 a year and a whole world ago. "Witnesses hold here," Idris said. "1 holds with you, 2, 3, 4, 5 with me, Des. The door goes where the pushing is. Des was already unslinging the axe, and his grin was the North Wind's own. Down the man says, brother. 10 years you carried the yard on your back. Today I get to watch what your other crew does at the choke. The vault received them the way it received everything, with a patience older than the mountain's manners. They went down the breach gallery with lamps, the rubble slope, the squeeze, the long stair of the dark he had descended once on a broken hand and a voice's word, and then the halls opened out, and Idris walked into the deep of his own beginning with 4 black shapes at his flanks and his brother's breath behind him, and said nothing, and let the lamplight do the telling. Des stopped at the first hall of statues. They stood as they had always stood, rank on rank of blank-faced figures down the colonnades, dust-shrouded, unnumbered, a stone crowd waiting out an appointment 10 ages missed, and Decimus of the skinning yards, who had been told everything except one corner, looked down the long silent files of them, and up at the vaulting no miner's hand had cut, and across at his brother's face, which was not surprised by any of it. Idris watched him weigh the question, watched the door swing on its hinge, and watched Des choose, deliberately, in the way he chose everything, to set it down unasked. Some accounts, Des said, mild as milk, to the nearest statue, a man doesn't audit. My mother says a house guest reads the room and not the letters, and walked on, level, at Idris's shoulder. But he walked the rest of the gallery with his hat off, and Idris entered that in the thin book of his chest forever. At the heart of it, the great hall, the dais, the arch beyond opening down into the sealed black, that even his own lamps had never bothered. Idris stood on the spot where his class had found him, unwrapped the hammer from its sacking, and put his hand to the cold old stone of the dais rail. The pale lines rose at once. They had been waiting. This ground lies complete and unclaimed. Claim it for the temper. Aye, said Idris, to the system, to the hall, to the statues, to whatever kept the ledgers of the deep. Claim it. The claim is contested. Hold the ground. And the arch breathed. It came up out of the sealed dark below like a tide finding an old mark. Cold first, real cold, lamp-bending cold, and then sound, a dry, rushing, sliding scuttle, multiplying itself down in the black. And Des rolled his shoulders once, took 2 steps to the head of the deep stair, where the arch narrowed to a doorway's width, and set his feet. Well, he said, look at that. It's Tuesday. Bulwark. Engaged? The surge broke on them for the better part of 2 hours. Grave mites came first, in floods, the scuttling, white-eyed vermin of the deep galleries, E-grade, worthless singly, lethal as rising water, and the line the Venture had drilled in a mine for 8 weeks did, in the dark of the world's oldest cellar, exactly what it did over a rendering bench. It worked. Des stood the arch, and was the arch. 2 and 3 held the flank gaps, with the patient economy of things that had learned holding from a stall post's education. 5 ghosted the hall's edges, killing everything that leaked through. Spike and grip. Enough and no more. 4 stood 2 paces behind Idris, appraising the battle, and calling it, in the only language it had, a tilt of the skull, a lifted hand, pressure building left. The 3rd wave is heavier. That one is wrong, and Idris walked the line behind his crew like a breaker at the block, and the hammer rose and fell, piecework, the oldest rhythm he owned, and the little tidy lines flickered at the bottom of his sight like wages. Slain, grave might, grade E. Slain, grave might, grade E. Level 8, up from level 7. Might +6, vigor +5, agility +3, wit +2, will +5. Then the wardens. They came up the deep stair, 4 strong, pale, plate-hided, drowned white things the size of stalled oxen, C-grade each, the vault's old garrison, answering its old flag, and the fight stopped being piecework and became the trade. Des met the first at the arch, and turned it, could not kill it, C against a door was holding work, but holding was the whole art. And 2 and 3 closed on its flanks and took it, 4 black hands, and it went down the way the stall post hadn't, and Idris arrived with the fall of everything he had. The crack came off the columns 6 times. Slain, Pale Warden, Grade C. The second and third wardens came together, and the hall dissolved into the long, violent grammar of the thing. Hold, turn, break, 5 hamstringing the fourth warden mid-charge and riding the wreck of it down. Dez's axe finding the seam, Idris called for him. Third, plate, left of the keel, now. The two of them working a C-grade apart between them, like a carcass on a block with the whole yard watching. 4's hand coming up once. Sharp, wrong. That one is wrong. And Idris turning in time to meet the thing the deep had sent up last. Level 9, up from level 8. Might +7, vigor +5. Agility +4, wit +2, will +5. It came up the stairs slowly, because it did not need speed. An elder warden, plate on plate, tusked, wide as the arch itself, its hide the white of things that had never once been argued with, B-grade, the ceiling of anything Idris had ever seen alive, and it looked at the little line of black metal and living meat holding its hall, and made a sound like a keystone considering the building. "And there it is," said the cold voice, soft, interested, the first thing the merchant had said since the claim was offered. "The old ground keeps one true tenant. Attend, little breaker. The plate is proud, but the plate is old. Proud old plate sets like mortar. It will not flex at the keel the way the young ones taught you. Strike the same seam twice. The first blow doesn't break it. The first blow introduces you." "Des!" Idris was already moving. Like the rhymeback. 8 and hold. 8 and hold. Des bellowed back, joyful as a bell, and the door went to meet the mountain. The elder warden took 11 minutes. The sound of it went up the breech gallery entire, the door holding where nothing could hold, the black ones swarming the plates like foundry men on a casting. The Count roared over the din in a voice gone pure skinning yard. 1 and the crack, 2 and the crack, the same seam, the same fall, again, again. At 8, the breaking block sound came up through the hill's own bones. The witnesses at the mouth felt it in their teeth. Bastian looked down at the ground under his boots and said, Vel wrote 1 line, and Anna, standing at the lip of the dark, smiled at the sound before she knew she had. Slain, elder warden, grade B, level 10, up from level 9, might +7, vigor +5, agility +4, wit +3, will +5, and the hall went still, and the cold ran back down the deep stair like a tide remembering its schedule, and the pale lines rose in the settling dust, patient, tidy, changing everything. Claim recognized. The ground of the old breach, claimed for the temper by Idris, bond of House Calomel, entered to the rolls of House Calomel, held to the venture's use. Alignment. Temper. Regeneration. Begun. The temper keeps all records. Des leaned on his axe, heaving, laughing at nothing the way men laugh after. 11. Up from 10, 3 points, allotted like wages. He stopped. Idris had gone quiet in the particular way, and was reading his own sheet by lamplight, with the dust still falling. Idris. Class. Unknown. Grade. None recorded level. 10. Might 54. Vigor 43. Agility 32. Wit 25. Will 46. Class bonuses. None. Class unresolved. Growth. Unbound. Abilities. Raise summon. 6 of 6. Designate class. 5 used. Warhammer. Black metal. Material. Unregistered. Grade. None recorded. The temper has no record of this class. 3 levels in an afternoon. 68 points. A graded man's decade, paid out between noon and dusk. "You built the crew that let you stand here, child," the mother said, warm as the level heat itself. "The points are the smallest thing you won today. They harvested by lamplight. 2 rendered the wardens on site. Same-day rendering in a dungeon, and the pristine cores went one after another into 5s squared rows, and the B-grade core came out whole. Smoke dark, heavy as a debt, worth more than the shop's first month. Loot, warden core, grade C, pristine. Loot, warden core, grade C, pristine. Loot, warden core, grade B, pristine. It was there, at the head of the deep stair, that Idris noticed the thing he mentioned to no one. The claim had settled. The mother was full of the day, and the merchant, who priced everything, who had waited half a season for exactly this vault of the world to open, had gone silent. Not absent, silent. The way a man goes silent at a funeral, where he knew the deceased better than he intends to say. Past the arch, the sealed black gave back nothing. Idris stood a moment with the B-core in his hand, listening to the no sound. Then he filed it. The counting room's newest page, and the first one he was afraid of, and went up toward the light. They came out of the breach into the last of the sun, torn and dusty and rich, to find the witnesses standing in a half-circle that had grown. A dozen townsfolk had climbed the track through the afternoon, drawn by the sounds in the hill, and Marta had somehow arrived with a basket, because some economies never rested. And there, at the mouth of his own claimed ground, Idris did the thing he had deferred 2 nights before. "One more to raise," he said, to all of them, plainly. "The first 5 came up out of the dark at midnight, because midnight was all I had. This one comes up here, on our ground, in the light, so the town can stop guessing what it looks like." He stood clear. The pale lines rose, raise summon, 6 of 6, and he said, "Rise," and the dusk gathered itself and stood up, and was, the 6th of his house, black metal in the last red sun. It turned its skull once around the circle of staring faces, unhurried, courteous as its brothers. Nobody ran. Anna had positioned herself at the front of the half-circle in advance, arms easy, precisely so that nobody would. "Designate a class for your summon." "Hunter," said the merchant, back abruptly at the smell of business, and Idris was almost relieved to hear the coin in the cold voice again. "A second hunter, and the ground pays double from tonight." "Look at what you won today, child," said the mother. "Then look at what's watching." He looked at the claimed dark behind him that would breathe monsters and coin now, week on week, forever. At the town faces in the half-circle, afraid, thawing, counting, every one of them, the way this town counted everything. At Hope below in the blue dusk, 1 lamp lit, 40 roofs fallen in. "Labourer," said Idris. "Summon 6. Designation accepted. Labourer. Mastery begun. The next waits on the first." "The whole makes us money," he said, to the half-circle, in the yard's soft voice, the shopkeeper's voice, the one the whole town could carry home in its pocket. "The money makes Hope roofs. Roofs want hands. It'll apprentice to its brother from tonight, and come spring, if your own roof wants mending and your coin's short, you'll know where the crew works cheap." He shouldered the wrapped hammer. "Rate'll be posted." It was Vel who moved first. The adjunct walked, unhurried, robe hem stiff with frost, across the trampled snow to where 6 stood newborn in the dusk, closer than any townsman had ever willingly stood to one of them, and looked up at the black skull for a long grey moment, with the slate ledger already open against his forearm. Then he wrote, briefly, closed the book on the line before the ink was sanded, so that not even the sky read it. "Master Adjunct," Idris said. "What did you enter?" "The register is read aloud by the registrar," said Vel, "on the day an entry falls due. This one is not yet due." He buckled the satchel, and then, already turning down the track, in the flat ledger voice that 30 years had taught a town to stop listening to, he added the only other thing he would ever say about that day. "Attend your accounts closely this winter, shopkeeper. All three of the old ones will be looking for the fourth's weakness now. That is not doctrine. That is bookkeeping. The handbill was on the shop door by morning. Barisard had worked fast, printed overnight, pasted at the gates, the wells, the cloth hall, the temple steps, the necromancer of hope, in tall smeared capitals, above a woodcut of a hooded figure with red-daubed eyes, and a paragraph of the usual grammar, unnatural, undead. What walks when it is not watched? What does it truly serve? Lucas arrived at the seventh bell with one in each hand, and the light of litigation in his eyes. Des read it over breakfast, and observed that the woodcut had gotten the collars wrong, which would upset two. Anna went out with a bucket of paste, and, by unanimous account of the morning market, tore down not one single bill, just pasted, next to each, the shop's own printed rate board, fresh from the same jobbing printer, who was an honest man, and sold to all comers. Idris took the one from his own door and read it twice, standing in the blue shade of the awning, the claimed hills at his back. Then he went inside, pinned it to the wall above the strongbox beside the framed float line, and priced it in the daybook. Advertising. Received free of charge. 1. The board's the board, he told the empty shop, and flipped the sign, and opened for the best day of trade the fair hour had ever seen. Chapter 18. None recorded. For 2 days after the claim, Solemn fought a war of stories, and the fair hour sold out of nearly everything. The handbills said necromancer. Fitch said workman at a silver a telling, to packed taverns. The town said both, loudly, at the same time, and came down the hill in unprecedented numbers to inspect the argument in person. Anna ran the bench flat out. Des worked the yard in the open now, and hunters kept finding reasons to watch him lift things. The rate boards Anna had pasted beside every handbill did quiet work of their own. It is hard to fear a monster that publishes its prices, but the hills had gone wrong, and the shop knew it before the town did. 5 came home early on the second night. It crossed the back room, presented a single thornback quill, fresh shed, snapped at the root, and then faced north and did not move again. Idris turned the quill in the lamplight. Thornbacks ranged 2 valleys over. They did not shed on his slopes. The hills went quiet tonight, Des said when Idris showed him. He said it the way crew bosses said it, flat, already reaching for his axe to check the edge. Not empty quiet. Moved out quiet. Game doesn't leave good ground in frost unless something's walking through it. And packs don't mix, brother. Wolf's sign and hound sign on one trail is like finding 2 houses sharing a ledger. It doesn't happen. When it happens, you stand watches. They stood watches, and Lucas told at dawn, did the thing that was to Lucas what the axe edge was to Des. Paper before storm. He was already drafting a formal notice to the outpost. This morning, by my own hand, signs of massed movement in the North Hills, request for patrol per the defence mandate of the Accord. Levy funded, sworn. The clausvel read us under the chain. They'll ignore it. That's the point. I'm not asking for soldiers' washout. I'm building the record that we asked. He signed it, squared it. The corporal will stamp receipt of delivery, because after the toll he's terrified of me, which I want minuted somewhere as the finest professional achievement of my life. The corporal stamped it. The garrison ignored it. The raid came the next night. It was Fitch who brought the town its warning, and he brought it at a dead sprint. He'd been up the tailings path past midnight, walking his tour route alone, by his own later account, checking the merchandise, when the north went from silent to moving, shapes flowing down off the slopes in the frostlight, too many too fast, Wolfgate and Houndgate running together in one wrong tide. He did not sell that sight. He ran it down the hill for free, screaming, and the south quarter woke to the town's best liar telling the truth at the top of his lungs. Idris was already in the street. 5 had gone rigid at the mine path an hour before. The shop's lamps were lit. Des was buckling his shoulder guard in the doorway with the calm of a man arriving at work. From the dark north of Hope came the sound the gullet crews called the bad sound, not howling. Travel. A tide of feet, with a purpose in it. Count, Des said. 20 plus. Mixed. Idris's counting room took the sound apart, the way it took apart everything. Wolves screening, hounds behind. They'll split at the ruins and come through the lanes. He was moving as he said it, and the whole drilled machine of his house moved with him. 1, the shop. Nothing enters. 3, you know the streets and you know the doors. The old, the small, anyone slow, bring them back, to the lamp. 2, with me. 4, eyes. 5, the flanks are yours. 6, the newest of his house turned its skull. 3 days old. Unclassed, unkillable. Widow Hettle's door. You are the door. Learn what your brothers know. And then, because there was nothing else to arrange, he looked up the hill at the town, at the walls, at the shut north gate, at the torches moving along the parapet where the garrison of House Barasad stood, awake, armed, watching and staying. Lucas's notice sat stamped in a garrison drawer. The horn on the wall never sounded. The gates never opened. The town's sworn defenders looked down at the unwalled quarter with the monsters coming. And House Barasad, in the sight of everyone who lived below its stone, chose to spend nothing, risk nothing, and see what the night did to the necromancer problem. They're not coming, the mother said. There was something in her voice he'd never heard before, and it was not gentle. So it's yours, child, all of it. Every breathing thing on this end of the hill is standing inside your bounds tonight. A breath. Shield them. The merchant said nothing at all. It had said almost nothing for 4 days. The tide hit Hope. What the South Quarter told of it afterward, in Fitch's words, and Marta's and its own, was not, mostly, the fighting. It was the shapes of the fighting. Where the night broke things, the dark held lines. It remembered thornbacks coming down the eel stall row and a black shape stepping out of the smoke to meet them. 2, cleaver in each hand, working with the terrible economy of the rendering bench run backward. And behind it, Marta in her doorway with a fish club, roaring prices at the enemy for lack of other vocabulary. It remembered 3, moving through the lanes all night like a ferryman. An armful of ostly children through the burning end of the rope walk. Old Bran's father over its shoulder. Back and forth to the lamp of the fair hour, where one stood in the doorway and nothing. The town said it after with a kind of awe. Nothing got within a spear's length of the light. The dead district's haunted shop. The building the handbills warned about, filled up through the small hours with the quarter's frightened living. Because it was the one door in Solemn that night that something was visibly, absolutely holding. It remembered a gorehound leaping for a dropped child, and the newest of the black ones, the one raised in daylight, 3 days old, that had never been taught a single thing about war, simply falling on top of the boy and taking the whole packworth of teeth and fury on its own back, motionless, patient, until help came. The hound broke a fang on it. The boy underneath, by his own delighted testimony, heard it go bong, and it remembered the door. The south lane was the artery, and the pack knew it, and Des stood the choke where the lane narrowed between Hettle's wall and the fallen chandlery, and was the door, and the door held. He took the first rush like a harbour stone. Bulwark? Engaged? He was still there an hour later, planted in a litter of what he'd stopped, bleeding where a quill had gone through the meat of his shoulder, level as bread. Doorway's fine, he reported, each time Idris fought his way back along the line. Door's fine. Mind your own street. Idris minded his own street. He minded it with 2 on his left, and 4's raised hand calling the pressure. Left, building. 2 coming low. That one is wrong, and the hammer swinging in the old piecework rhythm, and the tidy lines flickering past like wages at a job he would have paid to work. Slain, Thornback Wolf, Grade D. Slain, Gorehound. Grade C. Slain, Gorehound. Grade C. The wrongness 4. kept flagging was general. Wolves that should have broken off pressed instead until they died. Hounds took wounds. No sane animal takes, and kept their feet. Whatever had aimed this at Hope had wound it tight enough to snap, and there was no rout in it anywhere. The night would end when the last of the tide was stopped, and not before. The worst of it came late, and it came for Anna. She had spent the night at the shop door with one, hoarding the hurt inside, and she stepped out for a fallen hunter, one of the Marl crew, dragged clear by his brothers. At the exact moment, the line at the lane's end folded and let two hounds through with nothing between them and the doorway full of children but her. Idris was 3 streets away. He heard it the way he heard everything that mattered that night, through other people's screaming. What the witnesses in the doorway saw, and there were a dozen, and their accounts agree, was the dyer's girl from the bench, the shy one, the one who apologized to the scale, put the wounded man down gently. Then she turned around and went away, not backward, away. The wrapped parcel stillness of her opened like a furnace door. She met the first hound mid-leap with her bare hands, and they went over together into the frozen mud, and only Anna got up. The second one she caught by the quill ruff, as it went past her for the doorway, caught it, C-grade, 100-weight, mid-charge, and the sound of what happened after went down the lane and stopped the fighting nearest her entirely, on both sides. Then it was over, and she was standing in the ruin of it, chest heaving, hands bloody to the wrist, and the doorway full of children was staring at her, and the whole winter's fear was there in the frozen lane, the fear that had been sitting in her since a grey ledger in the third gallery, the fear of exactly this, of being seen, of the going away. And Sarah Ostley detached herself from the doorway, crossed the mud, and hugged her leg. "You went bong too," Sarah said, muffled, approving. Anna came back into her own face by pieces. She looked at her hands. She looked at the children, none of whom had moved except toward her. She looked down the lane, where Idris had arrived at a dead run too late for everything except the seeing. "Still doing laundry?" he called, when he could trust his voice. "Killed tougher stains," said Anna unevenly, and started to laugh, and then to cry, and picked up the wounded hunter and carried him in. The Alpha came last, the way the worst bill always does. It stalked up the middle of the south lane, at the greying end of the night, and the tide came with it in one final gathering, a gorehound half again bigger than any yard had ever hung, winter black, plate-scarred, its eyes the wrong kind of dark. B-grade. The lane went quiet along its whole length. Even the dying pack steadied, the way a crew steadies when the boss walks up. Idris walked out to meet it. He was not the boy who had been chased into a hole. The sheet under his skin said 54 might and rising, 3 levels of the claim still humming in his bones, and the hammer had made the trip north, wrapped in sacking too many times to be shy now, at home, in the dark, with the whole quarter watching from behind one's doorway. Man and hound measured each other down the length of the lane in the way of their 2 trades. "One," Idris said. "Trade places with Des." The door came off the choke, grinning through the blood, and the black sentinel took the choke, and Decimus of the skinning yards walked up the lane to stand at his brother's left, exactly where one usually stood, exactly where he had stood since they were 11. "Like the Rhineback?" Des asked. "Like the Rhineback." It was not 8 strikes this time. It was 3. The Alpha was fast the way B-grades were fast, and the first exchange cost Idris a set of quill lines across the ribs, but Des turned the lunge the way a door turns, weather. And the second strike found the shoulder seam and introduced itself. And the third was the breaking block sound, and the wrong-eyed dark went out of the night all at once, like a lamp. Slain, Gorehound Alpha, Grade B, Level 11, up from Level 10. Might +7, Vigor +6, Agility +4, Wit +3, Will +5. The tide, unwound, broke, and ran with the dawn behind it, and 5 went out into the grey to make sure the leaving was permanent. In the ringing quiet, Idris stood in the wrecked lane with his ribs burning, and his brother bleeding beside him and his town. When had it become that word? Coming out of the doorways behind him, and waited for the cold voice to price the night. It had earned the pricing. The arithmetic was all there, the garrison that watched, the paper that would end a house, the B Corps cooling in the mud. "Well thought," said the merchant. "Nothing else." And the nothing else was new. And Idris filed it on the page he was afraid of, and turned to the living. The north gate of Solemn opened at full daylight, and a column of Barisad's soldiers came down through the south quarter in good order, arms shining, to relieve a battle that was over. Nobody threw anything. That was the measure of it, Idris thought, watching from the shop step, with Widow Hettel strapping his ribs and lecturing him in alternating clauses. Nobody had to. The quarter simply stood in its doorways, soot-faced, bandaged, alive, and watched the garrison pick its way through the carcasses the skeletons were already hauling into rows. And the silence did what no riot could have. On the wall above the gate, small and bright and perfectly still, Perrin Barisad looked down at the lane where the Alpha lay, and at the serf, sitting shirtless on a step being bandaged by a widow. And Idris met his eyes for the second time in 4 days, and watched the last of the arithmetic finish. The bet had been placed at the top of that wall, and the wall had watched it lose. Lucas passed the descending column going the other way, uphill with his folder, whistling. Vel came down at the 8th bell. He came in his road robe, with the slate ledger, and he walked the length of the south quarter before he came to the shop, the burned rope walk end, Hettel's scored door, the eel-stall row, the lane, writing as he went, in his flat, unhurried hand, the way he had written for 30 years. At the shop step, he stopped. "Losses of the night," he said, in the ledger voice, pitched no louder than always. But the quarter had gone quiet to listen. And he knew it. And for once in 30 years the registrar had the audience the register deserved. For the record, upon my own survey, dwellings burned, 4. Dwellings damaged, 11. Wounded, 17, of whom 3 gravely, all 17 expected to see spring. He turned the page. The pen paused, and the pause was the performance, and Idris, watching the grey old face, understood that Vel had waited his whole tenure for an entry like this one. "Deaths," said Vel. "None recorded." The words went down the lane like the level warmth, doorway to doorway, and somewhere near the eel stalls a woman sat down in the mud and wept. "None recorded." On a night the garrison watched from the wall. "None recorded." In the one quarter of Solemn with no wall at all, the quarter with the necromancer in it, the quarter the handbills had warned, the quarter where black metal had stood in doorways and lain over children, and held a lamp burning at the centre of the dark like a posted rate. The town could do arithmetic. It had always been able to do arithmetic. It had simply never before been handed the figures. "Master Adjunct." Idris got to his feet, careful of the strapping. "Half a year ago. The page with my name at the top said none recorded." It did. Vel closed the ledger. Something moved behind the grey. 30 years of it. "Attend, shopkeeper. The register never lies, but it is patient. Sometimes a phrase must wait for its better entry." He buckled the satchel. "Good morning. I have a great deal of filing. I expect the ghost of a pause. So does your scribe. The reckoning could keep a day. The quarter couldn't. So the last thing done that morning was done at the counter, in the daybook, in front of a shop full of the bandaged and the burned out, and it was business. The night's kills fell in your streets," Idris said, in the yard-soft voice, to all of them. "Board rules. The ground shares the price of the kill. 2 and 5 harvested clean. 22 cores and the hides. Better than 2 gold crowns worth all told, and the Alpha's core alone outprices the rest together." He opened the book. "It's entered as the quarters, not the shops. Rebuilding starts today, materials at cost, labour free, The crew works nights anyway, and the crew. He looked at the doorway, where one stood aside to let Marta through with a basket, and the townspeople walked past black metal without flinching. 11 hours old. This new world. The crew lives here. Marta set the basket on his counter. It was full of hardtack, and she was crying and haggling anyway. And Hope's first market morning began around them in the smoke. Neighbours, wreckage, prices, the lamp still burning in the daylight, and over the bench, patient as ever, the last tidy lines of a very long night. Loot, Gorehound core, Grade B, pristine, which 4 had held up to the lamp for a long, long moment before grading, and turned twice more than any core had ever needed turning, and shelved at the back alone. The board was the board, the quarter was the quarters, and the story that walked up the hill that morning, in 200 mouths at once, was not the handbills. His monsters shielded us, their soldiers watched. Deaths, none recorded. Chapter 19. The 12th line. Lucas filed at the 9th bell the morning after the raid, and this time he did not title it a notice of gratitude. He titled it what it was, a schedule of losses under the defence mandate, with notice of prior warning attached. The attachments did the killing. The stamped receipt of his pre-raid notice, signs of massed movement, patrol requested per the sworn mandate, delivered, acknowledged, sat on top. Under it, Vell's own survey of the losses entered in the register's hand. 4 dwellings burned, 11 damaged, 17 wounded. Under that, sworn statements from 31 residents of the South Quarter, each one ending with the same witnessed sentence, which Lucas had not suggested and would not have dared to invent. The garrison stood on the wall. "There's no alternative paragraph this time," he told Idris, squaring the fair copy on the counter. "No door on the other side of the trap. They were warned in writing. They were sworn to answer. They were paid by levy to answer, and 200 people watched them not answer. The accord names 1 penalty structure for mandate breach, and I am asking for every copper of it made payable, not to the houses," the thin smile arrived, "but to the schedule of named residents. Houses apologize upward, never down. This one is going to apologize downward, in coin, before the registrar, or it is going to stand in front of the sworn text and explain itself to a town that watched." Barisard paid. It took 4 days, and it was ugly behind the outpost walls in ways the town only heard as rumour. A rider sent south. A factor recalled the head of the house unseen at his own gate, but the levy chest opened, and the restitution went out under temple witness, name by name, to the eel stall row and the rope walk and the burned end of the quarter. Vell entered each payment aloud, at his desk, to a line of soot-marked people who had never once in their lives had a house's coin counted to them. And if the flat ledger voice had something underneath it that day, the register did not record it. "First entry of its kind," he said, when the line was done, "in 30 years of the book," and closed it, gently, like a man shutting a door on a finished room. What was left of House Barisad standing did not fall so much as quietly stop being spent. Their outpost store sat empty of custom. Their toll schedule earned its coppers in silence. The garrison still held the walls, and would, soldiers were soldiers, and the North was still the North, but something that had been true in Solemn for 40 years had stopped being true, and everyone's ledger knew it. Fear was no longer legal tender at the south end of town. House Octus, reading the season's new weather with the instincts of 4 generations, unfroze the 2 caravan letters without comment, and Factor Ren Octus appeared at the fair hour 2 days after the filing, glossy as ever, and bought a whetstone at the posted rate. "A fine instrument, the board," he observed, pocketing it. "Rigid, public, unleveraged. We find we are reconsidering our winter posture." He paused at the door. "They have begun calling your district the Peasant Kingdom, up the hill. The salons think it wounding. Tell the salons the kingdom posts its rates, Idris said. First stalls free. He entered it in the daybook after the factor left, under the pinned handbill. Advertising. Received free of charge. 2. The quarter rebuilt in daylight, and the daylight was the point. The crew worked the wrecked end of Hope every hour the sun allowed. 6 hauling roof trees with 1, 2 ripping salvage true. 3 walking beams up ladders no living carpenter would trust. And the quarter worked beside them, because winter was coming, and pride was cheaper than frostbite. By the 3rd day, the strangeness had worn through in the way of all strangeness. Children sat on the assay house step at noon, watching the black ones work, and rated them loudly like a proving panel. 6 was the favourite. 6 was the one that went bong. Marta moved her stall down the hill entire. The customers walked. I followed the customers. That's not sentiment. That's retail. And where Marta went, 2 more stalls followed her by week's end, and the dead district had a market row again. 40 years after the vein died. And the rebuild showed Idris the hole in his own board. Crews came in off the claim road all week, wanting edge work, a notched axe, a spear wanting a new head, blades the frost was eating faster than whetstones could answer. The fair hour sold them rope and stones and poultices, and then sent their steel up the hill to the garrison armourer, who gouged them behind his fee wall exactly the way Barisard had always gouged everything. And the coin walked out of Hope's Market Row and did not come back. Idris stood at his counter on the 3rd day and watched the Marl brothers' broad man leave with 4 marks of repair work bound for the hill, and opened the daybook and ruled a fresh page he had no business yet to fill. At the head of it he wrote, Steel. Under it he wrote, 1 name. He knew exactly 1 smith who worked to the copper, the disgraced ex-apprentice of the garrison armourer, the one who had built his precision scale in the autumn, quietly. For coin nobody asked about, and had returned it with a note that said only it will not drift. And everything else Idris knew about the man was rumour with its collar turned up. Cast out of the armourer's row on a charge nobody could name, twice as good as his master, and famous, in the small fierce way of the trades, for 1 refusal repeated until it became a wall. He worked for no house, not for coin, not for threat, not ever. And until Thursday, everything Idris built was a house's instrument. Not yet, the counting room said, and filed the page and left it ruled and waiting. That was for spring. Everything now was for spring. And up the hill, the salon said Peasant Kingdom, and meant it as a cut, and the quarter heard it, and did what the quarter now did with everything, repriced it. By the week's end, there was a keg at Marta's Row called Peasant's Crown, and Fitch was selling a tour by that name. And the mockery came down the hill a sneer, and went back up a brand. Idris let it all happen without a word. Some assets appreciated best unattended. The vault took its first breath at the dark of the moon. 5 felt it before the system said it. The summon went still at the mine mouth at midnight, facing north with the whole patient length of it listening. And, when Idris climbed to the breach with it under a sky like iron, the pale lines were waiting at the claimstone, tidy as ever, immense as anything he had ever read. The ground regenerates. The first breath rises. They took it together, master and hunter, the first working of his own claimed farm, down the known halls, past the statues with their 10 ages of patience, to the galleries where new life was seeping up out of the deep places the way water refills a dug well. Grave mites, first, the ground's small change, and a single young warden, pale and freshly made and puzzled by existence, which 5 held and Idris broke. 1 strike, clean, the whole loop closed at last. His ground, his crew, his kill, his coin, 10 minutes from his own strong room, forever. Slain, pale warden, grade C. Loot, warden core, grade C, pristine. And there it is, said the merchant. The cold voice came back all at once, and it came back purring, 4 days of funeral silence gone as if they had never happened, the old silk drawn smooth over whatever had lain underneath. The wheel, little breaker, turning, ground that makes monsters, monsters that make coin, coin that makes ground. Do you feel how easy it was, in the end? One afternoon of hammer work, and a hole in the world pays you rent for the rest of your life. A pause, warm as a counting-house stove. Imagine 2 holes. Imagine 10. The north is full of holes, and you have brothers to raise yet. Easy, easy, easy. That is the whole secret the graded men never learn. Power is only expensive the first time. Eat something, child, the mother said, mild as ever, but she said it the way a woman speaks over a fence to her own thoughts. And Idris walked home between the two of them, listening to the purr, and filed it on the page he was afraid of, which had, he noticed, begun to fill. It was 5 who found the coin. It was harvesting the mite pips, laying its rows, and it stopped, the listening stillness again, and dug 2 fingers into the fresh-turned floor of the gallery, where the regeneration had churned the old dust and brought up a disk of gold the size of a thumbnail, and presented it, 2 hands, the way it presented everything. Loot, old coin, gold, provenance, unregistered, a crowned head, worn almost to shadow, a legend around the rim, in no script the counting room had ever filed. Heavy, heavier than gold that size should sit, and cold past the night's excuse for it, and the crown on the worn head was not any crown stamped on any coin that had ever crossed his counter, and under the crown, half erased, the face was young. Unregistered, said the same word on another page of him. A hammer in a mine, black metal, material unregistered. 2 items in all the world with the same missing paperwork, and both of them had come up out of this ground. The merchant said nothing. The mother said nothing. Their 2 silences did not match. Idris stood a long time in the gallery of an old kingdom nobody remembered, turning a dead king's coin in a live king's hill, and then he did the only thing his whole life had trained him to do with a thing he could not price. He kept it, and said nothing, and opened a page. The settlement of settlements fell on a Thursday, at the temple office, before the wall of grey ledgers, because Bastian had insisted on the venue, and would not say why until everyone was assembled. Idris, Des scrubbed, enormous, Anna with her hands folded, Lucas with the folder, Fitch uninvited and undislodgeable, and Vel behind the desk with a slate-bound register open to a page that had been ruled and waiting for a very long time. 2 settlements deferred, and a sundry, Bastian announced, spreading his papers on the registrar's desk like a man dealing the last hand of a long game. Attend the sums, all of you. This arithmetic deserves witnesses. Week the 9th, 12,000 net, the trade before the march, when the town came down to stare and stayed to buy. Week the 10th, 14,300 net. The best week this venture has ever recorded, in which the shop sold out twice and gave a fortune in cause to a burned quarter. Entered under goodwill, because the clerks refused to enter it under sanity. The sundry, 1 elder warden core, grade B, pristine, sold to this house, at its own assessor's grading, 11,500, a month, of the shop's youth in 1 stone. And I will hear no argument on the price, because the assessor has never been wrong and works for you. Tap. 60 parts of all of it to the bond. Total to the account, 22,680. The counting room had run it 4 times on the walk up. 25,223, plus 22,680, 47,903, of 50,000, 2,097% short. Idris had known it since dawn, and had already scheduled the gap against the smithy's first quarter. 6 weeks, perhaps 7, One more season of the Count he had carried his whole life, and he was reaching for the thumb line to enter what there was, when Bastian, watching him with the particular stillness of a man arriving at a moment he has staged, said, "Sundry the second." He lifted a basket onto the desk. "An eel basket," Idris registered. "Martyrs. The deposit was made at my counting house this morning," Bastian said. "My committee." The committee was large, loud, and unwilling to be thanked, and its treasurer. The grey eyes flicked, with something dangerously near warmth, toward the door, where Fitch had gone suddenly and elaborately busy with his cap. Its treasurer kept flawless accounts, which I have verified. 2,340 coppers, in 71 hands' worth of ware. The office was very quiet. Idris looked at the basket and could read the whole of it at sight, the way he read everything. Coppers worn smooth, coppers dark with hearth soot and fish brine and dye, the small change of the eel row, and the rope walk and Hettel's poultice jar, and the Ostley children's dare winnings, counted out of jars and floorboards at the end of a winter that had burned 4 of their houses down. "No," he said, before he had decided anything. "Attend," said Bastian, in the counting-house voice, the one that ended discussions. "You are about to tell me that freedom is earned, because you learned your theology in my parlour, and it is a good theology, and I am proud of it. So attend the entry, shopkeeper. Because the committee priced this precisely, and I checked their arithmetic. This is not a gift. The night of the raid, this town received a service no garrison rendered and no levy funded. The committee has assessed the value of that service at 2,340 coppers. Low, in my professional judgment, but they are poor, and it was everything they had, which is its own kind of exact." He pushed the basket an inch across the desk. "A fair invoice, fairly paid. Refusing an honest payment insults the payer. I believe the standing doctrine at your counter is, the board is the board." "Take it, child," the mother said, very softly. "You have been putting coins into their hands since the first week. Let them finish the arithmetic. That is what a town is." Idris looked at Des, who was grinning through what remained of his composure, and was no help at all. At Anna, blue hands folded, who nodded once, exactly the way a lesson is nodded at when the student finally has it. At the basket. "Entered," he said hoarsely, and pressed his thumb to the line. "Manumission account. Idris. Bond of House Calomel. Entered this settlement. 22,680 from the venture's gain. 2,340 given by hand. Held toward discharge. 50,000 of 50,000 copper bits. The count is met. The temper keeps all records." Nobody spoke. Even Fitch had stopped moving. "Registrar," said Bastian Calomel, and stood and took from his coat, pre-packed, buckled and waiting, the counting room noted, through the roar in its own halls. He has carried it on his person since the halfway mark, a folded instrument of discharge. Doctrine gives you the register, and you shall have your entry. But this page is mine, and I have drafted it 11 times before for lesser occasions, and I am going to read it." He broke his own seal. Behind them, the office door swung open. Fitch, who had drifted to it minutes ago with the instincts of his whole profession, had propped it wide, and the cold came in, and with the cold came the sound of the street. The street was full. Word had climbed the hill faster than the party had. The south quarter stood packed in the Temple Lane in its patched coats, and Martyr was at the front of it, and nobody in that office moved to close the door. "Good," said Bastian. "Witnesses." And he read, "House Calomel speaks. Before the temper, before the registrar, before the sworn text of the accord, and before all present, concerning its bond, Idris, entered on the rolls of this house at the hour of his birth. Attend the account. It is read in full, or not at all. Item the first. 17 years past, in the barracks row of the South Yards, a child was born and orphaned in the same hour, and the law of solemn, which I have kept for 40 years, and will not stand in a temple and call kind, entered him on my rolls before he could hold up his own head. He was given a number, 50,000. He had borrowed nothing. He owed everything. That is the ledger this house handed an infant, and let the register enter that his house said so, aloud in this room. The flat recitals of the counting-house were gone. This was the other voice, the one Idris had heard exactly twice on a frost-bitten doorstep, over a page ruled and waiting, and it filled the stone room and carried out the open door, and the street had gone silent to hold it. Item the second. Attend what he did with the ledger he was given. He worked the yards from 7 years old, and became the finest breaker this region ever paid a pittance. He was proven, and the proving named him Nothing, and the town made a song of it. Whereupon this Nothing, this washout, this ox of the yards, attend, solemn, for it is your own record, built in one season under license, in a district this town used as a word for despair, the only honest scale in Solemn's history, a trade that feeds 40 families, a lamp that the poorest quarter of this town now runs toward in the dark. He read the law up its own chain until a great house gave back a road. He claimed ground no chartered crew would touch, in daylight, with his papers in order and his toll paid to the copper. And on the night this town's sworn swords stood counting torches on a wall, household of this Nothing stood in the doorways of the poor, and was not moved. And in the morning the register wrote the line, "This town will be reading aloud, when every soul in this room is itself an entry. Deaths, none recorded." Somewhere in the lane a woman was weeping again, and it was not quiet, and Bastian did not hurry past it. He turned the page. Item the third. The Count. 50,000 owed by a child who borrowed nothing. 50,000 paid, earned at a counter, at a rendering bench, in a hole in the world, at a chain, at a claim, in a burning lane, and the last 2,340 of it carried up my hill in an eel basket by the town itself. In 40 years of the rolls, that has never once happened. I require the register to note it, for it is the only entry in this whole account I could not have predicted, and I have predicted everything else since the day this boy stood in my counting-house and priced my own clauses back to me. Therefore, before the temper and these witnesses, House Calamel declares the bond of Idris met in full, no copper owed, no clause surviving, no lien, no remainder, no claim of heir, cousin, assign or court of this house upon him, now or ever. His person is his own, his hours are his own, his works are his own, howsoever raised. The house releases him, the house quits him, and attend the word registrar, for it is not a lawyer's word, and I will have it entered anyway. The house rejoices. He lowered the instrument, and looked over it, across the desk, at Idris, and read the last of it from memory, because he had written it too many times in his head to need the page. He came on to these rolls as a debt. He goes off them as the finest entry I have made in 40 years of the book. Let it stand entered, and let Solemn hear it from the man who owned him. He was worth more than his price on every day this house ever held it. And as of this hour he is beyond price, which is the only true valuation the goods ever had. Done at the Temple of the Weighing, witnessed, sealed, Bastian of House Calamel. He laid it on the register, and the stone room and the packed lane beyond it made no sound at all, and into that vast held breath Vel rose, took the instrument, verified the seal with one long grey look, and did the only performing he got. "The register accepts the entry," said the registrar of the Temple of the Weighing, "and notes for the record that it is the finest instrument the register has ever received." He dipped the pen. "I include my own attestations." The rope had been part of him so long, he had stopped feeling it as rope. Bounds redrawn, bounds amended, bounds waived. He had spent half a year negotiating the length of it and calling that freedom, and it had been, each new slack its own vast country. This was other. Somewhere in the middle of Vel's reading, threaded iron that had run through him since the hour of his birth simply ended. Not slackened. Ended. The horizon stopped being a term of contract. He put one hand flat on the registrar's desk, and Des's hand arrived on his shoulder, steady, the pact's own grip, holding him still for an altogether new reason, and the pale lines rose in the grey office like dawn coming up over a ledger. Bond discharged, Idris, of Solemn, held toward discharge, 50,000 of 50,000 copper bits. The count is met. The bond of Idris to House Calamel is released in full, entered, and witnessed by the registrar. Bounds, none recorded. The temper holds both ends. Bounds, none recorded. He read the line 4 times. Half a year ago, the words none recorded had been the shape of his shame, chalked on him by every tavern in Solemn. A week ago, they had been the shape of a saved quarter. Now they sat on his own sheet, where the walls of his life had been, and meant no walls found, none entered. Nothing holds him. He goes where he will. The register notes, Vel said, into the silence, dry as 3 decades of dust, and not entirely steady underneath it, that the account overpaid its mark by 243 coppers, and requests direction for the surplus. The door's account, Idris said. Every copper. So entered. The pen moved. Decimus. Bond of House Calamel. 3,749 of 50,000. Vel looked up at Des over the page. You appear to be racing someone. Losing, said Des, comfortably. It's the sweetest race I ever ran. Last of all, Bastien opened his own housebook, the old one, the private one, to a page where 11 names stood in a 40-year column, and under them a 12th line, ruled long ago, holding a name in pencil. 11 names stand on this page, he said, to the room and the open door together. They are read aloud once each, on the day the line beneath them is filled, and no other soul has ever heard the reading, because no other soul was ever present, because the 11 walked out of my counting house alone. He set one finger at the top of the column. Aaron, wheelwright, 19 years to the line. Sealer of the Washrow, 22 years. Tobit, who mended half the roofs on this hill and fell from none of them, 17 years. Ansel, who taught the yards their letters at night for nothing, which I docked him for, which I regret, 31 years. He read the rest the same way, one name at a time, a life to a clause, 7 more of them, unhurried, while the frost came in the open door and nobody moved to stop either. 11. They crawled to this line across the whole of their lives, and every crawl was braver than most charges I have funded. Attend them. They earned the room's attention before the 12th ever did. Then he took up the pen and inked the 12th line, in the counting-house hand that had priced everything Idris had ever shown him, and sanded it, and looked at what he had written with an expression that had nothing for sale in it. 1 season, he said. 11 crawled. 1 ran. I intend to retire on the difference. He turned the book around on the desk, 1 turn, so that Idris could see the line, and it did not say Idris of Solemn, as the register said. In the old man's private book, in fresh ink, it said Idris of Hope. The register files you where the law was born, Bastien said. My book files you where you were. He closed it. The license, of course, survives discharge. Clause 7. 40 parts of everything. In perpetuity. From a man I no longer own. The tap-tap resumed. Content. It is the finest instrument I ever drafted, and I include the amendment. Good day, tradesman. My counting house expects you Thursday. Bring the smithy projections. He profits off your freedom in perpetuity, Lucas said, with reverence, into the general breakage of the room's composure. I have never admired anything more in my life. That evening, alone at the counter with the lamp low, and the town's noise finally spent, Idris turned the daybook to the page headed Steel, and wrote his first letter as a free man. To Kell, once of the Armourer's Row, you built my scale true when nobody up your hill would sign for the work. It has not drifted a grain in a season, which I know because I check. Come spring, I mean to put a forge in Hope. Hunters steal honest rates, posted where the whole road can read them. I am told you do not work for houses. As of Thursday, I am not one. Come down and price the work yourself. The board is the board, and it will say so to you the same as to anyone. Idris, the fair hour. Fitch carried it up the hill for a copper, gleeful at the address, and was back before the lamp needed trimming. The reply was written on the back of Idris's own letter, in a hand like nail-heads, and it was complete. Heard about Thursday. Everyone has. First Monday after midwinter, your counter, dawn. Bring the scale. If it has drifted, I walk. K. Idris read it twice, and entered the appointment in the daybook, midwinter, first Monday, dawn, K. Bring the scale, and found he was smiling at the page. A man who tested the buyer before the goods. The counting room opened a file with considerable professional interest and left it, like the steel page, ruled and waiting for spring. They walked out the south road at first light, the two of them, because one of them could. It had been Dez's idea, delivered over the strapping of his shoulder in the doorway at dawn. Walk a free man down the whole of his road once. My mother says a thing isn't owned till it's walked. So they went, down through the Waking Market Row, past the eel stalls, out the south end of everything, boots in rhythm, breath smoking, the road dropping away toward the wide white world, with the frost still blue in the ruts. Neither of them had ever been south of Solemn. There had never once, in either of their lives, been a reason it was possible. The first milestone stood where it had stood for 100 years, a squat grey post at the road's shoulder, moss-shouldered, mile-marked, ordinary. For half a year, it had been the legal end of Idris's world, the south road to the first milestone, clause 3, sworn and bounded. He had priced goods within sight of it all season, and never once walked to it, on the principle of a man who does not press his face to the bars. He was 3 steps past it, mid-sentence, something about the smith and the spring, when he heard that Dez had stopped. He turned. His brother stood at the milestone, with his palm flat against the empty air above it, arm braced, leaning, the stance of a man pushing on a door. Except there was no door. There was nothing. There was winter morning, and an open road, and nothing was holding him, gently, completely, the way it had held them both their whole lives. Dez was not straining. The door knew better than anyone alive how walls worked. He simply stood with his hand on the world's glass and looked down the road at his brother, standing free on the far side of it. "Ah," said Dez, mildly. "There it is." Idris came back a step, stopped himself, made himself stand where he was, 3 paces south of the stone, on ground his brother's boots could not reach, because looking away from it, either of them would have been a lie. And they had never once lied to each other with anything except the sizes of gorehound packs. "Dez, don't." His brother said it without heat, palm still resting on the nothing, reading it, the way he read a doorway before a fight. "Don't come back over the line to make me comfortable. Stand there. Let me look at it." And he did look, a long time, at the 3 paces of frost between them, the shortest distance in the world, the whole world wide, and whatever moved through the big plain face as he looked, he let it move. All of it, unbanked for once. 10 years I've stood next to you with one hand ready for your shoulder," Dez said at last. "Holding you still was my whole trade, brother. And this is the one wall I can't stand in front of you and hold." He took his palm off the air and set it, instead, flat on the cold crown of the milestone, like a man taking an oath on a counter. "So, 3,749 of 50,000. Say the rest of it. You've been carrying it since Thursday, and it's rattling. Everything of mine the shop makes goes on your page. The smithy's first season goes on your page. I'm not waiting 2 years, and I'm not arguing terms." Idris's voice came out counterflat, and it was the flattest lie of tone he had ever sold, and neither of them was buying. "You bought the last 3 paces of mine. An eel basket bought it, and your 3 points A-level bought it, and every door you ever stood bought it. So the board can say what it likes about whose account it is." He looked at the stone under his brother's hand. "Bring Des, before the smithy has its roof. You're through this stone by spring, and the day after that we walk south until we're somewhere neither of us has a name for, and we turn around and come home. That's the whole plan. Enter it." Des considered him. The grin came up slow, from all the way down, the north wind zone. "Entered," he said. "Now get back over here, Freeman. It's my watch, the Frost's murder, and somebody still owes the readiest stone in the north its 2 pulls." He hefted the axe off his shoulder, and the whetstone came out of his pocket, and Idris stepped back across the invisible end of his brother's world to stand beside him while he drew it twice along the blade, like a prayer, like a promise, like a debt being serviced on schedule. They walked home. The sun came up the whole way. They came into Hope as the shop was opening. Anna had the shutters up. Six was carrying a roof tree past the bakery, to applause. Somewhere up the market row, Marta was crying his name, and a price in the same breath. Idris went in behind the counter, took down the daybook, and opened it to a fresh page. At the top, in his tragedy of a hand, where a page declared its purpose, he wrote, "The door. 3,749 of 50,000. Below it, the first entry, dated in ink by spring. "Wait up," he said to the page, to the milestone, to the whole priced world. "I don't think so." He got to work.